Introducing TV. My name is Sam Fitzpatrick, and joining me for the next 1,000 kilometers of action is Adam Hedgecock with Marco Balbinera on the cameras, and he'll also have a chat with us a few times during the race as well. And we're here for round 5 of this championship. It's Silverstone today, Adam. We visited this place relatively recently in the ARL GT Championship. I absolutely adore this place, and it's certainly a pretty good place. Another 1,000 kilometers of endurance racing.
Oh, absolutely, Sam. We had a great couple of races in the ARL GT, didn't we? Like I said at the time, it took me a while to get used to the new layout, but since I've got used to it, like you, I adore it. A little bit tricky in some of the corners, very wide entrances, kind of like concertinaing the cars up into very tight apexes. So might be a few little incidents as we go along, but sure, we'll be in for some good racing nonetheless.
Absolutely. So just a little bit of a rundown of the format that we're today. As normal, we're currently in a 20-minute qualifying session. We've got 17 more minutes of this qualifying to go. That we will then jump into the race, which will be 170 laps. It's 1,000 kilometers. It will stop at 7 hours. However, it should be approximately 5 hours 40 to 6 hours today's racing, and we've got a few different classes. So we've got the GT3 cars, the Porsche Cup cars, the GT4s, and the TCRs as well. That should be the pace order of them as well. So plenty of different cars on circuit today, and we'll take us through the qualifying in a little bit. But the GT4s and the TCRs, Adam, they're pretty evenly matched. We saw this at Spa last time out, and that can quite often cause issues between the two classes. Not sure if you've raced at all in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, but it's not the easiest thing in the world for the GT4s to stay ahead of the TCRs.
No, it's not. I've done a few races in the Pilot Challenge, and as a TCR driver, I'm pretty comfortable in the car, and I find that the first couple of laps especially going under braking into the corners, you can really catch up on the GT4s. They have a little bit extra pace down the straightaways, which kind of gets them a bit of a gap, but for sure you can be tripping over them pretty quickly. That said, a big open track like this, there's plenty of room for them to kind of get around each other. But we'll see how it goes. It's always fun to see the two on track, though.
Absolutely, and yeah, those GT3 and those Porsche Cup cars should be racing past them as well. A little bit of a rundown of the championship, as I have just realised I don't have the championship standings up at the moment, but I do know that it's Fury Simsport leading the way in the GT3 category. T3 Racing, they have pushed them pretty hard in recent rounds, so there could easily be a change potentially in that category. I believe T3 managed a superb Spa meeting. Just a quick word on that. I'll bring Marco Balbinera in on this discussion. What a round it was at Spa. I mean, up there with Daytona, I think, in terms of the best meetings of the season. Looked as though Fury had been able to win out after an early crash recovered, got ahead of T3, but then ran out of fuel. It would be hard pushed to have a better finish than that today, Marco.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was fantastic. First of all, hello everyone. Hello Adam. Beautiful to have you here. Hello Sam. First, if you notice something weird with the colors of the overlays, I'm just trying to sort every driver because drivers in this championship like to jump from car to car. Since you only have 2 drivers per team allowed to race, it's possible that, let's say, if you have 4 drivers, you can shuffle them around in the various categories, or 6 or 8 or whatever, no? So some drivers raced one race in TCR, the next in GT3. So I just put the GT3s, sorry, the TCR in green, so I can have a better look at, and also at who doesn't have a class assigned to them. So, as you know, qualifying always a time for a bit of house cleaning. But yeah, I mean, going back to the racing, it was absolutely fantastic. The drama of that race was unparalleled. We had some great races this season, but that was absolutely the best of them all. I'm not a big fan of this racetrack, but I think at the same time it could really be great place for racing, especially for what Adam was saying a few moments ago. It being a very wide racetrack, lots of runoff areas. Hopefully, we will limit the number of calamity between the various classes and make for a big number of cars to come and finish the race and see great fights in all the 4 classes we have today.
Yeah, hopefully we do see that coming up. I've got the championship standings up. So Abruzzi Simracersworld are leading the way, 149 points to T3 Esports with 139. They might get a drop round as well. I'm not 100% sure. If that is, then that is just more unnecessary sums for us to do. But 2 wins each currently for those 2 teams, and there's a 5-point difference between first and second. So T3, even if they do win the final 2 rounds of the championship, they may still lose out if Fury can get a couple of second places. You also get bonus points though for pole positions and fastest laps, and that could overhaul it. So it is mega close between those 2 teams. In Porsche Cup, Riftmatch Esports RB Scaleworks are leading the way. They've won 3 out of 4 meetings so far. The only meeting they didn't win was Daytona when they were taken out of the race. LSR Esports are in second place. However, they didn't turn up last time out. Not sure if they are here today. I don't believe they are, so they might drop further down the table. Mega close bats in the GT4s as well. Last time out, it was incredibly close. I think the top 3 teams separated by 15 seconds in the end. Last time out at Spa. So 41 points because that was the first round with the GT4 cars. Fiercely Ford lead the way with 41. Then it's Fury Simsport GT4 with 36. And Fiercely Ford Black with 30. And that could easily change that. And in TCRs, Texas Pitstone Motorsport quite comfortably ahead of T3 Esports Alpha. Esports Alpha, though, did miss a round 2 of the championship. Apart from that, they have actually won 2 out of the 4 meetings so far to Texas Pitstone Motorsport's 1 meeting. So that could change around as well. Fury Simsports in 3rd place. So watch out for those teams as, we are 11 minutes left of qualifying remaining. And currently T3 Esports at the top of the standings.
Thank you for that little briefing. I watched this series a little bit last time out. I tried to catch all of the endurance stuff. I really enjoyed watching this, but it was only about an hour ago. I was checking my pigeonhole as I was waking up and saw that there was a space, a little Adam space hole in the commentary box. So I'm still kind of finding my bearings, but yeah, by the sounds of it, it's been incredibly tight. And from what I've seen over the past few races, it's there's been some pretty epic battles going on. So yeah, spicing up even more, whetting the appetite, and can't wait for qualifying to be finished.
Definitely. And I mean, in terms of the length of this race, I mean, 6 hours of racing. Always a difficult question how to switch the drivers around. I think you've done a little bit of Nürburgring racing recently in the iRacing Nürburgring series, basically the VLN series of old. What would you say is the best strategy for changing drivers? Would you say change it every single stint, or would you say change it every 2 stints instead? Would that be a more competitive lineup?
The way that we always try to do it is to figure out, especially with cars like GT3s, where the fueling and the driver change they're offset. So you always try and figure out when you need to do tyres with the fuel, and if at that point you can time it so the driver change coincides with it. Ultimately, you just want to lose as little time in the pits as possible. And sometimes on tracks like this, where maybe the tyre wear isn't quite as high, you might want to be double stinting your tyres, maybe even triple stinting your tyres. And if that's the case, you don't want to be doing a driver change when you're not changing tyres, because it'll just add extra time to your stop. So yeah, it's a tricky one. It's very much a track by track basis as far as that goes. But I mean, we see the team names that are here. These guys aren't amateurs when it comes to endurance. I'm sure they've got it all figured out. I'm sure they're going to prove anything that I say absolutely incorrect. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting one. Fortunately, I don't have to worry about it too much. We have some very clever people that do it for us in the team. So yeah, like I say, these guys have probably got it all figured out anyway.
Okay, I think it's time for Adam Edgecock's Baptism of Fire, Sam. So, the team that just jumped into third place in TCR.
Oh,
What is?
alrighty.
I'm going. I'm using my bullets straight away. How do you pronounce
no.
this team's name?
In the what class? Sorry, in the
TCR.
TCR.
The car we are watching right now should be on the left, highlighted in green.
So Philip Eckert, Racing Centre, Vibe Sports.
Oh,
I'm gonna say.
okie doke. Now that is in the middle. So
Now,
for a little bit of
I know
clarification,
of this though because I heard this conversation before. So yes, I know of this, sir.
It's now been going on for
Fortunately.
2 months. This debate. 2 races ago it
Yeah.
started. So
Fortunately, Austin Knight is sleeping currently. He would say that it's Vibe Esports because a 3 apparently can be worked as 3 E's. But also
Where did
2
you get
E's.
that from?
And then I claim it is Vib 3 Sports. And if Racing Centre wants it to be named something else, then pick a better team name, guys. Actually spell it right, alright? Because that's not Vibe Esports by any means.
I did my job when you ran away last month to do Apex GT. During the interviews, and I actually asked the drivers how to pronounce it, and they told me in voice in the interview, but I already forgot. So I was only half
Well, I'm pretty sure they said Vibe Esports, but I don't care what they say. Because it's not spelt like that, alright? You can't just put 3's wherever you like it, guys. Why they've kept with the series when they've got these commentators so against them, I do not know. Credit to them for sticking with
no,
this
no, no, no,
round
no,
fun.
no. Hey, let's be honest. I absolutely love Switzerland. It's great to have a Swiss team in the series. And actually, this is a little known fact. Switzerland is my favorite destination for a nice vacation. I absolutely love that place. Especially the part that's easier to reach for me, so the one part closer to Italy, especially my favorite town of them all, which is Lugano. But yeah, I absolutely love Swiss, and of course my alter ego is a Swiss. My alter ego in Football Manager, the guy that I manage with since 2001 when I started playing Football Manager. Championship Manager was known back then. Has always been a Swiss character, so I absolutely love this country. So long may they stay in this championship.
Definitely. At the moment, they've got a German, though, in the car. It's Philip Eckart, who is manoeuvring that Audi. A few debates on. Dane Bird, thanks, guys, you've now triggered me. Also, Seb Herbie is saying, so VI is Roman number for 6, so it's 6B Sports. Now that is something I can get behind. I like that logic from Seb Herbie, so thanks for that one.
Look at Ben Sharp trying to improve his pole position time in GT4 with his very, very smartly colored and liveried GT4 Porsche with his matte almost hood in black. I absolutely love the contrast. Here he comes. And he's sitting on a 211.945, and that is one of the banes of the existence of this racetrack. Of course, a lot of runoff area, a lot of areas to make off tracks, which of course will come into play, Sam, later in the day, because under the watchful eye of Ian Roots, of course, there are penalties for exceeding incident limits, and that was part of the drama, of course, if you remember last time around at Spa. Also, let's remember that Ian did it all by hand in the first event in in Barcelona, and then iRacing listened to him, and then like a few days later, the new season patch came out, and now we can. He basically just set this automatically, and people get punished every 40 incidents, if I'm not mistaken, for the first offense, and then every 20 thereafter, if I'm not mistaken.
No, just every 40.
Okay.
So I expect half the teams, probably not half the teams to be fair, because at Spa they were alright. Only about half the teams got it at Spa, so I expect a couple of teams, and usually the top teams, manage to avoid all of that. But it is a little bit of an extra element that the judges will have to watch out for. Where would you say that the biggest problems you've had around this circuit is, Adam? You've raced in the ARLTC, I believe, around this circuit. The first ever ARLTC round was in the full circuit, and we've also raced the national as well on this season. What corner did you pick up a lot of incidents at?
Well, Sam, I'm a very clean driver. I don't pick up a lot of
Of
incidents
course.
at all. No, Cop's Corner's the one for me. Notoriously quick, and you always think, doesn't matter what car you're in, you always think that you can go faster through it than what you actually can. As we can see, just on the outside, you see that little lighter green area. You can run that without a problem, but the moment you go over that, it's an off track. And it catches you out. You think the next lap, I'll just slow down a little bit, and of course you go out again, and you try slowing down a bit more, and then you're losing time hand over fist to the car in front of you. It's a brilliantly horrible corner, in my opinion.
Now, I don't know if this has been done intentionally, even though I don't think so, because Adam jumping into the commentary box is absolutely last second. But today we have a new name for the TCR team of Texans Fitzstime Motorsport, and of course, I would guess, and I'm sure 100% paying tribute to the best show in the history of television, Battlestar Galactica. They are called Apollo today. So, props to Texans Fitzstime Motorsport and whoever came up with that. Big thumbs up.
So we've got Leodama piloting it, I'm guessing?
Exactly, yes. I'm waiting for him to jump in the car in the second stint. I see Luis Bibby now, so it's a bit of a disappointment.
Sorry to distinguish your fire, but unfortunately, I believe Apollo is a Greek god.
Also, yes.
Just a coincidence.
Just
as far as I'm aware, no one has ever watched Battlestar Galactica apart from you two. So
I will tell you that if you watch the show, actually the name Apollo comes from the character. Sam, you need to learn history and watch the show.
sorry. It's on one of my things to do, I must say. As we are in the last 5 seconds of qualifying, plenty more of Battlestar Galactica, Toaster, and all of that stuff later on. The checker flag's out, so the drivers can put in their time. Great to see some fan clubs out there. Mateus Thames, friends, immediate family, spouses, I don't know, all in the chat at the moment. So hope those guys are having a good time, and currently at up in 5th place. Not a bad qualifying for the Dutch driver, as Fiercely Ford come into the pits. A little bit of one of the Abruzzi esports cars, the GT4 car, in amongst the TCRs. Now, hopefully, iRacing have fixed the issue where the GT4 cars last time gridded ahead of the GT3 cars. They were the top class, thanks to a little iRacing glitch. You'd assume, with all the Nürburgring races which have gone on, that they have addressed that issue. So don't expect that to be a problem. Again, here is Abruzzi Esports GT4. They're trying to improve right now with Elisa McKee. Need to improve by about 3 seconds to get up to the top of that class. It's currently being occupied by Fusion Sport GT4. McKee a little bit tight into Club and Vale. And there's a very short run to the start-finish line right here. What time can Alyssa do? It is a 2 minute 14.13, so it is an improvement, but doesn't move them up any places as we are preparing for the race now. We don't get a full formation lap, unfortunately. We do just line up on the hangar straight. So we'll go through the grid nice and quickly then. And on pole position is Jens Homan for T3 Esports. For T3 Esports. Second place is for Simsport GT3, so that's big for T3. They get a bonus point for pole position, so that could help them out. Year One Racing line up in third place with Mark Fletcher at the wheel. Great to see him back. Abruzzi Esports line up in fourth. Then it's Fury Simsport Silver, Nomad Sim Racing Black, Meraki Racing Blue, and 528 in eighth place, I believe, a new team. Then it is Simracersworld Red, who will not be taking the start. That's the Stewards car, I believe. Then behind that, it's Meraki Racing Black, G Drive Racing, Examia Porsche, Abruzzi Esports Cup are the three Porsche Cup teams today. Then it is Fury Simsport GT4, Fiercely Ford, and Abruzzi Esports. That is the GT4 cars. And then a lot of TCR cars today, which is great to see. Abruzzi Esports take pole position by a few 100ths of a second ahead of Texans, Fitstone, Motorsport, Apollo. Then it is Racing Centre Vib 3 Sports, T3 Esports Alpha, Fury Simsport TCR, 44 Racing, another new team in 21st. Result Clothing A team is in 22nd, and then Ian Roots. He is a bit of an attention seeker, safe to say. Signs up his own car, and he is in 23rd place as the last few teams are popping onto the grid right now.
Just a little story really quickly as we wait for the start to happen. I was in a TCR race with Damien Harris just a few days ago, one of the Pilot Challenge. He was so fast in the TCR that by the end of lap 1, he was asking the GT4 drivers at the back over the voice chat to kindly move out of his way. That was that was a thing that happened. Damien Harris, who's on pole for the TCRs today. Sorry,
I was
literally. Sorry, go on.
Oh well, I was just gonna say ahead of him is Ben Sharp, and I was racing against Sharp in that championship as well. In a GT4, he was in a TCR, and he was very quick as well. So he could see some issues right there as Jens Homan is rounding the final couple of corners. It's his choice when to go, and we are racing for 1,000 kilometers at Silverstone. Very close between second and third. Year One trying to get ahead straight away. Matthew Dorrington might lose out right here to Mark Fletcher, who nips down the inside into turn 1, and he does take second place. In the Porsches, taking a while to get going, is Tom Methel from Meraki Racing Black, but now he puts his foot down and he pulls away from G-Drive Racing in second place. Abruzzi Esports Cup in third. In the TCRs, Lewis Bibby is ahead of Abruzzi Esports TCR already, which is quite strange, considering that they did qualify ahead, did Abruzzi. So problems must have been for Damien Harris, and Lewis Bibby is taking the lead for Texans Fitstone Motorsport. But all the drivers back there are very close, with Oliver Ackerman in third place. T3 have been very strong this season. As we go to the front, and it's a very comfortable lead for the GT3 leaders. And in fact, Fury Simsport have got back ahead then of Year One Racing.
Yeah, pretty clean, pretty kind of straightforward start for most of the teams there. We did see Nicholas Rotti running pretty wide at the last corner, coming to the start-finish straight in the Audi GT3, and we just seen a quick shot there of Elisa McKee, who unfortunately went spinning off the circuit, but didn't look like she hit a wall. As we see, there's a Ferrari in the background, way back in the background there, spinning around on the grass. Not quite sure who that was.
Bob Boland. For Meraki Racing. It's horrendous when you've got such a long race, and it seems like we've already had an elimination. Overcorrects. No, he doesn't correct the car at all, and hard into the wall for Bod Boland. Toes back to the pits. What a shame that is. Cold tyres, of course, and he'll be kicking himself right there.
It's that cop's corner, isn't it? Oh, what a shame for him! What a shame for the team. Like you say, first lap on such a long race. You don't want that to be happening. But Cop's corner, I called it, didn't I? You asked me what corner I have problems with. It seems that Bod shares my sentimental value of that same corner.
Texans Pitstye, well, they're moving up and down a little bit at the moment on our timing screen, but I think it's resolved itself now. We've got T3 Esports. Oh, in fact, I think it was a mistake from Fiercely Forward, who are falling down the GT4s. What is going on right now with Fiercely Forward, who have now dropped behind T3, and Fierce Simsport GT4 as well are behind. Or in amongst the TCR cars, despite those two teams seemingly having a pace advantage in qualifying. So I expect it to be quite an issue this early on. They are trying to make their way back past, but very strange for these guys.
Did they grid in order of qualifying? Let me check very quickly from my above. Let's see. There's a GT4. No.
Yeah, they gridded ahead.
It looks like it, doesn't it? You see the Abruzzi on the left there, and the Bibby in second, just behind him on the right.
So they basically gridded not divided by class, but by qualifying time, maybe.
No, I think they were divided by classes. Yeah, because we saw the Abruzzi car with them, and they started ahead as well. So I don't know why they're falling behind straight off the start. But
maybe a slowdown. Did they run wide somewhere? Might have got a slowdown through the S's, something like that.
You can easily get a slowdown the moment you jump in the last corner. No, I've once got a slowdown before the start of the race here. Like running wide in the final corner during a rolling start to avoid carnage, has to be said. It was not intentional. It was not bad driving. And remember, now that I will get my new pedals very soon. There is, I'm going to be no match for anyone else. I'm going to be the best driver ever. That's going to give me at least the 5 seconds I'm missing to be a decent driver.
Yeah, might get 2K. You never know. Fingers crossed. Oh, as Arifag is off the circuit for 5.28, and he loses out to Fierce Simsport. So massive gaps already in the GT3 class. It's been a strange start. Wonder if, Marco, we could go back to TechSense Pitstone Motorsport on the start, because we're now getting some reports from Dan Farmer in the YouTube chat about how they waited for... they left a 15-second gap, whilst the other teams didn't, as I believe we are about to get that replay. Unfortunately, I can't see this. I'm not sure if Adam, maybe you can.
I can, but it's not the smoothest of image I'm looking at the moment. So Marco, we're relying on you.
Yeah, it was a big mess because they started all together, the TCR and the GT4s, and then on top of that, Luis Bibi's car disappeared. From the because of connection issues, I would imagine. So it was a bit of a mess. I don't know how the stewards will look into that, but yeah, it was a bit of a messy start in TCR and GT4. As Fletcher on the inside of Dorrington, he will jump up into second place overall.
Yeah, nice move right there from Mark Fletcher. They're keeping up with T3 as well, out in the lead. So this could be a very competitive race amongst those 3 teams. And Mark Fletcher, of course, team principal of Year On Racing, who has got many laudits for what he has done to that team. Pretty much everyone that you chat to from Year One has said how much they've helped them along. And certainly helping himself right now, saying the fast stuff of the race that last tour.
Year One did have quite a stable of drivers previously, didn't they? They had some good... Oh, who's this with issues? Hem.
The fan club isn't happy.
Hem? Yeah, big ruffle on the bonnet there. Let's see what happened. I don't see anyone else around. Maybe just dropped it on the exit. Oh, that's an odd one, isn't it?
It's a bit. I can't recall ever seeing a crash like that on iRacing.
No. That is definitely an odd one. Not usually with understeer or snap oversteer, you'll get more of a jerk reaction to that. As we see the 109 car going for a spin at turn 1 as well.
Poor good driving from maybe Sven Labe, perhaps, who was moving past, or maybe Rob Thiessen. Ryan Walker that was spinning for Nomad Racing.
See, on board with Sven. Was the first car to come into these. So he got the easy one. I think the other
I
one
think he was the one ahead.
Maybe it was Rob Thiessen. No. It will remain a mystery. So whoever was
Yes.
that, congratulations for the heads-up driving.
So the stewards at the moment are looking into the race start between the GT4s and the TCR, see who was at fault. So we might see some penalties dished out in a little while. Unique pit lane, this. Means that you don't lose quite as much time in the pits if you do get a penalty, if that's any silver lining to getting a penalty. We have seen some drivers cut the pit lane before, right at the end of the race to gain a few places. To them drivers, I do salute you for your creativity.
You copied the
I'll
Lilunga's
probably-
pit lane, huh? I mean, I'm a bit salty about that. You have the you go under the track, no? At the end of the pit lane, it is below the track level. In Vallelunga, at the pit entry,
yeah.
the pit entry goes below the track. It's quite a unique being there when I marshal and you see basically pit lane is at your feet and you have the track on top of you basically. Makes for pretty exciting moments when someone crashes into the pit wall, which yeah happened a couple of times in my marshalling career, and first time it happened I still remember launching myself to the floor action movie style, you know, after the explosion, and it was a meager electric smart car innocently coming into the wall, but right in front of me. So, you know, I hit the deck straight away. Oh man. Great fight
At least
here.
I
you're
in
not
might
the
get
front.
into a little bit of trouble, but when we came here with the TCRs, the ARL TCR season opener, a certain Mr. Alex Simpson might have taken the pit lane on his last qualifying lap, which might have gained him a couple of positions on the starting grid.
Ooh. Well, we
Yeah.
all know that those who work for Apex are crooks, so I am hardly surprised that the team principal of all people would do such a thing.
I'd say might have done. Like, I think he was on a good lap anyway, but I think it just helped just that little bit.
Rob Teaton is trying to... Well, he's not trying to anything. It's Ryan Walker is trying to get past Rob Teaton. Should have better run through this corner. You see the unique MotoGP, a little alternative line. Would love to see a couple more. Apologies for the flickering, by the way. Really ought to change that. Really ought to make a couple of new layouts available on this circuit, because we're missing the MotoGP layout, which has that alternative chapel corner, and then we are also missing the extra long national circuit where you do the entire Maggots and Beckett's and then go on to the second hairpin pretty much of the new part of the track. So iOS, if you're listening, you're probably not. You don't even listen to your own channel, so you won't be listening to us. Hopefully, please add that, because it would be a couple of nice elements.
I would love to have the Stowe racetrack. Very, very nice for
Yes.
smaller cars and some carnage, which is always nice. As finally Walker gets past Thiessen, so trying to come back after that spin. And I think also that maybe there is a rallycross layout here. Why do I say that? Do I remember wrongly? Probably.
Yeah, well, the Stowe turned into a rallycross layout, pretty much. So they must have scanned that, but I'm not sure if they have the rights. Apparently, like Codemasters has a little bit of a monopoly over many of those rallycross circuits in Europe. Hence why they can't do Barcelona either, even though you can like basically drive the rallycross circuit if you feel like it on Barcelona. They've modelled the jump and everything. You want to do that?
Luis Bibi is dropping again, and here is back once again on our cameras, so some connection issues for him. Podbolan still in the pits, unfortunately. I think he has left the server after the big crash.
He has.
Oh
It's
yeah, that's
getting
what I
a
was
little
saying about Fletcher earlier, didn't I? I was about to say how Year One had a decent stable of drivers before he got there, and yeah, he's just elevated them, hasn't he? He's brought in the amount of drivers they've actually taken on as well. They've really expanded, and they are looking quick in pretty much everything they race in now, aren't they?
got Year One TV as well, which is an awful channel. Don't check it out. We are much better. But
Oh,
no, I think
they
they're
use
doing a pretty good
SDK
job.
gaming, so they are good guys.
Yeah,
Bit of traffic.
I
for
do
the
have
leaders,
a video of one of their commentators, Dan Blake. I do have a video of him when he commentated on our Forza Motorsport League back in 2012.
wow.
Which was brilliant, yeah. Especially when you consider that it was all done on gamer tags back then. I won't tell you the tag that was in the race, but let's just say it wasn't the cleanest of names. And to hear him screaming it as he's going in for a move on turn one was absolutely brilliant.
Official confirmation that Bot Boland is out, thanks to Andrew Hopley in the chat. At the same time, I see that Fiercely Forward gained 1 second on Fury in GT4. I hate to leave this fight here, and I will stay with this for a second, I think, because we have these interesting moments of lapping traffic. TCRs, of course, the first of the classes to be lapped. That's very, 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 very tight, as you can see, but thankfully it's a very wide racetrack, as we said many times, as making their way past that was Philip Eckert sitting in 4th place. Ryan Walker with another issue. I think this is a bigger issue, unfortunately, than the one he had earlier. I think he has called it a day, or at least he has to back to the pits. He's not feeling comfortable with that car, I think, unfortunately, is Ryan. And that will be, I think, this for the time being, it for his charge back to get back into the proper GT3 pointy end of the field.
He has disconnected by the session from the session, by the way. As it's close. Year One for a moment got past, but T3 managed to get back past again. Running a little bit wide though is Homan, and Fletcher might have his best chance yet into Stowe corner. No defense put up by Homan at the moment, and Fletcher just lifting out of the throttle, seemingly not wanting to go for it into that corner as they reach a couple more TCRs. That is the Abruzzi TCR, and then also the Fitstowe one as well, as Fletcher's gone down the inside. There is Texans as well, and there is contact between T3 and Texans Fitstowe Motorsport. However, Homan was just about staying ahead. That was very risky, but it's paid off for him.
Some great driving there from Fletcher, to be honest, wasn't it? As soon as he realised that they'd caught the Fittside car just in front, yeah, he just backed out of it and just tucked back in behind afterwards. But yeah, that was got a bit dicey, didn't it? Such early on to be doing that kind of thing. We're only 16 minutes in. Yeah, that could have ended badly for everyone involved, but fortunately it didn't, and they're all still going.
Matthew
I do
Dorrington
wonder how
was-
long. Sorry, just wondering how long he, if he wants to sit behind, maybe save some fuel. There's going to be plenty of pit stops, so maybe that could be a thing. Might be why he's not rushing to get past.
Yeah, perhaps. How usually we get 5 stops in this championship. That would kind of make sense. Last time out at Spa, it was relatively comfortable in terms of fuel. I imagine this will be a comfortable 5-stop, I believe. We'll wait to see. To be fair, they have changed the fuel consumption levels since then. You would have probably experienced that in World GT, I imagine. Adam, how much has the change affected the cars?
Quite a bit, to be honest. It's turned the McLaren into a drivable car. I now drive no GT3 other than the McLaren because it's so much fun. But yeah, all of them are a little bit trickier, I think. Aside from the Macca, their first lap is a little bit dicey and everything. You do really have to wait for your tyres to come in before you can start pressing on. But yeah, I think it's just great across all of the cars that we now run it with. It's livens up the first couple of laps for sure. After that, it's just all about management, how well you can look after your tyres and how well you can look after your car, because obviously there's some cars with new damage models as well that really punish you for little dinks and donks. So it's good all round, I think. I don't know how realistic it is. I've never driven a real well-tracked car, so I don't know how they all stack up and compare. But in my eyes, it's brilliant. As is that T3 Esports livery, by the way. I do like that. It's not quite as colourful as the boosted cars that I run in, but look at all that little spray all up and down the sides, all different colours. I like that very much.
I remember, I think it was Dinners with Racers, or some championship had bonus points for the best livery, which I would support. Euro V8s actually have had that in the past, where they've had one round where everyone has to run an alternative livery, and whoever, and there's like a little competition on the side
That
of
was the themed
championship.
one, wasn't it? Didn't they have to do it to a certain theme or to a sponsor or something?
Ooh, I'm not sure. But that sounds great, yeah. That sounds like a great idea. Maybe
No, I recall you.
Then we'll add that for next season.
Maybe. I recall you commentating on it. I'm sure that's what. Sure, that was what the thing was. That it was. They had to theme their livery one-off to incorporate the colours of the sponsor, or to show off the sponsor, or something along those lines. I'm pretty sure that's what you said. That was a while ago now, so I'm not entirely sure.
Continental Tire livery, because it was a sponsor of the series. I remember, for example, the Euro V8s did that round where they themed their liveries on the armed forces. That was absolutely fantastic for Remembrance Day.
Oh yeah.
There were some fantastic liveries in that round that I didn't commentate on, incredibly.
Was that Sebring?
Yes, I was.
I was away as well.
Yeah, I was at the. I was at the WWE event here in Rome. Yeah. So. I like my wrestling. Come on.
I'm trying to think where I would have been. I'm not quite sure.
Tennis,
to be honest.
probably.
We haven't. Maybe, but if it was in Remembrance Day, I don't think there would be that much around that time of year. So
well, there is ATP Finals. I don't know if you've ever been there.
Not recently, 2011.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that's going to your country soon. It's going to Milan, I think.
Wasn't like the Fed Cup or something?
But that was in March, I think. I went to that. So mystery.
Oh.
Also, I'm impressed that you know what the Fed Cup is.
I'm a big tennis fan, and also I can tell you that we have 3 TCR cars will have to serve a penalty for jumping the start. Now, which 3 of them we will know very soon. As we say hello to Michael Evdoka in the chat. We'll have to keep an eye on the pit lane indicator on the bottom of your screen. It will soon enough flash with the numbers and the names of the drivers who are jumping into the pits. And of course, you can also keep track of that on the left side of your screen to see who is going to jump into the pits and serve this penalty, which will certainly open up the race for the rest of the drivers, of course.
So, looks as though Texans Pitstop Motorsport are going to come into the pits, but maybe they were just taking that racing line towards the pits, and maybe our system wrongly predicted that. Oh no, I think he dropped out as well.
Yeah,
maybe that was
Abruzzi,
why.
Texans, and T3 probably. 308,
Yeah.
388, and 411. Okay, the top three.
So
Ooh.
you might see Vib3 Sports in the lead of this race in a bit. Should be. So did you say it's 10-second stop go?
No, it's a drive-through.
Okay, so it should cost them 15 seconds.
That should bring them out. If we take Fitzstar at the front, then that should come out in third place on the track behind 6B3 Sports and 44 Racing. Or 40 Racing.
Yeah, I think so. Probably best to leave it as long as possible, I guess, now that they got a little bit clearer. T3 Esports Alpha in third place. Bit underwhelming at the moment for them. Oliver Ackerman driving that car. Now, has he got any teammates this week? I think he does. I can't see it properly, but I'm pretty sure he does have some teammates today. He has Borgerhaus, I think.
No, Freiburghaus is teammate to Eckert.
Freiburg.
Niederhagen. Julian Niederhagen is the
yes.
teammate for this one, by the looks of it, on the entry list.
Yes, driver who just signed up for the championship. I just got him earlier today into the entry list on the overlay, so he will be correctly assigned to his class when he jumps in the car, which is a big relief, if you ask me, because of course now as the pit cycle will begin, we might have some new faces in new places, or some new faces full stop. And so I will have to go quiet for a bit as I try to, because you will see probably for a second like a TCR car leading the way, and that will be just some pesky drivers jumping ship from car to car in between races. So these leaders in TCR are still staying out. Let's jump back into our GT3 leaders. And at the same time, you see the situation has been the same for the past few laps now. Oman and Fletcher are there. And Dorrington is waiting in the wings. Just a few seconds back, 1.5 seconds back from second place. And having a perfect view of this battle going on at the front. And, you know it's a long race, enjoying his time at the front of the field. And just waiting to make his move.
I've got a fun question for you two. What car do you think is the loudest according to iRacing? On the defaults, with no mic changes whatsoever to the camera settings, what car do you think is the loudest out of the GT3s?
Oh, out of the GT3s?
Yep.
I'm going to say the Audi.
Okay, so he's going Audi. What are you going for, Marco?
Judging by the cars I've heard in real life, and I've heard, well, all of this bar from the BMW, I'd say the Audi.
That's what I would have gone for. It's the Merc.
No,
The
impossible.
Merc is unbelievably loud according to iRacing. I don't know why. I don't know if that's the way that they do the settings. Maybe they made a mistake. But I had to turn down the Merc by, I think, 8 decibels. Whereas the other cars were only by about 4 decibels. It was significantly louder. I mean, if I go to the settings now on my screen, minus... or the BMW was -4. I believe the Merc was -8. So shockingly loud for some sorts of reason. This was a mistake from Arafag, and he has stayed in 6th place, I believe, after that as the BMW driver for
Yes.
528.
I mean, every
Looked like
time...
he just carried a...
so no, go ahead, Adam.
So I was going to say, it looked like he carried too much speed there, just too eager to get through the S's. Just lost the rear end. Oh, as you see, the leaders of the TCRs coming to serve their penalties. I was going to say, I heard just a short moment ago, the race control did radio the cars to tell them exactly what they needed to do coming through the pit. So they're fully aware that they're not allowed to take any kind of car service. They just have to drive through and serve the penalty that way.
Marco, unfortunately, completely missing the pit lane camera. I designed a pit lane camera specifically for this. Well, that's one of them. The other one is better. So next time someone comes into the pit lane, Marco, have your finger at the ready. As Racing Centre Vib 3 Sports have taken the lead. 44 Racing are in second place, a complete turnaround. Texan Silverstone Motorsport, former leaders, down into third position now.
Going back to my point earlier, when I went to the 24 Hours of Spa a few years ago, and of course World Cup of Motorsport Games, the Nations Cup that they had in November in Vallelunga, the Audi is, and of course the Lamborghini at the same time, they are absolutely distinguishable even from a distance. Among the GT3 cars, it's very pronounced, this very high pitched sound, as the number 4 or 5 who just came out in front of the TCR leaders, I think made a mistake here. That is the 13. Let's see what happened here, just a bit wide, and that grass, of course, being like ice, almost collecting Edward Mader. Of course, the Ferrari 458 had a unique sound in the GT version, a bit less powerful, but still very recognizable in the GT3 version. Of course, with the it was limited in the power output in the GT3 version, in the rev limiter count. But it was pretty distinguishable. The 488, it's good sound, but not as good as the 458 in my opinion. And yeah, I also, they are all beautiful cars, these GT3 cars, but nothing comes close to my favorite GT3 car, which is the Acura NSX GT3, which was a pleasure to see up close in Vallelunga in November. It's absolute thing of beauty of a GT3 car, and it was quite striking with the livery they had, with the official Honda team being there. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, plenty of GT3 cars which would be brilliant to add on iRacing. Any GT3 cars that you think should be on iRacing, let us know in the chat. 40 people watching at the moment, so thanks for tuning in.
I don't understand why people ask for the Lamborghini in iRacing. It's a beautiful looking car, don't get me wrong, but I mean, effectively inside is just an Audi R8. The outside shape is different, but everything else is exactly the same to the Audi R8. So that doesn't make sense.
I think that's why people want it, though, because it's just an easy shell over the top, isn't it? It's just an alternate. As we have a bit of a late lunge from T3 at the end of the straight there, wasn't it? Yikes! Fletcher having to come around the outside. He's not going to be happy with that. But yeah, with the Huracan, you can just literally drop the shell on top of it. I think that's why so many people want it, because yeah, it'd just be a different car, different badge, isn't it? Just something different to drive.
Which, it was, as I always say to Sam, this is exactly what you can do with the TCR, because you could very easily get the Cupra, and you can get the Golf TCR, which are the exact same car as this Audi. The Audi has got a little bit longer rear end, but we're talking about centimeters. But apart from that, they are exactly the same car in TCR version, and I think also in real life. So yeah, basically, if you want some more body shapes in TCR, you just scan the outside of the Cupra end of the Golf. And there you go, two new cars.
Will be interesting to see what effect the situation has on the cars which arrive to iRacing. I imagine we're going to have a bit of a lag in terms of the circuits and the cars which are released. Shouldn't be too bad for the next few months, but then of course they're going to kind of dry up. Hopefully, they will encourage them to model all the British circuits that they've scanned over the years. I think they confirmed that they scanned Rockingham in the UK. Of all the circuits, that would be brilliant, seeing that place is not a thing anymore. For them to add that. And Croft, I think I heard they scanned, so get on with it, iRacing. You can't scan anything new, so go through your back catalogue and model all of those tracks.
Battle for the lead in GT3 and battle for the lead in TCR overlapping each other, as Eckert is defending from Perry, and at the same time you can see Oman made a little bit of a mistake there going around the TCR cars and went a bit wide, therefore bringing Fletcher and Dorrington closer to him, as Dorrington goes wide there. You can see as soon as the traffic situation clears itself, Dorrington loses a bit of gap compared to the top two drivers in his class. Jump on board with Perry. Look at the absolute fantastic concentration of this driver.
Going through the Maggots and Beckett's complex there in a TCR isn't as fun as rallying a rear-wheel drive through there. I can tell you that much. It's still a great complex. It always will be. No matter what you drive through there, it's going to be an experience to cherish. But yeah, in a front-wheel TCR, it's all about waiting and not pushing on as you'd like to do. It's a little bit frustrating, but it's something that you just have to put up with in a front-wheel drive car, I guess. I do wonder what these two are going to be doing with 6B3 Sports at the front and 4040 Racing, whether or not they're going to battle too much, bearing in mind that you've got the original front three starting to close the gap on them now after serving their penalties. Not sure they've got the pace to stay in front for a massive amount of time, but if they start fighting, of course, that will speed up the chase considerably, as we see that Fletcher's got in front in the GT3 class now. Not sure when that happened, but he's managed to get his way past Jens Hommen. We see Dorrington again, like you said, Marco, with the traffic. Dorrington seems to close up the gap. Something chronic, as we see coming onto the back straight there. Real beautiful run from Fletcher. Got the car hooked up nice and early and just boxed Hommen in. That's very clever driving from Fletcher there, isn't it? Just boxing Hommen in behind the Porsche and using the clear track to his advantage.
Yeah, pretty much nothing that Jens could do in retaliation on that occasion. And it is Mark Fletcher who leads this race. Top three now separated by 0.8 of a second. Look at this though. Top four in the TCR class separated by about 0.8 of a second again, with Racing Centre VIB3 Sports leading the way, 40-40. Well, it's only a matter of time, you feel, until they are overtaken. T3 Esports Alpha having a tricky day. Oliver Ackerman has won comfortably, being the class of the field, I think is the best way to put it, in the last two rounds, but a bit distant today, seemingly after being so strong at Spa. Bibby having to go to the outside now. And he wraps it around the outside of Perry. That was a great move from the Fitstyle Motorsport driver. And Harris, I think, will be pretty quick past as well. Might even have a chance into turn one. Eckhart will lead a lap once again for Racing Centre. However, I think it's going to be relatively short-lived. Just behind them, you see side by side for third and fourth. Harris does get ahead. So Abruzzi Esports up into 3rd position now. And he needs to try to catch up straight away to Bibby, who is lining this one up against Eckhart. Just getting the cut back into those couple of hairpins, and it looks like he's got a good run going onto the Wellington Straight.
Can I just say, Sam, I'm loving the camera shot that you've got that heads down into the final chicane as we see Bibby having a look. He's making the move at the end of the Wellington Straight there, getting himself back to the lead. Once what Harris, he's thought about having a look, didn't he? Thought about it. He's just going to tuck in behind as we go onto the old start-finish straight. But yeah, the camera as they go towards that last chicane, the one that's on the gantry, I'm guessing, it just shows the cars hurtling towards the left-hander. It's amazing that they get it slowed down, but a great camera shot. I love that one.
Thank you very much. I think I've worked with Marco now doing these cams for 1 year, and he's never said something that nice to me. And yet you have just made me feel all warm inside. So thank you for that.
This is completely false, and there is a long history of broadcasts we did together where I said that your cameras are beautiful. Including, I think, the last broadcast we did together, that was the Wednesday. So, when I said that you had put Steve and Dale in the TV2 shot on the start-finish line and you didn't even notice it.
It's true, yeah. I do not know where they are around this place. Anyone who does know, let us know in the chat. Might have to check out the iRacing forum. The search for Steve and Dale on the general and off-topic forums. Oh, as getting held behind his own teammate there is Mateus Tem. And he's under massive pressure now from Nicholas Rotzi, who actually made a mistake on that last lap, did Rotzi. He lost this place 1 lap ago.
This is how it happened.
Oh, good move. Also running the Apex Racing TV banner there on his windshield. It's the old logo, but thanks for that one.
Oh yeah, look at that. Didn't even notice it. That
It's taken us 5 rounds to notice it, to be honest.
Yeah, also that Mercedes missing the number plate. So has smartly concealed his number so to avoid the wrath of the stewards. As here we go, Rotti comes back at him again. Oh, 3 wide with the TCR car there. And they all survive. It's a fantastic pass by Nicolas Rotti, and he goes back into 4th position. Beautiful stuff.
I have to admit, I got a bit nervous with that one. That was very tight, wasn't it? Rotti, I don't know whether you gentlemen are aware, used to be technically still is a boosted driver. He has represented the boosted team on various occasions in various races. So we're quite used to seeing the young Belgium guy on track. Nice chap is Rotti, I have to say.
Has he driven a whole lot of GT3s as far as you're aware?
I think that's his kind of go-to. I think he does enjoy the GT3s more. As you've probably seen, we're more of the touring car kind of group, but he's definitely into the GT cars more. We did see as we're looking at Harris, who just tucked up behind Bibby. We did see lap ago that Harris did get the move done for 2nd place, and now he's right on the rear bumper of Bibby. I don't see this battle ending anytime soon. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if it continues like this all the way to the end of the race.
So far this season, we've seen 2nd place the place to be in these battles for the TCR lead. Save a bit of fuel, and really does help you out later on. However, if you make a mistake, of course, and you lose that draft, then you can potentially allow your rival to kind of scamper away, so track position can have its benefits as well.
Oh,
as getting past the guys is the battle for P3.
so there's been an overtake there again. Let's see how it happened. But
Has there been an overtake?
I think that
Yeah, Rotti's back behind.
yeah. Maybe traffic had a part to play in this. Another dive,
Hey.
this time by Matthias Stem, and he gets back in front.
How strange. Maybe a slowdown?
I think with that hairpin, it's one that we saw quite a lot in the TCR racing. You can surprise your competitors by literally throwing one up the inside. The braking zone is so big there because you have to slow down so much for the left-hander that that was a big old wiggle there, wasn't it? Big old wiggle from Sharp just ahead. Blimey.
Oh, that was one of the GT Cup cars almost collecting the two GT4 leaders. Oh, and now this happens with the car behind. So Louis
careful.
Senk gets collected by Rob Thyssen, as Ben Sharp was almost collected by, I think that was Van Leib a few corners earlier, and this breaks up this fantastic fight in GT4. The gap goes up to 8 seconds, and hopefully Lewis and Robert don't have any damage to speak of.
He just came in way too far back, was Rob. Yeah, that gap was always going to close, and I wonder if there'll be a penalty as well. But they nearly made contact for a second time, but fortunately for both of them, I doubt they'll have too much damage. Shame, because that's split up this battle for the lead in GT4s.
I don't know whether he was listening to me saying, "Oh, you can surprise your competitors by throwing up the inside." You have to be a little bit closer than that for it to work. You can't throw it that far from that far back.
So 45 minutes into this race, if we, well, oh dear, I'm gonna have to do maths. Here we are. So,
Uh-oh.
oh, I don't like maths. 28 laps? Is that what they need to get to? 107. Okay, I've got a calculator out, as literally everyone else in this entire planet has got as well. If you own a phone, 170 divided by 6 is 28.3. So you want to get to lap 28 or 29 and then pit. If you can do that, then you'll only have a 5-stop. Sorry, yeah, 5-stop, yep. So watch out for that. They need to do another 5 laps. That'll be close for the GT3s. Should be easy enough for these TCRs. They usually go just over an hour, I believe.
I think that might even be longer now since the iRacing done the fuel tweaks. We noticed yesterday in the Suzuka 12 hours that you had to pit for tyres before you needed to come in for fuel. You could go that long. Your tyres would wear out before your fuel tank would. So I'll be interested to see how far these cars can actually go. Because, yeah, now they are incredibly economical. I think in the Thursday Night League, we're only running about 6 gallons, something like that, for a 20-minute race, with a little bit to spare. So these guys should go a long way into this race.
Fletcher pulled a little bit away. Seemed to be edging up that gap slightly. Lost 0.3 of a second though, that last tour. Gap's down to 0.2. With Jens Heimer certainly in passing range. Matthew Doynton, how well has he done? I say how well he's done, that's a little bit patronising, considering that they are the championship leaders across Free Simsport. Meanwhile, their teammates, Free Simsport Silver, have got a couple of podiums, I believe, this season. They have been re-overtaken by Nicholas Rotzi for Abruzzi. And Rotzi would like to finally put this battle to bed and start pulling away.
Pet peeve time. But if you have Fury Simsport Silver, shouldn't the other team be called Fury Simsport Gold or Bronze or Platinum? Sorry. It's a pet peeve of mine.
Why not silver though? Surely the other. Oh, so the other one should be called gold. Yes, I see
Yes.
that. Yep. No, you're
Would that
absolutely
not
right.
suggest like that the one car is better than the other though?
I think that there's that indication anyway, though, when you got a silver team.
Oh!
Ooh.
Wow.
Oh dear.
Oh,
Go skateboarding.
all of the curbs.
Is that rear wing bent? Or is it just me?
Yes.
It is for
Yes.
me. How did he get that damage earlier on? He hit a wall, didn't he?
Yes.
Oh,
maybe-
he crashed at the last corner.
Maybe he got also a hit in the back. I mean, he also hit with the back of his car in the wall. Even though I don't remember, but you know, that rear wing is so fragile and so easy to get this awful damage. That hopefully, I mean, the new damage model. Once you have it, it's tough to go back. And unfortunately, of course, due to limitations. TCR and GT4 are using the old damage model in this championship instead of because you know we have also cars with the old damage model, so iRacing you know rightfully has to pick one or the other in these multi-class races, and this makes these cars even more of a. I mean, the GT4 car, even with the new damage model active, seems like a tank to me. I see. I've commented. You know, it's all the rage as of late. The GT4. I've commented on many series with this car lately, and they are absolutely indestructible. As a result, Claudine car is going for a little bit of. Oh no!
Ooh.
Collision with the number, the fifth place car. No, yes, the fifth
Yeah.
place car of Matthias Stem. As we have Rob Thyssen, I think, tagged with a penalty. He was under investigation, drive-through penalty for the number 13 of Rob Thyssen.
I think that's fair enough. So, seems to lose, actually, the T3Rs earlier on about 20 seconds. So, yeah, 20 seconds lost for Thiessen here. And he's got a long way to catch back up to the race leaders in that class. Sven Labe in the 202 car. This is what happened to Roger Morton a moment ago, going off the circuit, driving very strangely. However, he seems to be alright.
Yeah, it just looked like he missed his braking a touch there, didn't he? But no harm, no foul. Back underway.
I like that he has, I think his teammate, judging by the livery, will be Carl Hardy, judging by the absolutely enormous Carl lettering all over the car. Could have saved a little bit of space for his teammate.
Oh,
Why
he's
is it
even
on
got it
the
on the
other
front
side?
banner as well, look.
It's everywhere. 5 to 8 in the pits, number 1 to 1.
Wonder what
Got the
5 to 8
15-minute
means.
mark.
5 to 8, yeah, I think it's in honor of my road eye rating.
Oh, really? Also, did you use the pit lane camera that time, Marco?
I only
I
have
don't
these
think
two
he
pit
did.
lane cameras. Remember,
No, but I
have
think it changes when someone comes into the pits. I think it changes from one camera to another.
but did you use the default pit lane camera to overwrite that, or another extra pit lane
Yeah.
camera did you create? Okay.
No, yeah, I overwrote it.
Okay, so
Overwrote it? Overwrote it?
overwritten? Well, yeah.
Is writ a word?
No,
I writ.
It
there's
it
a
is
verb
if-
to write.
well, you can also give people writs, which is like an order for products, for example. So, like,
Ooh,
if I wanted you to make me some candles, some nice scented candles, because we all like those, I could give you a writ, which would give you basically an order for making them.
Okay.
Is this camera supposed to change? Why am I still looking at the pit lane complex?
Are you on pit lane 2 or pit lane 1?
Pit lane, and that's it.
Is that the only one?
No, you have pit lane and
Okay,
pit lane 2.
So when someone comes into the pit lane next, go to pit lane. Because I think you're... Oh, here we go. Pit lane, pit lane, pit lane, pit lane, pit lane. Oh, no, it doesn't even work. Oh, no. Oh, what's gone on here?
That's
pit
my
lane
fault.
2?
Pit lane 2. Let's see. Oh, beautiful. It
Oh,
did
come on.
change.
You don't have to say it like that.
It did change.
Oh, alright. I may have made a mistake there.
No, it might be because I haven't updated the camera component on the overlay. Therefore, maybe it's a special camera you created.
No, I overwrote the other one. Oh dear, I'll work on that.
I don't know why I still
We
trust
had the-
you after the debacle of Bathurst. Where is the car?
They were lovely cameras, alright, Marco? They look stunning. And yet you go and criticize them. They looked really good. Jens Homan is out of the pits. He hasn't made lap 28, which is a bit scary. However, we wait to see how long the others can go instead. Look at that camera. It's a lovely camera. And
They
that
are
one.
beautiful cameras.
Really good. Apart from the flickering. Apologies for that. Just don't pay attention to it. Now that I've pointed out that all the banners may flicker, you won't be able to not see it from now on. The lead has opened up a little bit. So Mark Fletcher for Year 1 Racing is a little bit further ahead now of Jason Spot. Gap is up to 1.8 seconds. Don't take any notice of what it's telling you on the time tower. That is 1.7 seconds at the moment between those two after they got a little bit held up, the Dorrington and Homan. And this one seems like Harris is very content to stay behind. Of course, these... Does Bibby drive in the AOLTC Championship, Ad?
He does, I think, but he's not a regular, if I recall.
Okay.
That camera there, Sam. Oof.
Oh, okay,
Lovely.
you like that one, do you?
Yeah, that's the one. But as we've seen with Bibby in anything that he drives, he's right at the front usually, isn't he? He could drive a flip flop round here, and he would still be quick. He is good, and yeah, like you say, Harris just content sitting behind. They're pulling a massive gap to the guys behind. So yeah, fuel conservation for Harris, and just letting Bibby do all the hard work, I guess.
Ollie Slade, how dare he criticise our commentating for saying that we're not paying attention to this. Of course we are now. I'm sure that's why Marco has paid a bit more attention to it. But basically this is what we're saying. I mean, there's not going to be any change anytime soon because Harris wants to save a bit of fuel. Not be any point in overtaking. So he'll probably stay here.
Overtake is coming in 5 seconds. Like I give it 5 seconds before there is an attack from Harris.
Nah, he won't. He won't. I'm putting my integrity on the line here. Harris will not overtake for at least 10 minutes.
Ooh, that's a bold claim. As Ollie has also pointed out in the chat, Year 1 do drive flip flops around here.
They do. Have you got your pair yet, Marco?
I don't know what to get. Graham is insisting that I don't want to abuse of their kindness, but I also don't know what to have written on the flip flops and the colors. So I'm a bit undecided. But yeah, I'll get mine.
Speaking of Year 1,
Here they come
Fletcher in the
pits.
pits from the lead.
So Dorrington.
Yeah, he did get them. So Fletcher got to lap 28 then, so that's all right. Should be able to pull off a 5-stop. That's in that case. But Beeson Sport managing to go a bit further. I guess Dorrington. A little bit surprising. Oh yeah, of course Dorrington was in third place for the whole time, wasn't he? So he's saving fuel behind the top two. So that does make sense. Whereas Fletcher led a few laps and Homan led a few laps. Fiercely forward off the circuit after already spinning round earlier on. And they have gone off, and that opens up the gap to VA Simsport GT4 to over 20 seconds.
What a jinx from Dane Bird in the chat.
Oh, he just lit up the rears. So easily done in this car as well. Quite considerable damage on the front left too. Look at that.
Yeah. Now, easy crabbing.
Car still looks fabulous though.
Like, this is one of the best liveries that we have, I think.
Oh, that's a lot of crabbing.
A bit of wobble as well. Look at that.
Very long stop.
Yes, I
for
agree
year
with you,
one,
Marco.
Huh? Very long stop for year one.
Taking tyres,
Okay.
I imagine. So they are... Say... Ooh, how far behind are they?
1 minute and 28.
Who were they batting before? They were batting T3, weren't they?
Moment of little bit of panic there as BB went wide, letting that GT Porsche Cup car by. Fury Sinsport are in the pits. Harris didn't bite. He maybe had half a chance to go there, as Jens Soman is slicing his way through the traffic, and Matthias Stem is with issues. He's got issues.
Oh, fuel?
Has he run out of fuel? Yeah.
Oh, no.
Let's jump on board with him. I guess you're right.
Yeah, fuel. It's times like that you wish your teammate is around and can give you the call to say you haven't got enough for one more lap. It's a shame as well, he was running well, wasn't he? Comfortably in third. Maybe not quite the pace of the front two, but yeah, that's put paid to all of that hard work now.
11 minutes of repairs for the GT4 car of Fiercely Forward. A big shame. So Jens Soman, here he is, as Fury Simsport are about to come out of the pits. The GT3 car, the Fury Simsport GT3. Dorito, so Fletcher jumps him.
Well.
Yeah, 1 minute 50 stop. Nicolas Rotti is in the pits as well. And we have neglected a bit the battle in Porsche Cup race so far. I mean, a big talking point has been, of course, the penalty to Rob Thyssen, who jumps into the pits. Will he give the wheel to his teammate, or will he stay in there? I think he is staying in the car before giving the wheel to Steve Clays then. Which I don't know if Adam knows it, but has been elected sexiest man alive for 2020. Steve Clays.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I will need to see photographic evidence of this.
Oh, there will be during when he jumps in the car. He has the best driver picture in the history of Apex Racing TV. As result clothing goes in. Here they go.
Oh, I don't know. Have you seen Derek Holland's picture? He's a very, very happy man. I love Derek Holland's picture.
Honestly, all the happiness you could ever hope for is stored within that man's mouth. Absolutely lovely smile he's got.
I'm not sure I totally agree with how you just explained the happiness in his mouth, but okay. Let's just go with it. That description.
That wouldn't be far away from the national gallery, yeah, that description of a have I gone a bit too far?
Pit stop
There are
situation
tears.
then.
There are literal tears.
As you can see, most of the drivers are still with no stops. Especially, of course, GT4 and TCR can go a long way, as we've seen, and we were talking about that earlier. But I think pit stop is more or less due for them. Of course, some cars, for example, where are they? Rob Thiesen's car, they in reality went twice. The F1 graphics, like the official F1 graphics, they have this little quirk, if you remember from, I think it was China last year or 2 years ago, that when a driver comes in the pits and out of the pits, it automatically counts this as a stop, even if it's just a passage through the pit lane. But not SDK Gaming. That's one thing we do better than the F1 graphics, because the stop means that the car has actually stopped in his pit stall, so that the drive-thrus that these guys have taken are not counting. But yeah, for example, Rob Thiessen is in his second passage through the pit lane, and of course, as you can see, he is I think one lap down. But of course, here comes Tom Mettrel to stop from the lead of his class. And Sven Leebe should follow relatively soon. He is 32 seconds behind. As you can see, massive fight in TCR, of course, both for the lead. Oh, Harris went past.
Oh dear. Well, that's my integrity gone out the window, isn't it? I think that was maybe within 10 minutes. Harris has got past then. Was this a deliberate move, or has Bibby lifted off? To be fair, it seems as though Harris wanted to get past. Maybe wants to get past and then pull away before the pit stops come around.
Oh, big drama in the Porsche Cup.
Oh, and what's happened to Miraki Black? They are in the pit, so they've just come into the pit. So Abruzzi Esports Cup will take the lead, but by not as big a margin as they'd hoped. Here is Miraki then.
No, this is nothing, sorry. What happened to Sven Leebe?
Still a bit of a weird line from them. Ah, this was with year one. Is there going to be contact? No.
Oh, steady.
Sorry, Sam, I'm trying to look for the car you are reporting of what were you, Meraki? No.
Miraki just came into the pits, yeah.
Yes.
For a scheduled stop, I
Yes.
guess. Fuel isn't quite lasting quite as long as I thought it would do, as he comes out of the pits, tries not to do a Grosjean.
So Abruzzi needs to stop in Porsche Cup, of course. They are the last car to take to the pit lane, as they are going through this TCR traffic at the moment. Now, I am told, I don't know how this is possible, that Ian Roots passed Sebastian Eberer in my live timing. I don't know, maybe they passed each other on the way to the beer container in the steward's room.
By the way, so the TCR should be in about 10 minutes, I imagine. In the GT3, it's a strange strategy being used by T3 Esports. So they've currently got a 44-second lead. That's not just tyres. So Fletcher and Dorrington seemingly took a full tank and tyres. Meanwhile, Homan, as we see Abruzzi Esports Cup come in from the lead of the Porsche Cup class, Homan didn't take all the fuel. He only took 20 seconds of fuel. So he's committing to a 6-stop rather than a 5-stop. I'll be, 7 stints instead for Homan. So expect Homan into the pits relatively soon for T3 Esports. I doubt he'll be able to last another 15 minutes or so. So, interesting strategy from those guys.
You're absolutely right. Look at that, 20 seconds. Yeah.
Usually with endurance races, you try to cut it down either into how whether it's fuel limited, tire limited, or whether you just want to cut it down into time segments and go against the mainstream strategy. But it's such a long time in this one. I really can't see anything beyond how long your tires can last. It might be that they're taking a little bit less fuel so that when they get to that kind of critical point of your tires, they're ready to come in for a pit where they can take more fuel and tires at the same time, rather than having them offset. They're trying to kind of group them together, maybe. Interesting stuff, though.
Yeah. Remember, they came into the pits quite early. They came into the pits on lap 26. And to get to the end of the race on a 5-stop, you got to get to lap 28. So I think they're being pushed on fuel, whether or not they can do a 5-stop. And so basically just saying, all right, we're not even going to try. We're just going to do a 6-stop and not have to fuel save at all. And this will be basically our short stop. And then all the other stops will pretty much be full stints. So I'm really liking this from Homan and T3, because it kind of puts them on a route that they're not in the middle of two strategies. They're committing to one strategy, and now they can properly go fast to the end of the race. So I think this could work really well for them. They are also lapping very quick at the moment. Jens Homan has been the fastest driver on track for the past couple of laps. Of course, do check out the live timing in the link just below in the description. Click on that, and then you can see all the lap times for all the drivers, the gaps between the drivers, and really importantly, in a race like this, when they came into the pits, how many pit stops they've made, and also their length of time in the pits as well. So certainly do check that out in the description.
Wonder how much longer these guys are going to be going. This is the biggest point of intrigue for me at the moment. I know that the TCR can go a very long way on fuel, but I'm interested to see how far they can go. Especially now they've switched round. We know that Harris would have been doing a fair amount of fuel saving behind Bibby. He did eventually get past, and now Bibby, he doesn't want to lose touch of him, does he? But at the same time, maybe he wants to save a little bit of fuel now as well.
Yeah, expect Harris to go a couple of laps longer, probably 1 lap longer than Bibby. This was a move for Oliver Ackermann. That's got a little bit faster as the laps have gone past. Remember, got a penalty earlier on, and he's finally been able to get past Philip Eckhart for 3rd position in that class. So T3, well, they're still 18 seconds off the lead. So much slower than what Ackermann has kind of been for the other rounds. Maybe just not quite being able to put the amount of time into that setup, because usually he's kind of got 4/10 on everyone else. Today he seems to be lacking 4/10 on everyone else. So strange day for him. Here is Rob Thiessen moving past the G drive. Both taken the same amount of stops, him and Angus Hu. However, Thiessen did of course get a penalty earlier on, so just recovering. Is now 53 seconds off the lead though.
Angus making his debut in the championship, just taking over the wheel. I think the first driver change of the day that we had, unless I'm very much mistaken. Jumps into the thick of the fight of this small but very, very competitive Porsche Cup class. Tom Metterl now with a massive gap at the front, but I mean, we cannot look past the G-Drive Racing Eximia Porsche guys. Of course, I immediately spotted in the pre-race formalities the different team name, but you know, familiar livery of this team, and of course I immediately hypothesized that this was due to you know, one of Rev Match drivers, Job Van Uitert, which is of course driving for G-Drive in the WEC. And remember that I have a piece of a car that he collided with in Vallelunga, and not this car crashed into the wall at the last corner, and I've got a nice bit of the side pod of this BWT, so I can pretend it's a bit of a Force India car, even though it's a Formula 4. And yeah, so basically, Steve Clays told me that in the chat that they are rebranding from Rev Match to this new Eximia team, and G-Drive, of course, Racing is the real life team of Job Van Uitert. So expecting some new liveries for this team. And this keeps in tradition, and you know this very well, Sam. We know this very well. This team has got a history of instability with team names and liveries. But I have to say that every time they outdo each other with how beautiful their liveries are. So, and I know that G-Drive has got a beautiful orange car in the WC, if I'm not mistaken. So, if they switch to orange, I will be very, very happy. But I mean, they can outdo themselves every time as Alyssa McKee comes into the pits from third in the GT4 class. So cannot wait to see the new color scheme for what now is, of course, the Eximia, not Rev Match anymore team.
Of course, used to be Racecraft Esports. That was a little while ago, to be fair. And then Rev Match, and G-Drive in the future. Very great stuff for those guys. Need to return to Simracersworld GT next season to take back their crown. Unfortunately, that series we won't be bringing any more action to you for the rest of the season. A few issues going on, but we'll be bringing you the one more round of the Endurance Championship. That'll be on in, I believe, just 2 weeks' time, actually, or maybe 3 weeks' time. But a little bit sooner than the other rounds have been, so that will be very good. And of course, on Simracersworld, join the Facebook group, obviously, because there's also a TCR League on a Tuesday, and there is the Formula 3 League as well on a Thursday. And the GT3 series will be carrying on, though, on a Wednesday. We just won't be broadcasting it, so certainly do check out all of them, and you can still sign up, I'm sure, for the final round of this championship as well at Sebring.
We have had another driver change. Yep, we got... I'm not even going to attempt to butcher that name, Marco. I'll leave that to you. I don't want to offend anybody.
Yaduchi.
What?
I can say the Danielle bit, but I can't. I butcher name something chronic.
Fantastic.
I don't want to offend anybody.
No worries. Fantastic to have a new face in the championship, and of course, finally an Italian driver in the championship. So we welcome Daniele Giudici into the fray, and as he's jumping in his GT4 car. Now, weren't they? Yes. I'm missing someone. Or maybe no. How many GT4 cars did we have to begin the race?
4. I will look
think
on
4,
the
yeah.
official iRacing thing. 3.
3, okay, perfect. So he jumps into second place. I don't know why I said third earlier when they came into the pits. But yeah, Daniele Giudici, which translates in English to Daniel Judges. So very easy for you to remember.
Also, Carl Hardy is now piloting the Hardy Result Clothing A-Team TCR car. Carl is in Carl's car.
I see his name on the bottom of your screen, just popping onto the sunstrip. So no mistakes who's driving this car.
Now, I did see another result driver, David Ayres, in the chat saying that they're now venturing into other events, not just the MX-5. I've raced against these guys in the MX-5, in the old BSR MX-5 league. A great bunch of guys. They're all very humble, all willing to give anything a crack. I say humble, of course, because Carl's driving around with 3 massive Carls on his car. But yeah, they're a great bunch of boys. They will give anything a go. They will doesn't matter where they finish, as long as they're having fun and as long as they're kind of not making themselves look silly, they are happy to go out there and give it a shot. So it's great to see them in an event like this, to be honest. It's been a while since we've seen them on track, so all the power to them and all the best to them in their venture into other cars.
I was half hoping to see a big Carl on the helmet as well. Would have made a lot of sense there, but no, just a plain result clothing red helmet there. Disappointing.
Maybe he's got it on his race suit, like an employee badge. You know, my name is Carl. Maybe that's a thing.
Trying to look at that, but no, it's I'd say it, a red helmet with a red suit, so at least the colors are coordinated. Now, of course, a long way to come from him, because as you can see, Edward May is, 35 seconds behind the leader, while let's see the gap in real time while we are at it. Hopefully this will not, no, this will not work because there is a GT4 car in between, so we'll have to keep an eye. But the fact of the matter is, of course, long way to come back for Carl if he wants to get back into this fight. So in the pit stops that haven't been done yet, of course, but certainly you can see now big gap in TCR between Harris and Bibi, now 8.5 seconds.
Yeah, also difference in pit stop time.
Did they stop? Because I see...
Oh, I guess they... Oh, so no, they haven't, of course. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, so what happened to Bibi? I guess there must have been a spin.
I've seen an off-track for him, but...
So this was afterwards, I guess.
Yeah, and doesn't seem to be anything major. Yeah, so...
So his lap... Oh, now we've gone off him. Can we go back to Bibi just for a second? Just want to see if there was any laps. Oh, the HUD, the HUD. There was clearly a very poor lap day. Well, lap day 1 he lost a bit. Lap day 2 he lost a bit.
No, lap 2 he lost a lot of time. Oh, no, sorry, that was compared to Ackerman. Sorry, that's compared to Harris. My apologies. Yeah, lap 32 he lost 3.3 seconds.
But it's kind of been a lot on each lap, hasn't it? I mean, 1.4 seconds is still unusual. Let's see how much he... 1.1, what's going on with Bibi? This is big issues for him. Maybe he's having to fuel save, I don't know.
That could be it, because of course we saw Harris was behind him for a majority of this opening TCR stint, so it could be that he's realised that if he doesn't fuel save as well, he's going to be way out of sync with Harris, and that could, even in this early stage in the race, that could be race over. So maybe he's just trying to fuel save on his own, which is incredibly difficult to do. Trying to judge that is just mind-blowing. But we'll see how it all pans out after the pit stops, I guess.
Yeah, they can't go too much further, you'd think. So they want to get to lap... it's always tricky with the TCRs because they don't do 1,000 kilometers. They don't do 170 laps. Because they're probably going to be about 20 laps down by the end of the race. So they'll do 150 laps pretty much. So if they could get to lap 50, then they'd only do a 2-stop. But I doubt they'll get to lap 50. I think they'll have to probably settle for probably 40 to 45. So it's strange that Bibi would be fuel saving in that case. Very strange flow. To be fair, Damien Harris is absolutely flying along at the moment. Setting 16.7 on that last lap, which is over a second faster than pretty much everyone, as T3 Esports are into the pit. So you're pretty much right. They could only go 25 minutes on that tank of fuel, and now expect them to fill up their tank and put some new tyres on this car. They'll come out in a distant third. They won't be close to the 2 leaders. However, That's a pretty successful stint for them. They didn't lose too much time to Mark Fletcher for year one, despite the fact that, of course, T3 did have more fuel. Sorry, older tires. Apologies.
Always plants that seed of doubt, doesn't it, into everyone else. You see Fletcher coming around the last few corners now to take the lead again. But yeah, it always puts that seed of doubt when you see a competitor go off in a unexpected time to take their pit stop. It gets you thinking, and sometimes it can be enough to make you question your own strategy and whether or not you want to change it. We see quite a lot in real world racing how that can affect some of the teams. So again, we've got a long way to go. We'll see how it all pans out in the end as we're looking at the fiercely forward GT4 car, freshly repaired. And I agree with Marco on this one. That's the amazing livery on this. The lion on it really just it makes it sing. It's a cracking little livery, that one.
T3 still stationary, going up to 1 minute 8. Should be able to pull away any moment now. So they certainly used all the fuel, made the tank dry, and they are back out, and they are a while behind the top two teams, 45 seconds behind. But it could work. We'll have to wait and see later on if this strategy does help. But yeah, they are almost in a different county. Of course, this place, is it Buckinghamshire and Hertfordshire?
Northamptonshire, I think.
Northamptonshire, there you go.
Yeah.
I believe Stowe is in Buckinghamshire, but then the rest of it is in Northamptonshire.
That is correct, yes.
Stowe also the name of a school, a local school apparently.
Well,
I saw that
you say it.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay, here we go. Well, I was just going to say how it was on the Channel 4 programme, 15 to 1, which I quite dislike because the questions on that are insanely tricky. So I'm not, as Eckhart stays behind, apologies. But honestly, that was just like a random question. It's like, how on earth are people expected to know that? Jeez. Anyway, what was you going to say?
Stowe School is a school. It is a very I'm going to use the word exclusive. It's a boarding school. You need a significant amount of money to send your child there. I, in fact, went there for one of my old jobs. I went there and had to talk to their maintenance division. But it's a fantastic place. To say it's a school is it's kind of right. It is, but it's a lot more than that. An awful lot more than that. Focus very heavily on sport there. You drive up to this old grand. I mean, it's like a mansion basically. You just drive up the long gravel driveways. And there's rugby pitches, there's football pitches, there's cricket pitches, as far as you can see. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. But yes, very out of the reach for most mere mortals.
Must say, this place has got some of the best names for corners that we have. It's fantastic to actually have proper corner names. I'm sure everyone watches Chain Bear on YouTube. Adam, do you watch Chain Bear F1?
I do indeed. I love the animations that he does. They're brilliant.
They are brilliant, and I'm sure you've seen his video on why corner names are so important. And it's true because you have one person's turn 6 is another person's turn 4. Road America. So it is much better to have corner names. As to be fair, they have the Kink and they have Canada Corner and they had the Carousel at Road America. But around this place, it is all corner names, and they're nice short ones: Chapel and Maggots and Beckett, Stowe, Cops, Vale. Just nice little short words, which everyone kind of knows what they are. It's very, very good. Should set an example for everyone else. And also, they named the straights as well: the Hanger Straight and the Wellington Straight, and the Pit Straight, of course. So and the Old Pit Straight. So it all works very well.
Did you see his most recent video about Silverstone and why it cannot be run backwards after they suggested that it could possibly be done for the Formula One season?
I did see that as well. Yeah.
That was.
Isn't it? What's the Scottish circuit which can be run both forwards and
Knockhill.
backwards? Knockhill.
Yeah,
There you go.
Knockhill,
It's
yeah.
like one of 3 circuits in the world which is designed to be driven forwards and backwards. So I say have 2 rounds of the F1 Championship at Knockhill this season.
That would be an experience, wouldn't it? Blimey.
This was Edward May passing Daniel Perry. Oh, not easily, but he did get ahead.
Was not expecting that. Huh? Pretty hefty shoulder barge there, but it worked.
Some would call that touring car racing.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, if you're the car on the outside, you never see it that way, and you're pretty upset that the car's just barged his way through. So we're almost an hour and 30 in, and we're still waiting for the TCRs to make their stops. This is incredible. I knew they could go a long way, but how far? It's just it's mind blowing. Eckhart there, almost taking a slowdown. If you put your wheels out onto that the darker tarmac area on the outside of Cops, that's where you will start getting your slowdowns. The green patches are okay. That would just be a 1x off track. But at the moment you start going out onto that darker tarmac, you're going to get yourself a slowdown. He's right in the draft now, isn't he, of Ackerman? As we look back from Ackerman's car, and we see the Audi just whiz past us on the inside. Probably put pay to any thoughts that Eckert had there of an overtake.
I think
Eckhart
Eckhart is
involved as well.
Yeah, I think Eckhart is quite happy to save a bit of fuel at the moment. Must say, I really hope Vib3 Sports do get a. They got a podium at Road America, I believe, because I think Ackerman got disqualified because he drove the whole race individually. So I think they have got a podium already, but the TCR. Oh dear, this is 3 Sports Silver, and they've had a big off. They spun at that corner, I believe, earlier on. Apologies, that was Ryan Walker, wasn't it, for Nomad? As they come back onto circuit a little bit dangerously, and Matthias Tem has put it in the wall, or has he? Potentially, he has managed to miss the wall here. It's a fantastic grandstand just on the behind us, basically. I recommend anyone who goes to Silverstone to go to that grandstand if it's not already packed up. But he was nowhere near the wall whatsoever, and he rejoins back. But you can understand why Methil was a little bit concerned right there and did the right thing at slowing the car to a halt. And I hope this isn't the end for Matthias Tem. His spouses in the YouTube chat will not be best pleased.
I just heard race control asking car number 302 to give back a position.
Aha, and there it is.
And then they passed him again.
Yep. Yes. Obviously, they've spotted something they didn't like, so.
Well, that was
asked
the
for
meme
position
at
to be switched
Stoke,
back.
wasn't it?
Oh, of course it was. Yes, you are correct.
Getting Belgium 08 flashbacks right now. I'm sure Marque has terrible memories of that.
One of the most beautiful races in F1 history ruined by the stewards. So let's see what happened here. So he let him past, and that's okay. So the 310 goes past, but I think the next corner he got him back.
Oh, he just let him past. Well, I don't know if maybe he disagreed with the steward's call there, Daniel Perry, but he didn't want to hold on to that for too long, did he? As finally, into the pits is Abruzzi Esports TCR. They had been able to pull away, and Adrian Campfield gets into the car. Now, we're not sure how fast Adrian is. I don't think we've seen him so far this season. Are you familiar with Adrian? Adam?
It's not a name that I recognise, unfortunately. I kind of know a fair few TCR drivers, but Adrian is not one of them. So yeah, excited to see how well he can go. See if he can keep up the pace that that Damien Harris was putting in.
T3 move up into second place. Abruzzi still stationary, drop down to 6th. That's how competitive this TCR field is. Not always fighting for the win necessarily, but all the teams are really good, all have really good drivers in. And it would be nice for Viv 3 Sports in particular to get a podium, because they've been particularly consistent this season.
You often find that with the multi-class races, don't you? When there's TCRs involved, the other classes seem to have little groups that go around together and spread out quite a lot. But the TCRs generally, they tend to be the closest of all the packs. They tend to be the most, in my eyes, the most competitive. You don't really get any particularly slow people driving the TCR. I think it's very much an acquired taste. So the people that do drive it are pretty much on it for most races and most events that they participate in.
Would you say it's an easier car to drive well? Would you say it's easier to... Would you say you're closer to the pros in the TCR than you are in, say, some GT3s, some rear wheel drive cars, or would you say it's relatively even?
Oh, absolutely. Even when you compare the front-wheel drive cars, the Kia, when we used to do the BSRTC, the pros were significantly further ahead. In the Jetta, that was that was my personal stomping ground. I love that thing, and I was competitive with the pros in that. But the TCR is that nice middle ground of it's not too much power that you're understeering off at every corner like the Kia, but you've got enough grip to make it feel like you can really throw the thing around, almost like the GT4, I guess. So yeah, it's I'm usually about a second off the pro guys. That's kind of my sweet spot.
I love the Jetta, by the way. Best car on iRacing.
Oh, you do?
You should see my livery of the Jetta that I did. I know you like some crazy liveries, no? Well,
oh, I do. Yes, I do.
I have a Fridays for Future Volkswagen Jetta. Because why not? To promote the clean diesel of the Volkswagen Group. There's a nice map, basically texture with the world, the planet, and the polar ice caps and everything else. So it's a nice message from a car that has been incorrectly, forgotten by the iRacing membership.
Clean diesel, of course, until you go and get your emissions checked in it. But did you find that it's incredibly quiet though? You can barely hear the engine and the gear counter. As soon as you went into 5th, it put it as R. It didn't have a 5th gear or 6th gear, one of the two. No, it just put it into reverse on the dashboard.
Isn't that a 8? I always thought that from 5th went to 8.
It could have been 8, yes.
Which I have no idea why it does that. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those cars that you cannot drive when you are, in Discord with friends. You have to... And I still maintain that one day I will organize a special event on week 13. And Sam has been very coward because he has never agreed to my proposal to do a diesel festival on Apex Racing TV, a multi-class race with the Jetta and the Audi R18. Would be, I think, one of the best things to ever happen in sim racing.
If we can have
Sign
it at
me up.
Then
And all the TCRs are now jumping in, apart from Oliver Ackermann. So Steven Freiburghaus is in for the 309 Racing Center car. Dan Blake jumps into the Fury Sim Sport car. Of course, we have George McClay, fresh from top round in the Euro V8s. Now in the 388 Texan Fistime Motorsport car, and Jess Banks has just jumped into the 4040 Racing car.
I wonder if 4040 were thinking of having their name as just numbers, 4040, but possibly changed it due to our awful alliteration, being that we might call it 440 racing. But I like that name. I don't know what it means. Again,
That would have been 4040.
You're right. Oh dear, A-level maths did not serve me well.
But your algebra is on point.
Algebra is on point, and our Roman numerals, as earlier on explained with, what is it, 6B3 Sports? No, they're very good.
Jess Banks doesn't have a class assigned to him, so let's rectify this in a second.
Daniel Ackerman is now into the pits, so are they going to be close on fuel? So 48 plus 40. No, I think that it's all quite comfortable on fuel for the drivers. Adrian Campfield is still ahead then of George McClay, and actually saying some pretty good times is Campfield at the moment for Abruzzi Esports, so they're looking strong in the lead.
If there are any of the TCR teams watching the broadcast, I would be very interested to know whether or not your stops are tyre limited, or whether it's comfortable with the fuel. I'd be very interested to find that out. You know, this track isn't particularly tough on tyres, so can they go 2 or 3 stints on these tyres and just take the fuel? I'm interested to know if they wouldn't mind sharing that kind of information, of course.
Well, it seems as though they're losing. They seem to be about 3 seconds slower by the end of the stint than they were at the start, so you might have a point that the tyres really do degrade quite a bit with that amount of time. The gap out in the lead, it was coming down a little bit. Marco brought up the fantastic display earlier on, but now this is the gap between second and third. So Marcus Broich actually losing quite a bit of time, which is slightly odd, seeing that he's got fresher tyres. Dorrington does have less fuel, but you'd expect Broich to be able to match the 2 leaders at the moment, but instead seems to be struggling a little bit for pace. That's not helping T3's chances, despite having arguably the best strategy. They're not looking comfortable at the moment. By the way, these drivers want to get to about lap 56 in terms of fuel. 56 would be pretty good to be on target for getting to the end of the race on a 5-stop. They might come in a couple of laps earlier than that, potentially.
Ed Raprager jumped into the Fury Sim Sport GT4. When did this happen? Did I miss it? Has he been there for a while?
No, he pitted on lap 41. So it happened quite recently.
For a bit of a ride in the daisies? Well, not exactly. And we have a problem for the Abruzzi Audi GT3.
Nicholas Rotti's still piloting that machine. He just got himself crossed up on the exit of the hairpin, maybe. Oh, he's turning aggressive there, isn't he? He's really tried to throw it in, and rear end just wasn't having any of it.
Ooh.
Ooh.
saved by the gravel trap, Rob Thyssen. He lives to fight another day.
It's not their first off today. They're now 1 minute 20 behind Meraki Racing Black, and I reckon probably 45 seconds of that they'll be annoyed with, where it's been mistakes. Of course, got a drive through penalty, I believe, earlier on. So, I mean, the drive through lost them 20 seconds alone. I think they've had 3 spins, so probably 10 seconds per spin. And you have probably 50 odd seconds that they have lost so far in this race, so frustrating for them.
Back on track after a long stop. The 528 BMW, 8 laps down on the leader of their class. Louis Hank, of course, is back on track. We've shown him earlier, and of course, out of the race, full stop. Ryan Walker for the Nomad Sim Racing Black team, and the Meraki Racing blue car of Chris Moretta. Apart from that, we haven't lost anyone, and the fights, of course, now coming to a bit of a halt as we are heading into the second hour of the race. As we blimp it for a second, and we welcome you, wherever you may be in the world, for this 5th and penultimate round of the Simracersworld Abruzzi Endurance Series, live from Silverstone. As you can see, 21 degrees in the air, 34 degrees on the track as the alarm in my house is going off. Reminds me when Sam had his fire alarm go off a few months ago during a broadcast. Humidity is 41%, partly cloudy, a bit of wind. Sam Fitzpatrick, Adam Edgecock, and of course Marco Barbanera with you for the next, I guess, 4 hours and a bit to commentate on this 1,000 kilometer race here in the Abruzzi Simracersworld Endurance Series. The leaders in your classes were leading the way in the GT3 class. You can see here is Mark Fletcher and the Year 1 racing team. Long battle with, of course, Fury and T3 all race long. Very comfortably in the lead of the Porsche Cup class is Tom Metherell, as you can see him here. Meraki Racing Black, leading the win, number 97. In a small but very competitive GT4 class, it's Ed Raprager and his Fury Simsport team. They are leading the way. Got a bit of a gap over Abruzzi GT4, about a couple of minutes. And in the TCR class is Adam Camfield for the Abruzzi Esports TCR team. He's leading the way, but behind him some very, very competitive teams that they are trying to do their best. Of course, this class has been marred by a plethora of penalties for a jump start at the end of the race, so a lot of teams are trying to come back from that, and of course some different strategies so far in this race. And I will use this moment to call in our guest commentator. Very happy to have him here today, Adam Edgecock, of course, and ask him what are his I'd say ideas, thoughts on this race as we are heading into the second hour.
It's been an enthralling opening hour and 45, hasn't it? We've, as you said, we've seen some penalties dished out, which has jumbled the order a bit. The cars are a little bit more spread out than perhaps I'd like at this point. But as you said, we've got different strategies going on. I'm sure that over the coming few hours, they're all going to get back together again. Some brilliant driving, some really consistent and, to be quite frank, quick driving going on from our class leaders. Really putting the pedal down and going for it, which is brilliant to see. Not too many incidents involving the different classes, which is always good. We did see that penalty earlier on for Robert Thyssen for his rather over-ambitious lunge. But aside from that, no, it's been brilliant. I've thoroughly enjoyed watching this so far, and yeah, long may it continue. Oh, did you see Rotti having another spin?
It's too bad because he had a fantastic opening hour of the race with a fantastic duel with Matthias Stem, but now suffering a bit, trying to get past the GT, the Porsche Cup leaders. Doesn't help my head that the Cup car is called GT3, so I want to call it the GT something class, and then I realize it's of course a Porsche Cup car, even though these cars were in their own class. I mean the car before this, of course, were in their own class in the American Le Mans series, if I'm not mistaken, and they were called GTC, so GT Cup, if I'm not mistaken. So there's that. But I'm going off topic, and it's far too early for that, as we have another time this fight between T3 Esports this time and the Racing Center Vibe Esports car of Steven Freiburghaus, the Swissman. As I think a little bit of an off-track, nothing major for our race leader as he goes past Carl Hardy in the result clothing car. Bit wide, nothing major there. Easy to get tagged for an off-track around here.
Fortunately, we don't have access to the off-checks that the drivers have accumulated. Ian Roots, I don't know if he doesn't like us, Ian Roots, but he hasn't given that permission to us for a few races now. So keep an eye out. I'm sure they'll let us know on the chat if anyone does get these instances. We've seen plenty of off-checks for drivers, but whether or not they've accumulated the 40 that you have to accumulate to get a drive through is waiting to be seen. So we are almost in pit stop range. Remember, you want to get to lap 58 on fuel. 58, 56 even on fuel. So the race leaders really nearly there. They've done well in this second stint to go as far as they have done.
I clearly heard the
And
sound
Marcus...
of a spoon making contact with a cup.
I did,
Sorry.
yeah. Oh,
Sorry.
dear me.
Busted!
We're professional!
What are you drinking?
It's 3 p.m. It was time for a honeycomb flavored protein shake. I'm sorry. Look, I took this gig at very, very short notice. I had to try and plan my shakes around when, like, so I've got a little button in front of me that I use to mute my microphone when I'm I was stirring it up and all sorts, and you guys were oblivious. But that one timer, I just moved the glass just a little bit away on my desk. You hear the spoon, and that's it. I'm done. I'm exposed.
Oh man.
Need the velvet spoon routine. Anyone who's a fan of Peep Show, I'm sure will understand that reference. But you can't possibly make the sound. Otherwise, if you got someone in the same house as you and they hear that, they're straight away going to be asking for one themselves. So you got to be able to be almost like a spy and very much keep that to a minimum. That volume. But I'm sure it's not the worst thing we've done on this broadcast so far.
I will save Adam and be even more unprofessional and saying that I'm waiting for the pit cycle for the pit stop to happen, so I can give the controls of the cameras to Sam, so I can go and make myself a massive cup of coffee and disappear for like 10 minutes.
Is a massive cup of coffee for you guys, though, just a normal cup of coffee for us?
I'm doing like a proper... I have the machine to make American-style coffee, which I think... I noticed it's much better because it makes me basically hyper for the subsequent couple of hours. Now, it will probably mean that I will have to go a couple of times in the bathroom during the broadcast, but that's a side effect that you can work around with.
Plus, me and Adam need as much fuel as we can. We'll be broadcasting the Apex Racing League GT Championship later on. That will be getting going at 19 GMT, 1910 GMT in fact. That will be from Spa. penultimate round of that series.
Really looking forward to that one. Really looking forward. I went and done a little bit of racing with the guys that race in that league yesterday. And boy, are they quick. A fresh appreciation to how fast those guys actually are. It's nuts.
Thanks to Chris Moretta for backing me up. Velvet Spoon routine. Yep, love a bit of Peep Show. Have you never seen Peep Show, Adam?
Peep Show to you is well, Peep Show to me is like Battlestar Galactica to you.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
I've seen clips, but I don't know. I didn't get the humor. I grew up with Bottom and Harry Enfield and the Fast Show, things like that. So I'm more into that old school kind of humor, that Peep Show and such like. I just didn't really understand, so didn't care for it too much.
That's fair enough. Fair enough. What about IT Crowd?
Yes, I did enjoy that. I didn't see many of them, but I did enjoy the ones that I saw. Particularly the boss up in the office, who the self-righteous guy who
Yes,
was never short in coming forward.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I did.
Any
I did like his
other
character.
any other UK sitcom fans? Let us know what your favourite UK sitcom is, or any sitcom for that matter. Luke John Buckle asking, what are the other circuits this series? Well, we started off the championship at Barcelona, and that really does feel like a while ago, back when Barcelona was new. We were there at the Aussie Mixed and Fixed GT Championship earlier on, and I swear we go to that place so often. I'm saying that's quite an awful circuit. We go there far too often. But fortunately, I think there'll be a little bit of a break now that it's not quite got that new gloss on it that it had a few months ago. Then race 2 was Daytona, apologies, and then race 3 was Road America. Race 4 was Spa. This is round 5 of the championship, and next round will be at Sebring to round out the championship. So a nice schedule, a mix of circuits, and Sebring will be a nice place to finish it in a few weeks' time, 3 weeks' time, I believe, for the final round of the season. As the race leaders are into the pits. Lap 56, well, he's absolutely taken my advice, Mark Fletcher. And so Year 1 racing in on the perfect lap. Well, they might have to extend one of their stints by 1 lap, but I don't think that'll be too tricky for them to do. Abruzzi Simracersworld GT3 take the lead. Expect them in on probably this lap or maybe the next lap. They did go a bit further in stint 1, of course. And Fletcher, it's not going to be far behind Marcus Broich, actually, when he comes out of the pits. Broich just doesn't seem to have the pace of his teammate, unfortunately. I swear Broich and his team were equal pace at Barcelona when I think they won that round as well. But today just seems to be maybe 3/4 of a second slower. And with such a tight field, T3 Esports just ebbing away from this race at the moment.
Horses for courses, isn't it, really? We all have our favourite tracks. We all have the ones that we don't particularly like. So it could just be that this one isn't as strong for Broich. We have seen that Ash Beard is now getting into that Year 1 racing Team White Mercedes to start his stints. Ash, just as quick as Fletcher, to be honest. He's mega in the Merc. He has driven it for a very long time. So interesting to see how he gets on as he comes out the pits. And yeah, you're right, just behind Broich there. Oh, is he coming out? Sorry, my timing suggested that he was coming out.
I mean, I've been at Silverstone before when you're in that opposite grandstand and you have no idea what's going on in the pit lane. It is horrendous how it is below. If anything, it should be above the track. Anyone would think. But it is very tricky to tell what is going on. They are now out of the pits. Normal pit stop for them, 1:09. So tyres and fuel. And so the gap is 20.5 seconds between Broich and Beards. Now, I mean, I was complimenting T3 so much earlier on. not sure if this strategy is going to work for them actually, because Year 1 and Fury seem as though they're going to be able to do the 5-stop quite comfortably. So I doubt that T3 will get much of an advantage during their 6-stop. But I don't think it'll affect them. At worst, it will affect them by 20 seconds. I don't think it's going to be the end of the world for them. It puts them a little bit off kilter. Might be able to try something. But Marcus Boych really needs to have a strong end to this. Then it should be able to go for another 20-25 minutes. So he will have to come in.
Freiburg House here, still tucked up behind Julian Niederhagen there, just in front of him. He's just happy to sit behind, isn't he? Just try and save as much fuel as he can. He's looked quicker. We have seen him poke his nose out a few times, just to, whether he's just cooling the car. You can run these cars pretty hot in close proximity like this. Like there, he's just having a little look on the outside. Is he going to ease off again? Yes, he is. Yeah, just content to sit behind. But this has been going for a fair number of laps now, hasn't it, Sam? Maybe a dozen laps, something like that, I'd imagine.
Yeah, maybe even more than that. Ever since I think it was just before the first pit stops. So it's probably going on for about 25 laps, I think, actually. Where these two have been absolutely nice to tell. We saw T3 overtake Racing Centre, Vib3 Sports, and then I think both teams changed their drivers, and still they are locked together. Really evenly matched, but good driving right now from Racing Centre, and this might help them later on. They are 45 seconds though behind the race. It's very simple spot TCR as well, only 12 seconds behind. Dan Blake on that last lap did lap faster than these guys, one of the strongest shown we've seen from Sim Sport all season long. And then 40-40 Racing, only a minute and a quarter. You think if you were a minute and a quarter off the lead in the GT3 category, then you'd be in 4th place. If you're a minute and a quarter off in the Porsches, you'd be in 2nd place, and a minute and a half off in the GT4s, you'd be in 2nd place. So it kind of just shows how strong that TCR field is. It's just that there are so many good teams there that can get shuffled down a little bit. Few Simsport are into the pits. Managed to go really far that stint, 30 laps. So you should be able to take a little bit less fuel later on. But they will lose that position to Year 1 Racing, who are still got pretty much half the lap to complete, but I guarantee they will be ahead. Unless Fury Simsport want to throw a Joker into the pack and a short stint, but I doubt they'd be interested in that tactic. As I do compliment Year 1 Racing for uploading all their photos. It does help us. This is what we want to see. They've got the shirts and everything. It tells us what their team is. Absolutely brilliant, guys. So congrats to you.
They are very quick in sending out their team gear. I follow a number of their drivers on the Twitter machine, and from the day that a driver gets announced, it's literally 2 days before you start seeing them in all their new kit. It's yeah, pretty impressive stuff from them. Just noticed at the corner of my eye that Carl Hardy for Result Clothing A team came in for a pit stop. I don't know whether he'd picked up some damage, but he has switched over again, given the car back to Roger Morton. So yeah, I'm not sure what that was about. That's massively unscheduled. Yeah, interesting to find out. If anyone knows what that was about, do let us know. But yeah, they're not long pitted with the rest of the TCRs, so yeah, have to keep an eye on that one, I think. Is that the old livery, the old Fury livery on the Mercedes?
Might be.
Did they switch over to the chrome-looking one more recently?
Unfortunately, the other one is out of the race, so I don't think we can compare it to the silver team.
What about their GT4?
Right.
Have a look at their GT4 car.
Oh, good shout.
'Cause I think that's the one with the matte and the silver. Yes, it is. Yeah, I think that's their newer one. I have to say I prefer that one. That's rather tasty, isn't it? You know me, I'm a sucker for liveries.
By the way, thanks for Ollie Slade and Chris Muretta for their input. US office or UK office? Adam, which is better? Have you seen either?
I have seen neither.
Okay. Marco, which is better?
Parks and Recreation.
Now that's a
Ooh,
show I've
okay.
been meaning to watch. I keep hearing great things about it, but I've never got around to watching it yet.
It's done by the guys of The Office US, which I never watched. Neither did I watch The Office UK. But yeah.
You see, I've watched some. I've watched all the UK Office. It doesn't take long. It's 12 half an hour episodes, I think. But seen a little bit of the US Office, and I do much prefer the UK one. But I appreciate how other people. They are very different shows, of course. They've got the same name, but totally different comedy. But I would understand why the US is perhaps a bit more favourable to some people. Seb Hawkins is going to the pits for Abruzzi. Were in 4th place. Kind of being whittled down, actually, that GT3 class. A few less teams than we've seen in recent rounds. We started off with 7 of them. We've been up at 16 for many of the rounds so far this season. Certainly the first 3 rounds, I think we had 16 teams, but today only the 7, and 3 of them have well, 2 of them have retired. 5 to 8. You can see several laps down. And so Abruzzi in a comfortable 4th place. And also G-Drive coming into the pits from 2nd in the Porsches.
I think it's time, as Hawkins gets his first stint of the day, for maybe Steve Clay's turn to drive in this race after 2 hours. Matter still leading comfortably that class. So Chris Warner, of course, back. No, he's not back. Behind the wheel. And Camfield still holding on to the lead. Yes, Steve Clace is in the car. I was just waiting for Steve to jump in the car to go and have my coffee. I could not, leave the revelation of Steve's driver picture to Adam before going to grab my coffee. But let's see this gap here, which is coming down, I have to say, but not by much. I mean, look at that. So Adam is really holding his own, yeah?
Yeah, pretty much what you said. Camfield is keeping up the pace of that team for Abruzzi. That's a fantastic first stint from his teammate. Camfield has kept up those good times. McClay in 2nd place. Who is McClay? Oh, I think it's Bibby, isn't it? Alongside
Yes.
McClay. Here is Methil, race leader in the Porsches. Goes for a move. Oh dear. Well, that was a little bit tight, to be honest, on the Fury car. I think that was probably the GT4's fault if there was going to be contact. But Methil, just as we saw him at Chapel earlier on, where we saw a car rejoin the circuit, very much better safe than sorry. Backing out of it. Oh, here we are. Here he is, Mr. Sexy. It is Steve Clays.
That is the pose, isn't it? My word, look at him. What a specimen is Steve Clays. What a specimen.
I always say that this picture would not have looked out of place next to Niki Lauda and Alan Prost in a mid-80s F1 group picture. I mean, look at that. It's also got this vintage feel to it. Oh, he's reappearing. Okay, back in. Maybe got a bit shy. But yeah, Steve Clays up and running, of course, and now trying to do his best to close this massive gap that he has to Tom Mettrell there at the front as this fight here continues. Now, Sam, would you dare to try and take control of the cameras?
Okay, so I am turning to broadcaster. And I'll go to local, so I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm switching.
Beam me up, Scotty.
I'm switching to commentator and slave.
Aha, here we go.
Are you in broadcast?
So,
and
if I go to Marcus Broich.
yes.
Aha!
We are still in a replay, so you might want to go live.
I will go live.
Still in a replay.
Here we are then. Oh. No, we're not. Are we?
Try to change car. Okay, beautiful. Well,
I mean, the overlay's cracking on my side, but hopefully it's working for everyone else.
it is perfect on my side.
Great, that's what matters. Alrighty. Honestly, I do credit to Marco, and I kind of want him to go away before I compliment him because I don't want him to get all cocky. I don't want him to get complacent. But the fact that he manages to do the cameras whilst commentating is a very impressive thing, and he's done solo broadcasts as well. And I do not know how he does it. So credit to him because this is tricky.
Every man with two hands has a fighting chance, as they say, no? So. Well, I leave you in the capable hands of Adam and Sam, and I'll be back in like 15 minutes with a massive cup of coffee in my hand.
Nice one. See you back in a bit. I think, was that a spin just behind? Yes, it
There's
was. That was
smoke there,
Tom
isn't there?
Metal. Oh, dearie me.
I do get massive Alonso Renault vibes when I look at that car.
Yes, very much a 2005 livery, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just like the style of delivery, not so much. It's just the colours. Like I see those colours, and it just, yeah, I just see that Renault.
Here we are.
Oh,
Look
lit
at
up the
that
rears, didn't he?
And he's coming to the pits.
What if the tyres were just going off for him? Maybe he just thought, that was enough. Get some fresh tyres. It's not like he's being challenged for this lead in his class, so can take pit stops pretty much whenever he wants at this point forward, really, can't he?
Yes. I guess it is scheduled for him. Managed to go a lot further, didn't he, than the other Porsche of Steve Clay's. And Ward's staying in that car. Has Ward got anyone else in his team? I believe he does. Yeah, he's got apologies, of course he's got Method. Oh sorry, Ward getting into the car. My goodness. Method getting out. So yeah, Lewis Ward will control that machine from now on for the next few minutes, I think. This is getting a little bit closer.
It is. Yeah, as I said before, Ash, he knows his way around this car pretty well. Whenever there's GT3s to be had, he's in the Merc. And yeah, he's certainly not slow by any stretch, but Warner's certainly bridging that gap, isn't he? He's closing that chasm, as some would say. And
As some would say, yes.
some would say. And some might even spell it correctly. But he's
All
certainly
right.
catching up.
Honestly, if anyone thinks they're bad at countdown, I am awful. I can do the numbers. I'm alright with the numbers. The letters, it is rare I get anything more than 4. It is shocking. Absolutely abhorrent. And I like to think of myself as a decently educated individual, and yet I cannot do countdown. Anyone else who shares my if everyone doesn't know what countdown is, you are missing a treat. Do you watch countdown regularly, Adam?
I used to watch the original of it back in the day. I watched a little bit when what's his face from Soccer Saturday was on it, Jeff
Stelling. Yep.
Yeah, watched a few with him, but I tend to enjoy the Jimmy Carr one, as we've got a little bit of mayhem going on at Luffield there. That car off on the inside, I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah. That was Angus Hugh. You might be able to get a replay of this in a bit.
Well, why you found? Oh, you have found that. There we go. You just get a little bit eager beaver on the throttle. Yeah, he did. When you see him take such a tight line through there, especially in the rear-wheel drive cars that have got a bit of poke, you don't want to be hugging that inside too much because you just don't have the traction to really nail the throttle. You just want to be nice and easy. Let it flow around not all the way to the outside, but just let it flow around the corner and just ease the power on. And you could see quite early on that he was taking that inside line, that tight line, and it just caught him out. But no, back to Countdown. I do enjoy watching Jimmy Carr's rendition of it.
Definitely, yeah.
The Cats ones. Yes. I do enjoy watching that one. But of course, the lovely Rachel Riley's on both.
Yes, and Susie Dent as well.
Yep.
Here is George McClay. He has gone off the circuit, but not too far off the circuit. There he was.
Ah, yes. Very consistent is George McClay. I race against him in the GT3s, the World GT Championship, where he doesn't necessarily win races, but he ends up coming out as top point scorer because he manages to not get many incidents and claim bonus points for it.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well in the championship at the moment, isn't he? Fighting for the title with a few of his Fitslow Motorsport teammates.
Yeah.
Apologies that currently the timing tower is not up. It's supposed to be live, but does not seem to be the case. But we'll alert you if anything significant happens, even if you can't see the timing tower at the moment.
Mark Fletcher, of course, in the title hunt in the World GT as well. Another driver that we've seen today.
Yes, although he has had a couple of poor rounds, because you can check that out on the esports now and on Apex Racing TV tomorrow evening, I believe, unless there's a break week. I think it's this round and then there will be a break week.
Suzuka tomorrow evening.
Yes.
From 1910 GMT, I think, the usual slot. See Warner just getting through some of the TCRs there. I was going to say back markers, but they're really not. But he has really closed the gap up to Ash Beard now, hasn't he? Really closed up. You can see, well, you don't even need a timing tower to see how much he's closed the gap. That's quite considerable. And just looking at the times from Ash, it's not as if he's driving badly. It's just Warner here is he's on it. He's ready to take it to the year one driver.
Yeah, 2 minute 1.15 that last tour for Chris Warner. Maybe Beard not quite with the same pace as Fletcher, I think. But I mean, certainly not lapping slow, as you say. Interestingly, Marcus Broich, who's been on those tyres for a while, should be in the pits any lap now. Yeah, should probably be in the pits. Certainly within the next 3 laps for the race leader. His pace has actually got better, if anything, as the stint's gone on. He was only 1.3 seconds off their best time. I haven't seen Marcus Broich do too many 2-minute ones in this stint, and yet he's just been able to produce one on that last lap. So he really is producing when he needs to, and edging out that gap at the moment. As this could be a little bit tricky for Beard. Manages to slot his car through the middle, and Warner also manages to get through as well. Sven Leib is into the pits, the German driver. And he's lost that place then to Steve Clays ahead of him. So still Lewis Ward leading the Porsches, but Lewis Ward leading the Porsches with Steve Clays and Sven Leib in second and third. Now they've all made 2 pit stops.
I have to be brutally honest. I'm not a fan of the Cup car. I've never been able to get on with it, but boy, does it sound good! It screams as it's going up through the revs and the gears. But bravo to anyone that can drive it. I tried it when it first came to iRacing. I jumped at the chance to drive a Porsche and instantly regretted my purchase. I just couldn't get on with it. Yeah, me being the masochist that I am, I instantly grabbed it and took it onto the Nordschleife, and I'm sure that didn't do me any favors. I mean, you know what it's like, Sam, when new cars come to the service. There's no setups out there, so you're all trying to get your head around baseline setups, and it's particularly tough in cars like that, I think. And yeah, it's a car that I haven't revisited since. Maybe I should give it another go.
Personally, it's one of the cars I've driven most on iRacing over the past. Oh, when was it released? 3 years ago, I think it was released. I've driven a lot on it. Probably done 100 odd official races in that car. And yeah, I really like it. I really like how you can kind of manhandle the car around the circuit. Don't need to take too much setup work either, because there's very little you can adjust. No gearing or anything like that, as we've got T3 in from the lead.
I'm back.
Marco is back. It's gone. It's on. Honestly, Marco, it's been a horrendous 15 minutes. We have got the timing tower back though. We did lose it for a bit, but I pressed a few buttons and it does seem to have recovered. Haven't missed too much though. Ashley Beard now taking the lead for year one. However, Warner is all over the back of him. We could well see pass relatively soon if Warner wants to go for it.
Yeah, you just need to give me back my room.
Okie doke.
And go back to slave mode.
To commentator? Oops, no, haven't yet.
Moment of
I am now as commentator.
Great drama, okay, and I'm local, perfect. So welcome back. We should be watching Steve Clays right now, if you are all on the same page, as we are entering lap 70 of this race. As you were saying, T3 are in the pits. And Ashley Beer then with Chris Warner will cycle back to the lead.
Warner's done a sterling job so far at the helm with that Mercedes AMG GT3 car, really cutting down the gap. Like we were just saying, you don't even need to see timings for it. He has, you can see it visually on the track, the amount of time he has gained. Of course, if you want to check out how his lap times have been going, do check out the live timing page, which is linked in the description below. Do enjoy that. You get to see just how quick he is driving. Like I said before, Ash isn't. I mean, he's not quite as quick as Fletcher, but he's not driving slow by any means. But Warner, now that it's caught him, how long does he wait before trying to make a move? Does he try and make a move, or does he sit behind? They're not in any real threat from behind as it stands. So is he just gonna sit and take some fuel? You know, just save a little bit, or is he gonna make a move? We'll have to wait and see, I guess.
Yeah, they are still racing T3, I guess, kind of theoretically, although I think they have got an advantage. And of course, Fury do have an advantage in fuel as well. They managed to go 2 laps further in fuel, so they should have a shorter pit stop near the end of this race.
Marco in the YouTube chat has just said, "Come on, baby giraffe, make the pass." I'm going to need some more context, and I need to know what this is. Who is baby giraffe, and who are you asking to make the pass? Is this a funny nickname that we need to know a story of?
I feel like that's got to have something to do with Chris Warner. I'm not familiar with Marko Miettunen. Sounds Finnish. Sounds like a quick driver. But not sure if he's part of parts of.
Is that a prerequisite for being a fast driver for you? Is it? If you got a fast sounding surname, that you just
Well,
can be a
he's
fast
Finnish.
driver?
If you're Finnish, you're gonna be fast, aren't you? I mean, you can't disagree with that logic. There are literally, I think it's something like 100 Finnish members on iRacing, or there used to be like 100, and about 20 of them had World Championship licenses, which is incredible how quick that nation is. Netherlands, to be fair to them, are getting very quick themselves. However, I think they've got a larger pool of drivers, at least in sim racing, as we might see a change for the lead. Down the inside goes Chris Warner. Beard runs wide, has to get out of the throttle mid-corner. Will have the inside for Vale. However, overspeed for Warner, who goes to the outside, but nice defense there from Beard. He had to drive well to retaliate that, and he does hold on to the lead for a few more corners.
Well, he is the baby
Both
giraffe.
done well.
Reading in the
Oh,
chat,
he is.
Chris Warner. I've been commentating on Chris for a
Why
bit.
is he the Jamie? Why is he the baby giraffe?
I don't know, maybe he's not very tall, but with a long neck.
Now this is a driver picture we need to have, isn't it?
Oh yes. What else is there to do in Finland, Sam? Fish, eat fish, build igloos. I'm sure Finnish people will strongly disagree with you there, Ian, but you might have a point. Apparently, there's a bit of a culture in Finland, and if Marco is from Finland, let me know. He might not be from Finland, but what I've heard is that many people who particularly live in rural areas of Finland, if you've got like a car, they'll just let the kids drive the car around because you're not on roads, you're on like kind of off-road type places. And so in rural Finland, you know, you just get in a car and then you drive it about for a bit, even if you're like 8 years old. And that's perhaps part of the reason why they are so quick. I think it's got a little bit more to do. I think genetics are going to have something to do with it, you would think. I think that they are remarkably good. Of course, they've had very few F1 drivers as well. They've literally had 10 F1 drivers. I think 8 of them have won Grand Prix, and about 3 of them have won championships. So absolutely incredible nation.
Should have been 9 that have won a Grand Prix, unfortunately.
Mika Salo?
Yeah, he had to give the win to Eddie Irvine in Germany.
Marco's put Pesapalo. I don't know what that means. I will Google that.
Well, I know what it is. Of course.
Should I
know what
not Google it?
No, you should. It's a very unique
Ooh, that
and
looks cool.
interesting sport. It has a bit in common, but not exactly identical to baseball. And yes, it's a national sport of Finland.
So would that be like rounders then? Because we play that over here instead of baseball, don't we?
I don't know
Big
how
stick, ball.
much in common it has with rounders. I know that rounders basically has been the forefather of all the stick and ball sports, basically. Among my many failed professions, we've had also baseball player in my life, so I know a bit about that.
Oh, what was your position?
I played in right field usually.
I'll be honest, that means absolutely nothing. I just thought I'd be interesting and ask where you played.
Is that right to the batter?
No, it's left to the batter. No,
Okay.
it's right to the batter, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, so that's where the ball never goes, surely.
No, the ball, I mean, I've had a couple of good catches in my career.
Okay.
and you
No, it's just in rounders, the ball never goes to the right because obviously if you're right-handed, then you hit the ball early, I think, and so it always deviates to the left. But you're right, with baseball, I guess it's much more tricky to hit it early. I guess you hit it late just as much as you hit it early.
Well, of course, the majority, if you're a right-handed batter, which the majority of players are, you tend to hit the ball to the left more, of course.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
Gee, Ward saying,
you know,
and we play baseball in the UK too. Well, we do, but I know when I grew up as a child, you know, huge bats like baseball bats, we were never allowed anywhere near those. They feared for what we'd do with them, so they only gave us the smaller rounders ones to play with.
you know, I love the, I love your country, guys, but you have a big disadvantage when it comes to baseball. You cannot play when it rains.
Why not?
Because for several reasons. First of all, because the infield is made of dirt, and it will quickly turn into mud, making it dangerous and also very tough to field the ball. And secondly, because the ball, when it gets wet, can reflect the light, can be very unpredictable when you throw it out of the pitcher's hand, and secondly, can be very tricky and dangerous to the batter because you don't see it coming very nicely towards you. So, yeah, it's also the ball gets very slippery when you try to field it, when you try to throw it. It's a bad combination all around.
Okay. We're very good at cricket, to be fair, and you can't play cricket in the wets either. And yet we're somehow decent at that. I guess we're not that good, but
What are you
we're
the world
all
champions?
right.
Come on, man.
Yeah, but honestly, like we lose some. To be fair, I don't know what I'm talking about, but we lose to, like the West Indies quite a bit. I think we lose to Australia every time we go to Australia, and we get badly beaten as well. We can occasionally beat them at home.
But that is test. Who cares? You won the World Cup.
Okay. We care a lot more about the Ashes in this country. It's like the thing that people have heard of, whereas the World Cup, people know very little about.
Well, of course, it wasn't so long ago that we won back-to-back Ashes.
Yeah.
In fact, wasn't there like a 9 or 10 years, something like that, where we didn't lose, or we drew one of them, I think, but we retained it because Australia didn't win it outright. Which is how they won it this time round, because we didn't win the series outright. They retained the Ashes. Back to motorsport, though. Warner is getting ever closer, bit by bit, isn't he? And he's had a couple of little looks, but just hasn't been able to get alongside yet. It's fascinating. While we've been talking about other sports, I've been watching this, and I've just been enthralled. Last time by, coming down the Hangar Straight, Ash was going to defend, and then we had the GT4 on the inside as well, which kind of confused things a little. But yeah, he's doing just enough to stay ahead. Warner's almost making it up alongside, but not quite at this moment in time.
Look at those lap times. Pretty identical in the last 5 passages on the start-finish line. Last 2-3 laps.
Could we compare them and Homan in third? By the way, I don't think we said that Homan got back in the car apart from to take over from Broich. But Homan, on the most part, has been faster than these drivers. And the gap was 1:07. It's down to 1:05 now.
Let's see the
It's
next
still
time.
definitely a three-way battle for the race win here. Just a little bit of clarification, Homan has done an extra pit stop in comparison to them. However, they've still got the same amount of pit stops remaining at these 3 teams, but Homan will have to take a lot less fuel. And basically, it's got a bad tyre situation as well to the end of the race. So, certainly is still in the fight.
I just realized we have to wait 1 minute to see the gap for this time, but we'll keep the graphics on for completion's sake.
Yeah, it's just going round Stowe at the moment, going to Bell, I think. shows the gap between them. Shows how much time you lose in a pit lane, in the pit stop. You lose 2/3 of a lap.
And remember, of
Of
course,
course,
with
this track is.
yeah. Go ahead, Adam. Yeah.
No, sorry, go on. No, go on. Go on.
No, just with the live stewarding offered by this championship, of course, you never know what might happen. As you see, 6 tenths lost by Oman this time around, so you might get a collision with another class or something else. So, it's. I mean, we saw that in Spa. It's never over in this championship until the very end of the race.
I was going to say that this track is, although it's a quite a long track, it's incredibly high speed. Average speed is pretty quick round here. So, anytime lost or gained is kind of amplified a little bit because the cars never really slow down. There's no real slow corners where you can lose or gain a lot of time. It's all very quick. So it's the cars just never stop going at that pace, and that of course puts them just that little bit further ahead.
Something that I'd like iRacing to incorporate, and this would never happen, but having almost alternate layouts to circuits. So, for example, we've got those couple of hairpins, and you're absolutely right, it pretty much never slows down. Maybe those couple of hairpins are like the two slowest corners on the circuit. You can still carry a decent amount of speed through them, as Niederhagen's a little bit off further up. But to find out what the alternate design for that section could have been would be very interesting, and for sim racing to be used as a tool in terms of kind of finding out what would be a good layout for a circuit. I think that would be really fantastic if they did incorporate that one day. A couple of non-real circuits as well would be pretty spectacular if they could do that one day as well.
You have just reminded me, Sam, about Barcelona, when you said how it was overly used and not a great track. We were there on Friday night for the Kokoro Formula 3 series, the Invitational series, and we used the historical layout, and it was brilliant. So the quick left-hander at the end of the back straight, and then no chicane at the end. It was awesome. So normally Barcelona rubbish, but that layout absolutely amazing.
It's certainly better, as Beard has to go defensive against Warner, saying that we'd have a bit of a Verstappen Vettel incident there. But yeah, the historic is a lot better, and actually the national layout, which I think is a bit underused, that's all right as well. You skip turns 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. But I think that one works quite well as well. So use that a little bit more, please. Please, iRacing. Maybe we'll have that in ARL-TC next season, or maybe even ARL-GT. As Warner for Fury Sim Sport seems like he wants to get past now. He's waited behind for a while. The lap times are still, actually on that lap, they're a little bit slower, 2-minute 4.4, when they have been in the 2-minute 1s recently. As Warner closes in again, he looks to the inside. Maybe this is going to be the chance for him. The outside turns into the inside, though. We often see contact at this part of the track. However, Warner with a lot more confidence through Luffields and Brooklands, and he has got ahead. Chris Warner takes the lead at Silverstone, and that is a big move. It took him about 5 laps to get it done. He was quite patient. However, you can see he was getting more and more eager as the laps turned by, and he has now got ahead of his Year 1 rival.
Great driving from the pair of them there through what is quite a tricky overtaking spot. It does tighten up on you, but they both gave each other plenty of room and both survived it. And yeah, Warner, what a drive he's putting in so far, bridging that gap and now making the move. I do wonder, again, I go back to the fuel thing. I do wonder whether Ash is now just going to sit behind him and try and do a little bit of fuel saving, play those games. But change for the lead. It's been a long time coming, but we're finally there.
big question, I guess, is now is can Beard keep up with Warner? Or will he potentially start falling back instead? He is still within half a second, but the extreme effect we get in these GTD cars isn't massive, and often we see in the traffic how it's very easy to lose the draft. One driver kind of gets past, pulls away for a couple of corners as Beard runs it in too deep into turn 1, and the gap is just extending out up to 0.8 of a second now.
He just needs to settle down a little bit, doesn't he? He's trying too hard to stick with Warner at this moment in time. You can see it just getting a little bit scruffy. He doesn't need to drive the car that hard. Just drive as you were, Ash, and you'll be fine to sitting behind him. I think we've been watching it long enough to know that that's the case here. But yeah, I mean, how much extra pace does Warner have? There are some quite long straights here, so whether or not he was able to gain as quickly as he did through drafting and slipstream, or whether he actually has the outright pace, we're about to find out.
Well, those couple of corners there for Beard were quite positive. He's got the gap back down to half a second. As we ride on board with Edward Rappuga, leader of the GT4 cars, 1 lap ahead of second place guys. Abruzzi Esports GT4, the driver for that team is currently Daniel Gudici. How are you meant to say it, Marco?
Daniele Giudici.
Daniele Giudici.
Yeah.
You sound like that. What's that Italian chef on This Morning?
Gino.
Yeah, you sound like him. That was a good effort. I think that's better than any effort that I'd ever make. But yeah, you definitely sound like Gino just then.
I know I'm making fun, but I can only imagine the way I butcher your names constantly. So it's you know, there are Italian drivers every once in a while. There are a lot of British drivers. So you know, I think I am more of a culprit of crimes against the English language than you guys are against Italian language.
Well, shockingly, Americans get British names more wrong than continental people. So it's like yourself, Marque. They often mispronounce names. No disrespect to Austin and Tyler Maxon as well. They are very good commentators. But quite often they will get our names wrong. Whereas Marco, you have got... I can't recall you ever getting a name wrong, I must say. You've always been very good.
Made plenty of mistakes. Also, my
I
friends
think it's...
poke fun at me for the way I say... the way I used to say the word Morecambe. Yes, because I used to say Morecambe.
It's fair to say, though, Marco, that you speak way better English than Sam or I speak Italian. So you're already well ahead of the curve with that one.
That is not a fair comparison. No one learns Italian. So, I mean, it's not like you went to school and learned Italian.
My great aunt was Italian, and
really?
I did try to learn a few words. Yeah. In fact, I've got a very funny story about Italian that I'll tell you after the broadcast, because it's not for broadcast. It's not broadcast safe, but it's a very, very funny story where I did try to learn some Italian, and it caught me out something rotten.
Okay.
But it is a sexy language. I'll say that much about it. It is a very sexy language. Is Italian. It's one of the nicer ones to listen to.
Strangely, Marco's been accused of being Spanish a lot of the time.
Ooh.
Apparently, he sounds a lot like Fernando Alonso does Marco, which I kind of see.
No.
But say Karma.
Karma.
There you go. That is very similar, to be fair.
It's the roll of the R, yeah.
It is, yeah.
These two guys have been nose to tail with each other for the past half an hour. I'd say. Seems like Freiburghaus might have something more in the pocket, but he's not. Doesn't want to force the issue. Of course, a place on the podium is at stake right here. Let's see an update here on Campfield for Abruzzi and McLeay for Texans and see how the Delta has been evolving and it has been growing. So rightfully we had a little bit of doubts about Adrian's pace because for me, just like you guys, I think it's the first time we have him on our screens on Apex Racing TV, and of course, I mean, George McLeay is absolutely no slouch, but he's absolutely driving very nicely, is Adrian so far, and that gap, the last 5 laps has actually increased by 3 seconds, almost 3 full seconds, so good showing, and Abruzzi looking very good for a decent finish as we are now on lap 80 out of 170, so we are approaching the halfway mark of the race, which will be in 5 laps, Sam?
Sorry. Yep, five laps. Well done. Good maths.
Oh, finally, for once.
I mean,
I
that's
feel
quite
like these
significant
two have
as well.
been. So I feel like these two have been together for a lot longer than a half hour. We were talking about it earlier, weren't we, Sam?
Oh,
While you
definitely
were
an
grabbing
hour.
coffee, Marco. Yeah, it seems like just before the pit stop, wasn't it?
Yeah, so it must be an hour and a quarter, I think. Oh, he's gone wide. Are we going to have a change of position? Or I think they're waiting for one another to go ahead. They don't want to be leader, but well, does get ahead, does Bib3 Sports. That's I think they have been line astern for an hour and a quarter. That's the first time that Bib3 Sports have actually got ahead. As a year one ran a little bit wide, but not too bad.
Yeah, you can see neither of them wanted to go ahead and be the one creating the tow and the slipstream. Definitely some fuel saving shenanigans going on. It kind of answers my own question really from earlier when I was speculating about the tire wear and whether you could time it with the fuel. I think that pretty much answers it, that the tires are good to go a long time further than the fuel tank is. So yeah, always fun to see when literally the cars are stopping on track to let each other by just so they can be the one getting the fuel saving tow.
Looks like a bit like cycling, indoor cycling. I don't know how you call it in English. Cycling done on the
Velodrome.
on the velodrome, yeah.
Velodrome, yeah.
Yeah, so that they, would strategically try to brake to let the other guy pass in a very mental kind of affair there, like mental games kind of thing. As Ollie Slade has jumped into his 400 car, which I'm told, if I remember correctly from the Spa post-race interviews, by the way, he has designed himself. And here comes the 4040 Racing Audi TCR of Jazz Banks for a pit stop as well, from 6th place in class. Let's see if Jazz will leave the wheel to another one of his teammates as Ollie Slade comes out. Now there is a bug with iRacing that sometimes when there is a driver change the spec maps stop working, so that is why every once in a while you will see white cars as I refresh the liveries, because you will lose the beautiful effect that you see there of the lion. But I'm happy to report that this driver change has left this beautiful fiercely forward car intact. So Daniel Perry jumps back into the 310 TCR car, as once again Niederhagen goes past Freiburghaus. Now let's see how this happened. It happened here and went wide there. Did Swiss driver, and Niederhagen very, very, happily, not happily, or unhappily, I should say, said, okay, I need to pass you. And he went past her on the right-hander. Let's see if these two will switch positions once again.
One minute 22 away from the next team of Texan Silverstone Motorsport Apollo. Yeah, I said it earlier on. I don't want to be harsh on T3. They have been faster than this on most occasions this season. Have won 2 races, of course, this season. But a long way from that at the moment. Would do well to beat Viv 3 Sports, I think. I think he's in spot as well. In 5th place. Still 26 seconds behind the Fusion Sport. A little bit slower than the Racing Sensor guys.
McClay letting Giudici past for different classes. So now only one car between Giudici and the leader of his class. That's going to be Campfield, who is just a few seconds up the road. We should see in the back end of the shot, maybe. Well, no, not true. I'm sorry, because it's 26 seconds. So the gap has grown another 3 seconds. It was 23 seconds a few minutes ago. Now it's 26 seconds. So Campfield really, really putting the pedal to the metal and absolutely increasing this gap once again. George McClay, a fantastic driver in TCR and also in other categories. But Adrian is really putting on a good show and pulling away more and more with each passing lap, as now lapping McClay and Giudici is the Porsche Cup leader of Lewis Ward for the Meraki Racing Black team. And so he does, whilst in the lead 1.3 seconds between Fury and Year 1. You see the distance between Meraki and the Eximia guys. Up is 1.25 seconds. It is growing between the pair of them, as we have a problem for Sebastian Okin, Sam.
Yep, what has happened to Hawkins here? 4th place. Teammate to Nicholas Rotzi for Abruzzi Esports, and they have gone off at Copse Corner.
I mean, if that first curb in Barcelona was the Van Loosenhoort curb, I mean, the poor guys at Abruzzi have spun, I think, now 3 times there today. Among other cars, but they were like they are like the kings of the spin there. But luckily for them, that particular as Freiburghaus passes Niederhagen again. That particular corner, luckily for them, has already a name. That must be a slowdown for T3 Esports. Let's get a look at that.
Surprised he's lost so much time.
That,
Oh well, actually did cut a lot.
I think that could be a slowdown. Yeah, I mean.
I think it's borderline, you know. I'm surprised he got one.
Was he all 4 wheels off, or?
Yeah, he took to the inside tarmac and he skipped a little bit of grass.
Must have been quite a big slowdown for him. Might lose the draft. We'll have to set a couple of good times to get back within the second of his rival. Out in lead, coming back, it's Year 1 Racing. It's closing in a bit again with Ashley Beard.
I'm going to VAR this. Let's see.
You see, I'm not sure if that is all 4 wheels off the circuit. I think he might have half a tyre width on the track there.
What do you say?
I mean, He's still on the tarmac, isn't he? I suppose that's one thing.
Okay, back live.
Now, Sam, you say that year one are coming back, but I think you might have jinxed it because when I just nipped away just a moment ago to refresh my coffee cup, Ashley Beard was 3/10 behind Chris Warner, and I've come back and he's 1.2 seconds behind.
I don't think he was ever 3/10. Oh, sorry, that's because the timing tower's been a bit glitchy. So if you've been following that,
Yeah, if
then
you go to a
that's
car
what-
that's
okay.
laps down, you will see that it changes.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, there we
If you
go.
go back to the same lap as the car you are interested in, you will see that it changes. It's a surprise. It's a trick.
Maybe I should have gone and got a fresh coffee earlier. I would have noticed that was a thing.
I don't know why it does that. Why does it do that, Mark? How on earth does the clever folks at SDK Gaming have that?
I have absolutely no idea.
We might have another change here. Niederhag, I think by Burgos is just slowed down. And it's like, mate, how am I meant to drive when I'm out in the lead? I don't even know the way around this track. I've just been following you all the time. So he slows down and let back past Niederhagen. So T3 back to third as the BMW comes past them. Who was that?
That is
That's
Munir Arfak,
fourth.
and he's been
Oh, sorry.
11 laps down, unfortunately, in his BMW. They have spent a considerable time in the pits as soon as the race started, basically, and never came back. A bit of damage to that BMW. So now the gap again becomes like 1 second between these two guys, and then it will once again come back. Also, it needs to be said, apart from all the fun and games, that this car, this TCR car, has got massive sensitivity to the slipstream effect. So on these long straights, it's quite easy to reduce the gap by a big margin. Let's see now how they will behave with GT4 leader coming through. I think Edward very smartly is not forcing the issue, and he knows he has time. Behind him is Steve Claes, and Steve Claes, of course, earlier these two cars had a close call, if I recall correctly. So here we go.
By the way, top two will be in the pits any moment now. I expect year one to come in on this lap. So keep an eye out for that. Ooh, contact! Steve Place is in the wall! And you wouldn't guess it by his cool and calm face. However, that is Edward Rapriger, Fury Simsport GT4, who were dominating. And maybe that's put in a bit of jeopardy. How much damage has he got as year one do predictably come into the pits? But that was a big incident on the entry to Maggots and Beckett's. Here it was. So Clay's. Oh dear, that, I don't know what Steve is doing there. And that was a good recovery there from Ratfiger. He was fortunate not to get collected by the oncoming TCR.
Yeah, it's surprising because Steve is a very calm driver and doesn't force the issue. Maybe a misunderstanding between the pair of them. But you are absolutely right. Edward Raprager with a great save to limit the damage there. Didn't hit the wall.
Great save.
Got a little bit of a whack on the rear left. On the left rear. Let's see if he has some crabbing or not. Car seems to be fine. So Beard is in, Claes is in, of course you have to... No, he's coming back on his own power, under his own power. Oh, Sven Leben now
the
is
headlines are... Everything's happening on this lap, isn't it? Blimey. I was going to say... oh, what's... Oh, slow down, I'm guessing.
I think he saw another car coming potentially on his relative and was terrified he was going to be joined up slightly unsafely. Oh, I don't know.
What happened to him? Like he locked up on a straight, then locked up again. Let's go on board with him. It's like he has no steering or something in a couple of these corners. Let's go back live. Seems to have solved these issues. And he better solve them quickly because, yeah, that is his chance. He jumps up to second in class. Chris Warner now is in.
This could be
From
close.
the lead, yeah.
Ooh, Ashley Beard for year 1 did not take tyres. At his pit stop, 41 seconds stationary, so 26, 27 seconds saved compared to if he'd taken tyres. And so, if Warner does take tyres, then we will have year 1 back into the lead. Now, at Spa, taking tyres was the way to go. We saw it tested by some teams, and you did lose that pace advantage across the stint. Warner already turning the steering wheel, although he's still got at least another 20 seconds of stationary to go. Still paying the fuel in the car at the moment. Getting to lap 87, by the way, was Warner's a comfortable 3-stop for him, undoubtedly. Here comes T3. He will take the lead. Yeah, well, I'm pretty close to T3, actually. Warner taking tyres, so Chris Warner going for an alternative strategy.
Under investigation, that collision between the two Porsches, the GT3 of the Eximia boys and of course the GT4 leader. Meraki Racing Black profiting from the chaos in their class by setting the fastest lap of the race in this last passage. Raprager looks to be, you know, maybe needing an underwear change, but car is fine, and according to Ed himself, that was an amazing recovery. You know, if he says that, that means that what we said is true, because we all agree that that was, I mean, great avoidance, a bit of luck, a bit of skill to avoid clobbering that inside wall and going to the grass. Again, you need to be careful because yes, this GT4, much like the TCR, is very resistant, but of course if you get hit on the wheel, no matter the front or the rear, breaking a suspension is a matter of seconds, and it's a long pit stop, long repairs if you ever had to have that kind of problem, as we have seen earlier with Ollie Slade's own team, Fiercely Forward, when Louis Zank was driving, and of course they had they were collected by the 13 car as well. So 13 car trying to make things right. I don't know. One has to try to find the light side of things in these situations, I think. But you know, unlike the 400. The number the number 214 of Rapager, they were a bit luckier and were able to avoid major damage and still be able to keep the car in the lead. So Sebastian Hawkins comes in with his Audi. Chris Warner goes past him. Who else is in the pits? Let's see. Result Clothing is in the pits. Coming in just now. Okay, so I'm not the only one that keeps this car in second in the pit lane. I don't know. When I keep it in first in the pit lane, it seems like I'm about to destroy the engine.
The
second
GT4
is definitely the... we have to stop doing this. Second in the TCR is definitely the way to go, because otherwise you'll just spin up your tyres on exit. So keep it in second, let whoever's getting in the car or yourself have a better, easier getaway from the pit box.
Ah, so you get away from the pits in second as well?
Yeah. Yeah, in first gear, you'll just light up the front tires as soon as you put your foot down because they'll be cold. It's a lot easier to do it in second. You don't lose any time doing it that way.
What about standing starts with this car? Do you...
So I do something a little bit weird. My clutch pedal is mapped to a handbrake. So I'll put it into first gear, go to about 1200 revs, and hold the clutch down. So it's effectively resting on the handbrake. And as the lights go green, I feather in more power, let off the handbrake gently, like you're doing a hill start in a road car with your clutch. I do the same thing with that to pull away from a standing start like that.
Yes, also, I was a bit confused at first because, of course, this car doesn't have a clutch, but then you know, very clever. You know, I got new pedals, and they are due to arrive this week, this coming week, and they come with a clutch. I never had a clutch pedal in my pedals, and since basically you can assemble them the way you want, based on you can put like there are various holes in the pedals platform. And my first thought was, I'm not going to install the clutch pedal, no? Less work for me to do. But now, you know, this could be a clever use of the clutch pedal, at least for the TCR.
That's not a set of load cell elites, is it? That you're...
Yes.
I think that's exactly what I run. Fantastic set of pedals.
Yeah, especially since I never had the load cell, so... And I think I have the worst stock pedals in the history of stock pedals, which are the... as who's got into the pits, Dan Blake, which are the T300 stock pedals. So I thought even if I got the entry level of Fanatic, it's still better than what I have. So I'm nothing against the wheel. I love my T300, but the pedals are absolutely a word that I cannot say.
We have identical setups.
Yeah, see?
That's I also have the T300 wheelbase. Yeah, great combo that, Marco. Great, I can highly vouch for it.
Awesome. So penalty for the number 13. If they make it back to the track according to race direction, they will have to serve a drive-through penalty. So it is really raining on their parade today. Certainly one of the favorites were Rob Thiessen and Steve Claes, debuting, I think, their new team name, and of course having had already big success in this championship this season. Got a penalty for clipping the fiercely forward GT4 car early in the race, and now this big smash with the another GT4 car, of course, as Niederhagen is in the pits. I have to say that this fight between Freiburghaus and Niederhagen is probably the fight between the two best names of the field today. It will stop right now because Niederhagen comes in and Freiburghaus will go past him temporarily until, of course, the Swiss driver has to pit once again. Oliver Ackermann jumps into the number 308 TCR car for T3 Esports Alpha, which also brings me to another pet peeve. Why are they T3 Esports Alpha and this is just T3 Esports?
Oh, that's even more confusing, isn't it? So which one is the top team? I guess they are different team. I guess they are different classes, aren't they?
Yes, but you know, Alpha. They could have called the other.
They should just basically called.
Tauri.
It should just be called GT3 and TCR, shouldn't they? But
yeah, well, again,
keep it nice and easy.
Alpha and Tauri.
My inner journalist just went wild when I saw that penalty for the number 13 car, and I couldn't help myself thinking up a headline of Specimen Clays has Silverstone shocker.
Oh, glorious! Submit that to the Sun. I'm sure they'll.
I'm sorry, Steve. I couldn't help myself, but yeah, it was a shame what happened. But my inner wannabe journalist just couldn't help myself.
I want to know, Ian Reitz, if you're listening along, if he doesn't get back out on circuit, will that be a grid penalty for the next race? Will he have to serve that drive-through at the next race? Let us know on the chat.
Another
You're right.
instance where Sam Fitzpatrick pretends to be a steward.
I'm just asking questions. Once again, I am my
Now,
internal journalist. I'm just asking questions.
again, is there an FIA steward's license sitting on your desk right now? Just like it is in my desk at this very moment? The answer
No.
is no, exactly.
Oh, that's a burn.
However,
Problem.
I have made the point several times, as my point is averted for a moment. 528 off the track. Now, have they hit the wall? We've seen a few issues through Maggots and Beckett's in the last few minutes. Running too deep on the second part, and they are going to hit the wall, and they hit the wall hard. Fortunate not to blow the engine. I don't
Yeah.
really know what that is made of, that barrier, but I don't think it's concrete necessarily. It's still pretty hard.
You are going to say yes, you are a steward in 2 different categories, including RLTC.
I
Yes,
three different champions now.
yes, but that is absolutely wonderful, but it's a different job.
If we ever need to recover a car out on circuit, Marco, you are the guy to go to. I will give you that at least.
That is not my only mention. And again, I will remind you that I am very often, despite being a rookie, well, now I'm in my second season, of course, but it hasn't started yet. I am now being entrusted with the very important position as McClay comes in of pit lane marshal. Therefore, I dish out penalties like it's, confetti at a championship winning parade at the Super Bowl. I am absolutely ruthless.
What do you get penalties for?
Pit lane infractions, people, doing, trying to be smart during pit stops or during for qualifying infringements. There are plenty of stuff to give penalties for. Raprager is in, very gently entering the pits. He has all the time in the world, 1 lap ahead of Daniele Giudici and his Abruzzi Sports GT4 car. What is going on here?
Slowing. Uh-oh. As Poe would say. He is still rolling a bit. Oh, he's not turning the wheel whatsoever. I wonder if there's been like a hardware issue, or yeah, I can only imagine that is the case. Texans Silverstone Motorsport just come into the pits, and maybe we'll find out what has gone on here. Oh, so already something going on. Has he lost the brake?
It's an odd looking one. I've not seen anything like this before in the TCR. You could be right. It could be a brake failure.
But then he puts all the brake on right there.
But it might be a handbrake jobby for that one. You might have a button or a pedal mapped to the handbrake to stop it that abruptly.
I think he's still... Is he still out there? No, I think he's rolling again. Seems like he's going again. Oh, he's still going slowly. Oh no!
Oh no!
Contact!
Oh, they got his teammate.
Oh, that is his teammate as well. In the Oh, dearie me. And Harris slows to a halt. Yeah, that was the Porsche Esports Cup car. Fortunately, not too much damage to them, and there was another driver involved as well. But they've lost the lead, safe to say. Texas Silverstone Motorsport Apollo take the lead. Harris seems to be getting better now. How strange is this? Surely it would have been better just to tow back to the pits and give it to his teammate.
Let's see what happened here. First, we see Lewis Bibby with a mistake.
Oh, wow. This is just before the incident.
And he was so lucky because just in front of him, I think that is what happened here. Let's see. Wow. So I think they got the Porsche. The Porsche got very lucky, because that could have been a lot worse. Let's see if we can get another perspective.
Daniel Perry, the 310 car, was the other one involved.
This will give us the perfect view, I hope. I think yeah, just a big slide for the Porsche Cup car. I think that the big hit was for Daniel Perry. Oh, well, no, he got away with it. I mean, this could have been tears for many drivers. I still have no idea what happened there to Damien. Let's jump on board with him. I guess he's having hardware issues because that is the only thing that can explain it. I have no idea what's going on here.
Yeah, really, really strange.
Meraki in from the lead. Sven Leib, of course, in second after this big scare. Car seems to be okay, as seems to be this Audi TCR of 4040 Racing. Yeah, seems to be pretty good. Unfortunately, not the same can't be said for Damien Harris, even though Damien is now continuing. The mystery grows bigger and bigger.
As you alluded to earlier, Marco, you can take a fair whack in these cars before you take some serious damage. The soft spots are the tires. If you get one on your suspension, it can break pretty easily. But the sides of the cars, you can get away with quite a big whack. So I think that's what saved them both earlier on. But yeah, strange one. I've raced this car a lot. I've never seen anything like that. I can only think that it's a hardware issue of some description, or maybe a rogue animal in his rig room. Maybe.
I know the feeling, man.
We can speculate any number of things, but yeah, it's a shame in as much as that we're not going to see how these alternate strategies are going to play out in the end. They did start going on different strategies, didn't they? As Homan is just coming out of the pits, actually has gone ahead.
Homan's just gone through the pits without... Oh, sorry, was that someone else? That was someone else. Right.
That was Steve Clays, who's coming out. I think he's coming out to service drive-through in order to avoid a penalty in the final round.
I mean, Steve's complaining slightly about how he has to kind of do this, but that he did do a penalty offence, and so if you can't serve it in one round, you can't serve it eventually, as he has a bit of a slide.
Yeah, he needs to go there,
just
you know.
Yeah,
I mean,
just get back to the pits.
Do the drive-through, and then I guess he'll park the car because that car is looking very second-hand. Gotta have a bit of.
I have to admit, I am with Steve a little bit with what he said in the chat there. You know, drive-through is a drive-through. If you can't serve it, then usually you'll have time added to the end of your race in an approximate amount of what you should have lost by doing the drive-through. You don't carry that kind of thing over to the next race. That seems a little bit much.
Say you were involved in a crash which wiped you out of the race. You wouldn't be given a drive-through for that, would you? You'd be given a grid penalty for the next race. So that's how I see it, at least. That's if he retired at this point, he would deserve a post-race penalty rather than an in-race penalty.
Yeah, I suppose that's more what we're used to with protests and stewarding done after the after the race, where he's got the option to deal with it now. Yeah, I don't know. I just see him as two different kind of ways of doing the stewarding. But he's on track. I'm
He's
sure he is
continuing.
going to get his drive throughout the way. Yeah, he's stayed out.
And
So
no, I was thinking about, of course, a crash that results in a race-ending accident for both drivers and penalty. It makes me always think about the Michael Schumacher crash in Barcelona, which effectively denied him his last ever pole position in F1 the next race in Monte Carlo.
of course, yeah,
Yes.
with Bruno Senna.
Although he
I mean-
always maintained that he still qualified on pole, didn't he? in true Michael
Yeah.
Schumacher style.
It's a strange rule, that, isn't it, where you actually got to start from pole, even if you qualify on pole, it's technically not a pole position unless he starts on pole, which seems a bit strange. I think as
I think
again
Steve needs
is
to
off
do
his
this drive-through because that
Right.
car is.
Yeah. But there was in 2001, David Coulthard stalled on the formation lap, didn't he, at Monaco? And I guess he didn't get the pole position on that occasion. Oh, that's another big hit. Well, so at least he's lost the bonnet. At least he doesn't have a bent bonnet anymore. Oh, well, he's got even more steering damage.
Kind of feel for him a little bit here. It's snowballing. Oh, you can see how much he's having to fight just to keep that car straight.
This
It's
is a
definitely
car,
snowballing out of control for Steve.
a car not known for being easy to drive in the best of circumstances. As we pass the halfway mark, by a fair bit, by the way, as Abruzzi GT3 are in the grass,
Ooh.
in the gravel. Man, how much do they love this corner? I mean, it's
It's a big shame that they resurfaced that corner last year, made it a lot wider, and obviously new tarmac is a bit grippier. And so in Formula 1, it used to be really challenging to go flat out through there, and now it's really easy for that. So I actually went to the qualifying last year for the Formula 1. I thought that'd be a really good corner to go watch the cars from, but it's barely a corner for them anymore. It's kind of the same thing in these cars as well, but fortunately we got this slightly older scan before the most recent resurfacing of Silverstone, so that corner is still as much of a challenge as it ought to be.
comes Steve Clays then to service penalty.
Alright, so he has served it, and hopefully he will park it straight away and be gone with this race, go and get the flight over to Florida.
1 month
He
earlier.
was right on the limit when he came in. He locked up twice on the way into the pits. I'm not sure whether he got it slowed down enough, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. But yeah, it was very close. Very, very close.
How doesn't he have a meatball? I mean, he must have a meatball.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So he will be disqualified
Well,
no
to be
matter
fair,
what.
He got the required repairs done
Yeah, but he crashed
earlier
again.
on, so yeah, so he would have only got it from that point onwards, I guess. So he's still got a few more laps potentially if he wanted to do it.
Very nice jump that the car had after it hit the barrier. Came back with style, I'd say, on all 4 wheels.
So it's been 12 laps since the pit stops in the GT2 field. I remember a pit stint is about 28 laps. So Beard is leading by nearly 15 seconds ahead of Warner, Year 1 versus Fury Simsport. And so by the end of this stint, they should be neck and neck. They're well on course for matching one another by the end of this stint. So it seems like the difference between taking tyres and not taking tyres isn't a whole lot in terms of absolute pace. So really tight for the race win, and Jens Homan's still in the car for T3. He is faster than those two drivers as well. So certainly going to be a tight battle for the GT3 win, as Damien Harris seems to have recovered from all those issues he had earlier on, but struggling to match the lap times he had earlier on right now. That was
Ended
worrying.
up a
Actually.
long way
That lap
behind, didn't he?
Yeah, that last lap he was a couple of tenths slower everywhere than Bibby, which indicates that maybe he's lost a bit of pace in that car with those with that impact.
Places
Well,
in
it's
the
entirely
pits.
possible. It was a big hack, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I'm sure maybe something is not right with his setup in terms of hardware setup. You know, so let's see how it will develop in the next few laps. But maybe he's waiting for his pit stop to get something repaired, or maybe give the car back to his give the car to his teammate. But it's yeah, not you know, and I'm surprised because I thought there could have been a penalty for what happened, but you know, let's see. Seems like the steward said, you know, it's maybe they decided it was you know, since there was no big damage to either other two cars he collected, maybe it was decided it was okay. So I mean, and I wouldn't disagree with that, of course.
Well, both cars, as you say, they did take a bit of a whack, but they carried on, didn't they? They scampered off into the distance. Even his teammate, or you know, sister car in the Porsche, you know, still scampered off without too much of a problem. We haven't seen any issues for them since then either. So it could be just a case of, you know, the stewards have looked at it, decided that he's already served more than enough penalty for, you know, the amount of time that he lost for having whatever issues he was having, and for this one, just let it go, let them get back on with it. They're all still running, and that's the important thing.
Shame that the gap has formed between T3 Esports and Racing Centre Vib 3 Sports in the TCR class. Remember, those two were absolutely glued together for over an hour. Now there is 10 seconds, even more than that, 10 seconds separating them. On that last lap as well, Eckhart lost 1 second to Ackerman, so it's increasing as well, is that gap. On similar strategy are those two teams, as Sven Laber is into the pits on second place in the Porsche category for the Abruzzi Esports Cup.
I say this every time, but I absolutely love the new iRacing dirt pickup system on the cars. It really shows. We have a picture, maybe. Yes, look at that. Not only you see the dust, the dirt that accumulates on the car, and it gets better and better every time. So Sven Leibe is in. Will he keep driving his Porsche or not? We shall see in just a few minutes, few seconds, or minutes, whatever. So Lewis Ward keeps his car in the lead, and now it's getting the two leaders of GT4 are now next to each other. No cars between them, but 2 minutes and 10. I mean, there are cars in between them, but not in the overall standing, so we can compare their lap times. And as you can see, Ben Sharp really enjoying a nice, smooth ride there at the front. Too bad for Fiercely Forward, who are setting some very nice lap times, but unfortunately for them, and despite big damage, because yeah, you get the repairs, but you know, it's not it's not like the car gets back to perfect conditions, as Daniele Giudici had a problem, and just as he was getting, I think, lapped by Ben Sharp, as you can see here, then braking hard, oh, and he disappeared. That must have been scary. Oh, and now he's around.
He has had a couple of excursions recently as well. A couple of times we've seen him in the background just running a little bit wide. I wonder if he's just pushing that little bit too hard. Yeah, he's attacking the braking zone way too hard for the GT4 to be able to stick. Fortunately, though, he hasn't picked up any damage so far. So, not a bad thing, I guess. But yeah, every time you push it that hard, you're running the risk of collecting someone or hitting a barrier. Maybe just wants to dial it back just a touch. Angus Hugh comes out the pits in P2 of the Porsche Cups. And just, I'm guessing, put some fresh boots on, filled it up again, and is in for another stint.
He can't do any worse than this. So, I mean, that sounds like a sound strategy.
So what was that?
He cannot finish any lower than second now. So that sounds
Oh,
like a
okay,
good strategy to put fresh rubber, full tank, and go and see what happens.
Could certainly get the fastest lap. I mean, to be fair, right now their fastest lap is nearly 1 second slower than Lewis Ward. Lewis Ward's and Mercury Racing Black's fastest time, but I believe you have to complete 60% of the laps in this series, in which case potentially G-Drive will still get points, although I'm hesitant to confirm that one. But as that's a lot of corner cutting, that'll be a slowdown, I imagine. Pretty easy to get around this part of the circuit. And yeah, you're slowing down just a little bit to serve that one. Race lead is down to 10 seconds now, and it is constantly about 0.6 of a second coming out of Ashley Beard's lead. However, this not taking tyre strategy looks on course for working. I mean, I think we always exaggerate, perhaps, the taking tyres and not taking tyres. It's not as though it makes a massive difference. Usually, in a tight race, there's maybe upwards of 5 seconds either way that it could gain you. So it doesn't make a massive difference in the end. 5 seconds it isn't going to be the end all of a race. But of course, these two were completely nose to tail before this pit stop. So it will be interesting to see if there is a small advantage either way. 9 seconds now is the gap. Fastest first sector actually for Chris Warner just being placed. And also a 2 minute 1.21 for Chris Warner. Jens Homan, by the way, 1 minute 5 further back. That gap pretty much staying the same in the past hour or so.
Warner.
In fact, it's come down over the last hour or so.
Look at Warner. Last lap gained 1.8 seconds on Beard. I mean, he's absolutely pushing, and with great resolve, great pace. Beard needs to answer. Otherwise, this gap will be, coming down very, very quickly in a matter of just a handful of laps.
Well, they've got 10 more laps to go in this stint. 10 more laps to go? Yeah, 10 more laps to go in this stint. Maybe even a couple more than that. Maybe even 11 or 12. So he needs to close in by about 7/10 of a second. 7/10 of a lap. Each lap to catch up. And that's kind of what he's been averaging. Maybe even better than that. However, we sometimes see the advantage of the new tyres drop off as the stint goes on. But he's certainly backing himself. Lap 1:02, 2 minute 2.5 for Ashley Beers. I think it'll be another 1.5 seconds, to be honest, taken out by Fury Sim Sports, who are crossing the line. And yeah, 1.1 seconds. So a lot of that was done in the first sector as well. So not quite as much as Warner would have hoped to gain, but it's still very positive for him.
I'm going to put my strategy hat on. Okay, now bear with me on this one.
Okie doke.
What if Beard only needs to stay ahead of Warner? It doesn't matter the time. All he has to do is stay ahead of him, so that at the next stop, Fletcher gets back in the car, who has been the quicker of the drivers, ahead of Fury. Because they didn't take any tyres at their last stop, it meant that they could get the jump and then they could manage just being in front. It didn't matter the gap, it was just being in front. So that when Fletcher comes back in, being the slightly quicker driver, he's then got the clearer track ahead of him to just go and put the lap times in.
Okay. I see that logic. I mean, the bad thing is that they could be caught and passed by the end of the stint, potentially, and Fletcher might come out in second place. Yeah, I mean, that could certainly be the case. I think you bring up a good point that Fletcher did seem to have a pace advantage over Beard, and we are getting to the points in the race where potentially Fletcher could finish the race. We have only got 2 more stints to go. After this one, do we have 2 more stints to go? Yeah, 2 more stints to go after this one. So might be able to yeah, you'd expect Fletcher to hop in and finish the race. Of course, Chris Warner's teammate is Matthew Dorrington. Warner and Dorrington are notoriously evenly matched. Maybe Warner with a small advantage, but I think that's possibly harsh on Dorrington. I think Warner usually does the end of the race, which I think perhaps I think if you do the end of the race, perhaps it flatters you slightly, because you're the one who wins. You're the one who takes the checkered flag, perhaps. And of course, if you have got a pace advantage, or if you have got a lead, then it looks as though you've built that lead when perhaps Dorrington has built that lead. Certainly, both of them are very evenly matched. But yeah, certainly does seem as though Fletcher's got an advantage over Beard.
Well, we did see Dorrington was struggling a little bit at the start to stick with the 2 front runners of Fletcher and I forget who was running.
It was Homan.
It was Homan. You are correct. Yeah, Dorrington did seem to struggle to stick with them, except when there was traffic. He got close again, but then he fell back by about a second, didn't he? So, yeah, it's an interesting one. There's certainly many permutations to it, and it's certainly the battle is far from done. That's the exciting thing about it, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It'd take a big effort from T3 to bring it back from here. Remember, they are on an alternative strategy. Should have an advantage in terms of tyres. We'll have fresher tyres to the end of the race. Slightly. I mean, not by a big margin, but slightly fresher tyres on average to the end of the race. And they have got the gap down to 1 minute 5. It will drop down to probably 55 seconds, I imagine, by the end of this stint. And they have got a fuel advantage. However, they won't be able to make up that whole 55 seconds. They probably lost 25 seconds, I think, taking an extra pit stop when they probably didn't need to. So that might hurt them a bit, but certainly are still in with a chance. And they might not take tyres as well at their last pit stop, potentially. It would be very bold from them not to take tyres, T3. However, we did learn at Spa last time that they are willing to double stint the tyres for their last pit stop if it means getting them track position, and it works pretty well on that occasion. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go for that once again. Still got a while to go. Still got 65 laps of this race to go. 2 hours. Yeah, a little bit more than 2 hours to go.
I have to admit, the first 105 laps have flown by. There's been something happening all the time. It's been brilliant.
It sure has. I must say, I think races like this is when we kind of think rain would be pretty good. Because
Oh, yeah.
I don't think there's ever been a 6-hour period in the UK where there hasn't been a bit of rain in the same spot. So that will certainly be an element in this race. So to have that on the horizon quite literally would be quite nice.
I thought they were approaching rain when they done the dirt, where they had the evolving surface. You know how acidic it was, how alkali, how wet it was, the moisture change over the course of the race. I really thought that was going to be the start of rain, but it just never materialized afterwards.
Soon.
I think they are working on it, but I think they'll be very reluctant to release any footage. Remember when day night? I think it was 2017 Nürburgring 24 where they released some footage of day night, and we had to wait another 18 months beyond that. I kind of hope that they don't tell us anything about rain until like a month before it's released. Otherwise, it will become more painful to wait. So I'm
Used to like
hoping
doing
that's
the
their
20
strategy.
Used to like doing the 24-hour races in either perpetual sunshine or perpetual darkness with nothing in between.
Oh man,
Used to like
I,
doing those.
I loved the full night races. Those were great. Like Daytona 24 in full darkness. You know,
Yeah.
I consider myself to be a bit of a vampire, so I like darkness.
Oh, I'm glad we do have day-night now.
Yeah.
Again, for the strategy side of things, some people are better on hotter tracks. Like with the new tire model on a lot of the cars, you can really churn through your tires quickly on the hotter temperatures. So you need to think about your drivers and who's better in those kind of conditions, rather than just having an order. You know, when people can do it based on when they want to go to sleep. You actually have to think about who's better at what time. It's a lovely thing to have to try and figure out, and even for the smaller teams, it's fun because you're thinking, well, you know, real world teams have to do this as well, so it just makes it that little bit more real for you, you know. I'm slightly surprised. We've been watching Hawkins here for a short while, and we haven't seen them go backwards yet. I think they've finally got a
Ooh.
handle on their spinning issues.
That is cutting, Adam. Jeez.
Wow.
It's not done that bad. He's driven well.
No, I mean they're still running fourth in class, so they are doing well. But unfortunately for them, we have seen them backwards an awful lot today, which I don't know whether that's just a setup on the car or whether they're just pushing that little bit too hard. But I meant it in a good thing. You know, they're on screen and they're still pointing forward, which is good.
Here is Lewis Ward for Meraki. See, here's string inputs through each of these Baggett's Beckett's Chapel.
I would love to keep showing this camera, Sam, but I don't know why the dashboard turns off when I switch to it.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I think I might just hold on this for a bit longer, please. I think. Oh, okay. I fixed it. I can't. There's a tick box which says "is in cockpit," and that was unticked. So if you're not in cockpit, then it doesn't have the dash on.
Let's go to our nice transition screen when we have technical difficulties. Let's change it. Let's see. Is in cockpit. Oh, look at. Oh, and also the sound changes. To a more reasonable onboard sound. And as if by magic, let's go back live. Woo! It works.
Oh, lovely.
We like solving things on the fly here on Apex Racing TV.
Well, it's all right for some. I can't even see that camera. I'm still on the wheel arch. That was a lovely wheel arch.
Oh, because he doesn't
Is it
have
not in the
the.
Google Drive?
He doesn't have the. I think he only loaded the GT cameras.
I did, yes.
Boo.
Let me go grab this this TCR camera.
So you will see the. Let's see Ackerman with an issue here. Went a little bit wide and then sideways. Didn't lose any positions. You will see how Sam has used a perfectly good camera slot to just show the helmet of the driver. Which, to be fair, in Daytona they were the go-to cameras for the boring moments. But, you know, they only work in night races where you can look the driver square in the face, but not in daytime because they have the dark visors.
By the way, Adam, there is no TCR cameras uploaded on the Jag. You can get the Porsche Cup ones though. No GT4 cameras as well. I should work on that.
Why do I have the
at
TCR
some
cameras
point.
then?
Because I sent that to you directly, but I haven't
Ah.
put them on the.
I feel special now.
Yeah,
I see how it is.
I must confess, Marco, even I don't have those cameras because it's on my laptop and not my computer. So you are the only one with those cameras.
I see how it is. Guest appearances don't get all the fun toys. It's fine. It's all good.
3 seconds now, 3.1 between the top two. We are on lap 108. These drivers should come in. Well, they last came in on. When did they last come in? They last came in on lap 85. Did Ashley Beard as off the circuit is a Abruzzi Esports Cup. That is that's a weird place to go off the circuit. He must have absolutely spun up the wheels and some coming out of this, and he's gone a long way off. Well, he didn't go that far off, and then on his recovery, he's gone quite far off. Got himself into a bit of a pickle right there. So the race leaders last pitted on lap 85. They usually go 27 or 28 laps on fuel. So expect year one in on about lap 112. They could potentially come in, yeah, probably 112. I think that's as early as they'd want to risk it. Otherwise, they'd have to go quite far on another stint. Perhaps even 100. Yeah, 112 would be the earliest they could come in. It looks as though they are going to lose the lead because it gets down to 2.3, and you can see over 1 second a lap slower. Lap 106, they actually gained a bit of time. Was just a bad lap from Warner, seemingly. But as long as Warner keeps it clean, he should be passed. Probably not on the next lap, but on the lap following that, probably on lap 111.
Always a risk to trying double stinting or triple stinting tires. Especially recently, there was an update to the tires, wasn't there, from iRacing, who essentially just tried to stop teams from doing double and triple stinting on the special events. So it's always a risk. The drop-off can be quite steep towards the end. But again, I think as long as they're in and around the Fury SimSport car, I don't think they'll call it a failure. They tried something different to just try and get a little bit of an advantage. But it certainly hasn't failed for them, has it? Double stinting. Maybe just not paid off as much as they would have hoped it would.
No further action between the 310, 202 and 411. Remember that big collision on the start-finish line that we had when Damien Harris was having issues with his steering. So it all was, I think, correctly decided by the stewards to go no further action on that. As Sebastian Hawkins with a little bit of an issue, I think. Let's see. I remember when if you went straight there, you went into the southern pit lane. It was a fixture in BSR competition, in MX5s especially.
It's shocking actually on this layout, similar to what you were saying there, Marco. Of course, they have kind of got rid of that. However, you can still use the historic cut through to cut Vale, and they don't have that anymore. Or they don't have that as a layout on iRacing. There's a few layouts that they need to get. Please can we get National Long, the MotoGP circuit, and the historic, please, iRacing, if you wouldn't mind. That would be very helpful.
Does the MotoGP layout come with a new boat model so we can do some offshore racing? I will eclipse myself for the next 2 to 3 minutes after this terrible pun.
Again, I
To
don't
be fair,
understand. I need it explaining to me. I'm not very quick, it seems, with these puns.
Well, they had last year they had MotoGP here. Was it 2 years ago? They had to cancel the event because the track was
Oh,
basically
of course.
a
Yeah,
swimming
yeah.
pool.
it wasn't just a small bit of rain either, was it? It was completely flooded.
Yeah.
I mean, we're used to seeing the flooded. We see Warner getting close. Just cut out of my little story. He's really caught out. All of a sudden, he's right on the back, and we've seen him lap by lap getting closer, but now he's right on the rear bumper.
Oh, here he
Yeah,
goes.
surely he's
It's
not gonna
going to
be
be very
looking to
tight
turn
on the inside, and trying to defend is year one. However, Fury very tight, very cute angle, and they'll have the outside for 2, but the inside for 3. And well, actually, Beard didn't want to give it up. However, Chris Warner is past, and now he will try to pull away as far as he can. They are only 2 or 3 laps away from their pit stops. However, this is an opportunity now for Warner to build a little bit of a gap before we start the next stint.
Definitely brave from Warner to have a look onto turn 1. It's such a quick corner as well, isn't it? It's not really an overtake in place unless you've got a compliant participant alongside you. But both of them kept it clean. Warner's going to try and scamper away now, but it seems to be falling apart a little bit for Beard. I would imagine he's already on the phone to the team. You know, get me in. Let's get rid of these tyres. We need to get back on some decent pace.
That last lap was, I mean, he's not that slow. He did a 2-minute 2. Oh, well, as he goes off into Buckinghamshire again. 2-minute 2.89 that last time. Now that's 2.3 seconds slower than their best lap time. So, I mean, that's not too bad as having to take a really awful line there to Chris Warner, and that's cost him a little bit of time. He's fallen foul to Chapel a couple of times when overtaking traffic in this stint. So that's kind of disintegrated any advantage he had. Now, Beard might be able to come in on this lap, however, it would be really pushing the fuel. You'd have to pretty much save 2 laps of fuel later on. I think it'd probably be best just to do lap 112 and pit in then, and that seems as though that's what he's going to do. Might go to lap 113. I think probably this next time around. Warner, meanwhile, I think we'll be able to get to about lap 114 before he'll come into the pits. When did Fury last change drivers?
Wasn't at their last stop. It was the one before, I believe. I might be wrong with that. Yeah,
I think you're right. Which would mean that Warner could stay in. I mean, Warner could stay in for the rest of the race. I mean, they've done the fair share, but I assume Dorrington will get in for the final couple of stints. Try to reduce the amount of time you lose changing drivers, because it does lose you a little bit of time, I believe.
I'm not sure on the timings with these cars. I don't drive them that often, so I'm not sure how, with any certainty, how the timings work out with the driver swap and the tires and the fuel all combined. But I don't think you lose a massive amount. You do definitely lose something, but I don't think you lose a massive amount. But again, I could be completely wrong on that.
No, I think if you do lose any time, it's like 4 seconds. So I mean, not that much to shout home about. Winner of that last lap was Jens Homan for T3. He took 2 seconds out of the race leaders. He took nearly 3 seconds out of Ashley Beard for year 1. However, Homan hasn't quite been as good a stint as I think he'd maybe had hoped. They have been just as fast T3 as the 2 races for the last couple of hours, but of course taking that extra pit stop has put them off kilter, and going to need something spectacular as once again Beard is off the circuit. He's accumulating a few of these off tracks now, and he stayed out again has Beard. So surprised he didn't pit on in this lap. I I'm 80% sure. If Austin Knight is watching along, I bet £10 that's or $10 that he'll come in on this lap. But staying out for as long as he can, at least they won't have to fuel save later on.
Rotti is back at the helm of the Abruzzi Esports GT3 Audi. He's just got back in after their pit stop. We saw him briefly entering the pits. That is now done and dusted, and they're back on track. Oh, and there he is. He'll be hoping for a better second run than his first. Wasn't the greatest. He lost touch of the leaders quite early on, which is not ideal from him. So he's hoping for something better this time around, I would imagine.
"25 seconds is the gap between Bibby and Harris now. Bibby on that last lap was 0.8 of a second faster. Harris's teammate was... Who was Harris's teammate?
Harris's teammate? That is a great question.
That
is a great question.
Oh, here we go. It was a UK driver. I can't see it underneath the overlay.
Why can I... Oh, there he is. There he is. It was Adrian Campfield was his teammate.
Campfield was pretty quick, wasn't he? So he might be able to catch up to Pitstone Motorsport.
I think he surprised us. Oh, sorry, go on.
Well, I was just going to say how Pitstone Motorsport haven't actually won a round of this championship since round 1. I think they finished second in the last 3 rounds. So about time that they occupy the top step of the podium. I say they finished second. I think they have actually won it on a couple of occasions, but Ackerman for T3 has done the whole race and then got late to disqualify. But this will be the first time that they've crossed the line first, if they could hold on to the lead.
That would definitely be an achievement. I was just going to say that Campfield surprised us a little bit, didn't he? Because we were unfamiliar with him, but he was lapping, really, really well, and was definitely looking pretty competent out there. So yeah, whichever of them continue, whether it's Harris or Campfield, I think they're going to be putting in some decent lap times anyway. I don't think they've got anything to worry about as far as that's concerned.
Well, I'm pleased that Austin Knight isn't listening along, because I did bet $10 that he would we'd see Ashley Beard come into the pits. He didn't come into the pits. I don't know if he's just trying to take away my integrity once again. Come in, mate. Your tires are like mushy peas right now. They're not very adhesive. So
I like mushy peas, though.
I dislike mushy peas, and I
shame
bet
on
you if Pirelli started using mushy peas as the base compound for their tyres, I don't think it would be a very good compound. I'm not gonna lie. He will come in on this lap, and I bet my house. Everyone in the chat, you can have the keys to my house if he doesn't come in on this lap.
Oh, come
There you
on.
go, he's come in. I'm not homeless.
So, want to know what I had for lunch today, as everything falls off my desk? So, my mom made pasta. You say, okay, you are Italian, no? So you get pasta.
Yep.
Pasta with peas, sausage bits, mushrooms, and cream. Oh, gee,
Lovely.
Fantastic.
Sounds good.
Well, actually, later on, I am going to be having pasta, chicken, pesto, Thai curry paste, mushrooms, and courgettes, and all of that stuff. So that and double cream. So that will be very nice as well.
With this damn courgette, whatever the hell that is.
Oh yeah, you have no idea what I assume, Adam, you know what a courgette is.
Yeah, it's a zucchini. for non-English people.
Do you know what a zucchini is, Marco?
I don't know what a zucchini is, but I know what a zucchina is, which is
Aha!
one of them, and two of them or more is zucchine. Don't know why it is zucchini in English.
Probably the same reason we call it pineapple, like instead of ananas, like everywhere else in the world. we invented English. We can call things what we want. that's my thing. That's what I'm going to stick to. Zucchini, yeah, courgettes, not particularly great things.
Here comes Mark
I
Fletcher.
tend to pick them out, I must say. They're just like a bad cucumber, aren't they? Really.
Yeah, true.
It has some damage on that
yeah.
year 1 car.
It's a bit.
And now Chris Warner is in. A lovely camera work.
Fletcher. Oh, honestly. These... I slave away. You realise how many times I've amended these cameras.
Look, the car is there, is there. Where is he? Not there anymore. Oh, but we can switch
It's
camera.
not my...
Well, we're lucky that
Use
he has the last pit stall. No, he's appearing again. Where is he?
Use the pit lane camera, alright? Use the pit... There you go, now you can see him. You happy now? Jeez. So ungrateful. So ungrateful. Matthew Dorrington is back into the car.
Let's have a nice look from the blimp. Where is the track? What did you do
I
to the
didn't
blimp?
make the blimp.
Yeah, usually the
You
blimp
can see
is
the old circuit.
The blimp is on top of the action usually. Nope, not in this case. The blimp is probably in Wales, judging by where we are.
That is not my fault there. I did not adjust the blimp at all. That is all iRacing's responsibility.
Confirmation that year 1 and Mark Fletcher is on fresh rubber for this stint. Unsurprisingly, to be honest, they were looking pretty second-hand, weren't they, at the end of Ashbeard's stint?
Fury changing tyres as well. Wouldn't be surprised if Fletcher doesn't change tyres for the last stint, just to roll the dice if they haven't got track position. Dorrington's back out of the pits, 1 second short of pit stop for Fletcher. However, Dorrington is still ahead, but this is going to be a nice fight between these two drivers. Then the gap is 4.5 seconds, and they should be in the cars for the rest of the race. We've got just under 2 hours to go, about 1 hour 50 to go in this race. So bring it on, proper fight.
Once again, another battle that's most likely going to go down to the wire, unless there's an issue for either one of these cars. I don't see them being too far apart from each other. It's been enthralling so far, trying to figure out their strategies, trying to figure out what their game plan is, and both cars pounding round the laps, putting in some pretty stellar lap times. It's keeping it wide open towards the end of the race, which is, as spectators, what we want to see, isn't it?
We've been spoiled to so many close finishes in the GT3. I think this is we've had 4 rounds so far. Daytona, we pretty much had a photo finish, and then Spa as well was a very controversial finish, to say the least. Barcelona was very good as well. Road America was absolute domination by Fury. It was mad how much faster they were than everyone else. They won by about 2 laps. But apart from that, it's been a really close season, as this is all getting a little bit close. The comfort, 3 different classes.
Is Ben Sharp a year 1 driver?
I think he is.
Yeah, I just see a little reflection of his helmet in the mirror. It seems to have year 1 branding on it.
Marco's desperately changing around the cameras in the hope that magically they have been edited, but instead they are just the iRacing default ones.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. I am a big fan of that Fury livery. Now, what's going on here with Arafag? Cruising and just loses the end. That car's got some serious damage on it, though, isn't it? Oh, steady. Yeah, it's got some serious damage on it. Surprising that they haven't got that fixed. I'm sure they would have pitted since they got that damage. I'm pretty sure.
They pitted right at the start, didn't they? And then have pretty much been running with it ever since. Were involved in a collision right at the start. Result clothing 18 into the pits. They've also had to repair their car earlier on in the event.
The Carl Hardy car, as we
Which will no
affectionately
longer
know
have
it.
Carl Harder. It will no longer have Carl Hardy in it, I think.
Confirmation on the chat. Ben is a Fury driver. He was loaned to Year 1 for their MX-5 program. Gotcha. Well, tell him to update his helmet. Or perhaps he's just particularly fond of it, maybe. Or maybe Fury haven't offered him a new helmet livery yet.
Well, there has been a period where Year 1 was sponsoring the Fury cars. This made for quite a confusing MX-5 BSR field, especially in the Amateur Cup, where they were mostly Fury drivers and Year 1 drivers, and their liveries were similar but not identical, but still not very easy to pick from a distance.
Seeing that we've just had the pit stops for the GT3, so I'm going to leave you guys to it for 5 to 10 minutes for a little bit of a break before I'll be back.
I like that the commentator calls on his break without, here leaving us without saying anything. But Sam has been absolutely good today, and of course he has already done Aussie Mixed and Fixed at 10:45 GMT, and will do with Adam Apex GT, Apex Racing League GT Championship later today. And so let's use this moment and use this absolutely pointless blimp camera to do a little bit of break, as we are 4 hours and 5 minutes into the event. Abruzzi Simracersworld Endurance Series Season 1, round 5 out of 6. We are here in beautiful Silverstone, as the championship, just like this race, is winding down. Sam Fitzpatrick on a break. Adam Hedgecock and Marco Barbanera with you. You can see the track temperature coming down a bit now, 34 degrees. Of course, we are heading into the afternoon. Race started, I think, at 12 p.m. if I'm not mistaken. As you can see now, sun is going down. Actually, it is 15, quarter past 15 in the afternoon. Partly cloudy, 16 degrees, 16 kilometers per hour the wind. It's been an entertaining race so far, and we are waiting for the grand finale, especially in GT3, where there are different strategies. They might come into a big scrap at the end of the race, but of course you have to arrive there, and it's easier said than done because a lot of things can happen. As we see here, Daniel Perry going a bit wide, clipping that sausage curb, and also Edward May. I think he has gone a little bit off track, as he was getting passed by Ollie Slade and his GT4 car. That fiercely forward GT4 Cayman certainly could have been a lot more prominent if it wasn't for an early race collision where they were completely the victim, that has cost them several laps and a long repair of 11 minutes. And they still have the pace despite the big damage after the repairs, but of course that cut them off from the fight for the lead. Great to have Adam Hedgecock in the booth with us, of course. So Adam, we are getting into crunch time. I think 1 hour and a half left in this, if my calculations are correct, maybe a bit more. Certainly an interesting race. We have had a couple of curious moments overall, and we are waiting for this GT3 fight and see how it will evolve.
Absolutely right. We're looking at Homan at the moment. This is the outlier, isn't it? Because we already know with Dorrington and Fletcher, we know their strategies. They're 3.3 seconds apart on track. We know exactly what they're doing. They're going to be matching each other to the end of the race. But T3 pitted early. They have gone to a different strategy. They've committed to it. There is a 29-second gap. I still don't know where they're going to come out at the end of it. When it all shakes out, I don't know where they're going to be. I don't think they're going to be with the front two, but I don't know how far away they're going to be coming into like the last 15, 20 minutes of the race. And this is the most fascinating part of it for me. I'm not entirely savvy with how all strategies work. This one, just a little bit of napkin math suggested that it's a bold move and perhaps wasn't going to work out for them, but they've stuck with it. Their lap times are comparable with the leaders. They're running similar times. So I don't know where they end up. I just, can we fast forward to the last 20 minutes? We can find out. Is what I'm saying now. Yeah, fascinating stuff.
It's, they say that as we had a problem for Nicolas Rotti. Not in the first corner. I think here in the fast section at the S's. Oh, and thankfully for him there was tarmac there, which still works as an effective way to, slow your car. Unlike grass and gravel, which are now with the new tire model very, very slippery.
I was test driving the Audi a little bit yesterday at Suzuka, just to run a few laps there to see how it run in preparation for the World GT tomorrow. And I did find that it's kind of gone back to its old way of driving. Under very quick weight transfer, it just doesn't want to know. It gets very, very slidey, very snappy on you. I think that's what we're seeing here with the Abruzzi Esports Audi today. We've seen them backwards a lot. I mean, I know I commented on it earlier. We have seen them in a lot of spins today, and I'm just wondering whether it's catching them out a little bit because of the nature of this track, where you're trying to carry so much speed through the corners that the car just can't handle the weight transfer. Maybe if it wasn't in an endurance spec with higher cambers, so they could lean on the tires more, it wouldn't be an issue. But because you have to run them so upright to conserve your tire wear, maybe it's just catching them out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when this car came out together with the Mercedes, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, I went for the Mercedes because it's more my kind of car. And this. Oh, speaking of the car wanting to step out on you, I remember that
He done well to stop it before the barrier, didn't he?
Yeah, I remember taking this car and on the at Watkins Glen in the official series, and I remember having trouble getting past the S's several times. Then I tried with the McLaren, and it was the same. So it looked like both cars wanted to kill you at the first change of direction, as we see Elisa McKee with a mistake here, sitting in second in class, as Jens Souman is in the pits. Then there was, the thing with iRacing sometimes that I don't understand, but I have zero experience driving these cars in real life. Of course, is that sometimes in cars change a bit of their behavior, I'd say. Compared to maybe a few months apart from each build. Well, still of course retaining their core characteristics, because the Audi will always be the Audi, but it goes from being a car that you can handle to a car that wants to kill you every time, to something in between. I think the only car that has really felt like the same since the beginning was the Mercedes, and unsurprisingly, it is the go-to car for the terrible drivers like me. It's it's stable car, it's an all-rounder car. It usually won't betray you. That's
I think it's the most predictable of the GT3 cars. You get in it and you know what you're going to get from it, whereas the other ones, they kind of change track on track a lot. But I have to agree, the cars. I would imagine that that over the course of various changes to the cars, within iRacing, it has changed some of them fundamentally. Maybe not in keeping with how the real world equivalent is. I look at how much the McLaren has changed recently. I mean, before the last update with the tires, it was all over the place. It would lean on the tires and then literally topple over. Whereas now, it's a lot more stable, and it's like night and day compared to how it used to be. So yeah, I'm not entirely convinced. I mean, like you, I've got no real world experience to back this claim up, but I would be surprised if the cars that we drive on here are as accurate to the real world cars as they maybe used to be when they first entered the service. Fletcher getting pushed right out onto the edge behind me. That was tight. He had closed the gap. It's only 2.7 seconds now. I think he lost a little bit coming through the last couple of corners there. But he's doing what we predicted, isn't he? There we can see the lap times. We were saying before the change that he was the quicker of the drivers between himself and Beard. So it's no real surprise that he's closing this gap. Just interesting to see how close he can get, and whether he wants to A, make the pass when he gets there, or B, try and change the strategy a little bit, maybe do a little bit of fuel saving, get an extra lap or two if he can, and then push on from there.
another issue for the 101, as he was entering the chicane here. And again, around it went. And back on the track once again.
Kind of feel bad for them at this part. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about Rotti's teammate, but like I said earlier, I know Nick. He's not a bad driver at all, but unfortunately, the car today is not making him look great in it. But they are much better drivers than what the car is showing them. As we look at the pit strategy, look at that. That's the Broish one is intriguing. How they've switched it up. This is the one that we were questioning earlier, isn't it? How it's going to play into their hands at the end of the race, maybe.
So let's see how this will evolve. That 14 lap stint yeah, you were right. In the very beginning of the race was stands out quite massively among very, I'd say regular strategy by everyone else. We see, of course, also the two leaders in the Porsche Cup and the two leaders in GT4. So you can see that they are pretty much all following the same road, apart from T3 Esports, which hats off to them, and let's see if they can pull it off. They can get the best out of this, as we are on lap 125. I mean, we are getting into the closing stages of this race now. It's going to be oh dear. I'll try to.
You can do it. I believe in you.
Oh, man. You know, I still do my calculations with my fingers, no? So it's and more shaming, damning than than saying that is that also I used to be a darts player, so I should know how to count in my head quickly, but nope. Uh,
Well,
so
to be fair, with darts, you're calculating predetermined numbers, aren't you? It's not just any old number thrown at you. You already know your doubles, your triples. You already know a lot of the calculations for that off by heart because you're doing it so often.
no, I
You're not
mean,
necessarily doing it on the fly.
no, I know what treble 19 is, but if you ask me, how to best go from 97 with 3 darts in hand, some people would do it automatically, or if let's say a very 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 common occurrence, I would throw a stray dart and hit a number that I don't want to hit, which is quite common, especially at my level, and then there was a long pause on the hockey, starting to think, okay, what have I done? And let's see, now I have 97 minus that number. How much does it make? And what do I have left? What do I do next? So yeah. But yeah, so I was trying to make 170 minus 125, which is not the most difficult. But it also needs to be said that I've been sitting in front of the computer for the past, well, now 5 hours, because the stream started 4 hours and 44 minutes ago, but I was there, quite a bit earlier to set up everything. So my math skills are usually terrible, but after all this time in front of the computer, they are even worse. So I will pop up the calculator and do it old school. Well, not old school, of course. It's very tough calculations. I'm so ashamed of myself. It makes 45.
While you figure that out, Ian has suggested that the 14-lap stint was unplanned. They tried to double stint and it just didn't work out for them. Again, yeah, we're looking at it from a strategical standpoint. They're trying to do something different. When in reality, it could just be that it's a failed attempt at a double stint.
Let's see in the Joker lap situation, and you can see that no one has taken the Joker lap. I'm joking, sorry.
I didn't even know that was a thing. That's amazing.
All these ladies in the pizza.
I see you falling into chaos whilst I was away.
You came in at the right moment.
I mean, I'd be totally up for Joker laps. I mean, take the cut through for like the national circuit once in the race. That'd be a nice element.
Meraki are also in from the lead in Porsche Cup, now 2 laps. They are certainly enjoying their time there at the front of the field. See if there's going to be a driver change.
Welcome back.
Louis Yank is in the car. And Tom Mettrell is in the car as well.
So, what's the gap with Dorrington and Fletcher been doing? Because I saw the gap was down to 3 seconds a few moments ago. It's still coming down a bit. There you are. So yeah, really, very evenly matched. This is so good. I mean, I made the point earlier on, but we have been spoilt with these GT3 finishes this season. How close each one of them have been, or how close the majority of them have been, and this is going to be another one, I think. Really tricky to call who's going to win. What's with Fletcher's helmet design? Fletcher's helmet design looks quite cool. Don't know if we could get a view of that. I can't see it in particularly high definition. Can you guys see it in high definition?
Is it a replica of something?
Isn't that like a hunt, like an insect with his antennas,
Oh, could be. Yeah.
looking at the front, or maybe Unfortunately, the definition of the resolution of the helmet liveries are not perfect. Even when you have 2048 by 2048, which is not the max resolution that we have on iRacing. Problem for Angus who?
Who? Ha!
Okay, go back to the
Gee,
kitchen.
it's taken us a while to make that
Yikes.
shake.
I've got another broadcast with you after this. God damn.
Honestly, I don't know why you signed up to this. I'm sure you won't be making that mistake again.
Well, I fired up the PC this morning. I see a message in the pigeonhole saying this is on in a couple of hours. Anyone want to jump in? You know, I looked at the time and it was half hour to go, and no one had said yes. So I thought, yeah, go on then. I'll give that a go. I like Marco. I used to like Sam. You know, this could be a bit of fun.
That's how oh, another off by the 101. They were going around that. And again, the same problem they had was when Sam was away. The exact same issue, but this time, unfortunately for them, they had the wall to wait for them, the Armco barrier there. But that is exactly how my career got started on Apex, Adam, because as in the chat, we have very thankfully Ian Roots updating us on the incident situation. Because I was just a lowly commentator doing, I did like 3 broadcasts of the Euro V8 championship, and then one day they said there was a missing commentator for BSR. I said, who wants to jump in for BSR? I said, okay, I'll do it. And now basically I jump in everything I find.
You do pretty much live in the commentary booth or on the cameras recently. A testament to you, to be fair. The amount of time and dedication you put into the cause is simply breathtaking, to say the least.
Oh, thanks, man. Sam never said something this nice to me in 2 years.
Oh dear. No, and I never will, so don't get your hopes up. I have been doing, I think I've been doing about 6 or 7 broadcasts a week recently, and I don't want to be getting all down or whatever, but it does take the gloss off it, I would say, slightly. I think 3 is kind of the optimal amount per week for you to still enjoy it at the maximum level. But at the same time, it's still quite a bit of commentary. It's a good balance. So I don't know how you do it, Marco. Doing your, you probably average about probably 10 to 15 a week. So I am very impressed. Yeah.
The only problem I'm noticing, that I've always been someone with a very strong memory, is that especially as of late, some broadcasts I think about them they did even recently, and they are like a blur, like I don't remember anything about them. But more importantly, yesterday after I and you always learn something new, no? Is that I will never again take a nap before a broadcast. Because yesterday afternoon I took a nap before the Euro V8 broadcast, and I had a nightmare that I missed the broadcast. And
Oh wow!
I couldn't remember if I did. In the nightmare I did race 1, but I forgot to do race 2. There was also 3 races, but whatever. And the entire dream was spent. And then I woke up like, and then I look at the clock. It was like, half an hour before the broadcast. So I said, oh, damn you, Marco. So yeah, I basically spent the entire nap in fear of missing the broadcast, despite setting up 3 alarm clocks.
I have had 2 or 3 of those dreams where I've missed a podcast. I will just say, I've never completely missed a broadcast before. I have been about 10 minutes late previously. When I say 10 minutes late, I'm normally 5 minutes late. So, I mean, it's not particularly late, really, for my standard. Yeah, so I've been 10 minutes late. But however, I have had that dream a few times. Adam, have you had that dream yet? I mean, that's when you know you're a proper commentator, when you're scared of missing. That's when you know you're scared of Lee Thompson, to be honest, when you're starting to dream like that.
No, I'm still pretty new to all of this. I've been going just over a month, I think, full on. And the most I've done up until this week was just one a week with you, Sam. But it started picking up a little bit now. Obviously, I do the Kokoro on a Friday evening now with Dane for the next 4 weeks. And of course, I'm in the booth with you again on Tuesday for the ARL 2 Hours of the Ring event.
Yes.
So I'm sure I'll have that dream at some point this week.
Oh no, to be fair, that dream I had already other times, just like Sam, in the night, you know, when there is no I mean, no, there are broadcasts in the night. Sorry, but you know, I've had it also as a regular dream, not just in the nap before the broadcast. So, and it's quite terrifying because I always think, oh no, they put all the trust in me and I betrayed them by forgetting about it. Oh man, it's a terrible feeling. But then when you wake up and you realize, oh, you know, it's 7 in the morning, the birds are singing, and breakfast is waiting for me. It was all a bad dream, Marco. Just
breakfast is waiting. Oh, what a life you live.
No, breakfast is waiting, meaning that I have to get up and prepare breakfast. But you know, now I'm the one that prepares breakfast, of course. You know, which is usually the hardest part of breakfast now is trying to make as little noise as possible to avoid my dog from waking up and therefore waking up the entire house.
Speaking of waking up, we're just looking at Dorrington again. I was just about to say, he seems to have found a little bit of pace. What a segue that was. Beautiful. He's last few laps. He's created a bit of a gap. I don't know whether Fletcher had much traffic behind him. If you look up the hanger straight, there's no real cars between them, or would have been between them over the past few laps. So, yeah, he just seems to have found that little bit of pace, a little bit of impetus. As we see Hugh having another issue.
Oh, some contact. Contact with Ollie Slade. Let's see what happened from another perspective, if we can. Where is Ollie Slade? Ollie Slade is not driving, that's Louis Hank. Oh, but the GT4 doesn't have cameras. Lazy Sam. Yeah, most definitely some contact. Let's see the stewards and their decision. That car, that 400 car has had a couple of hits here and there. As we thank Eli Navarro for 46, so I guess unfortunately you are a Valentino Rossi fan, subscribing to us. Does Adam know of my aversion for everything that's, you know,
I do, yes.
Of racing nature and related to Italy.
Yes, from what I recall, you respect what he has done on a track, but as a person, you absolutely detest him.
Not as a person, as a character. I don't know the person.
Oh, as a character. There we go.
Well, apart from the fact that he stole millions of euros from Italy because he's been, you know, condemned for, you know, not paying taxes, of course. But apart from that, I don't know the person. I dislike the character quite a bit.
Who hasn't been done for tax evasion or fraud in you know, modern times now? Everyone seems to be doing it.
But yeah. And of course, Ian Roots will send, I think, thunderbolts towards my house in the next few minutes. Of course, Ian, a big fan of Valentino Rossi.
Now, you leave Ian alone. He's just said something very nice about me. Ian's in my good books. Ian can come again. You're welcome to come back again, Ian.
I'm a bit concerned, Marco, that Adam may slip underneath us and manage to steal commentator of the season
Well,
of the pair, but we're
you
not
know,
careful.
I was thinking, no, that they would have done a very Italian thing. Like I would have been commentator of the season for the Wednesday series, and you would have been commentator of the season for this series, no? So we both would have been happy. Um, and I consider myself the commentator of the season of the Pro Series. Now that sadly we are not showing it anymore. So the title is up for grabs, and I can tell you that with this one-off performance, which hopefully will be repeated the next time around, your title, your trophy is under big threat, Sam.
Oh dear. I mean, you think Chaz Jaycott, he's got 2 of them this season on the Tuesday and the Thursdays. Absolutely having them all to himself, and yet it seems like I'm not going to get one. Oh dear. Well,
About
it
to
looks
get
as
lapped.
though...
What a bad performance
yeah.
from T3. I mean, and all due respect, of course, but as you were saying, I say bad performance because we know we can expect more from them. But today, not their best day.
They have pitted 1 extra time in their defense. However, I think they've still got 1 extra pit stop to go, both teams. Don't know why they... oh, sorry, no. So they pitted on lap... Oh, so they just came into the pits. Apologies. Okay, I've sorted that out. So they did just come into the pits at T3, so they have got 1 less pit stop to make than Pitstone Motorsport. So they will get back within a lap. However, they are still a long way behind. So, has been a strange performance. I'd say not a bad performance, but I don't think they've made any mistakes, but a strange performance why they haven't quite had the pace that they usually do.
About to park the car, I'm hearing the 400 of Fiercely Forward. Tough day for them.
They'll score points. I mean, they'll still get a podium from this.
What a weird situation that is. Yeah, park the car quite early on, you know, in the grand scheme of things. Still get points and still get a podium. That just shows how topsy-turvy this race has been. God, that's a phrase I haven't used for a very long time. Everything's kind of thrown up in the air, isn't it, a little bit with this race? We've seen a lot of oddball situations happening.
Well, going into this race, basically Ford were leading the championship with 41 points. They were 5 points clear of Fury Simsport. So Fury Simsport should take the lead of the championship, but not by a long way. It won't be a comfortable lead. Abruzzi Esports will move up into 3rd position in the championship with this performance. So they're going to get 2nd place, but certainly could have been worse for Fiercely Ford. That they're still going to definitely be in the hunt for the GT4 championship after this.
Driver swap for the Abruzzi Esports TCR. Adrian Campfield is jumping back behind the wheel.
Sven Leiber has jumped behind the wheel, hopefully, of the 202 Abruzzi GT Cup car. Matty Dorrington still leading the way. Let's see if his lap times are still on a good. Yeah, I mean he's really coming into life in this second half of the stint. And I'd say that he's looked like Fletcher was going to catch him, but no. All of a sudden, a burst of speed from the 116 driver, and he's another lap where he pulled away 0.2 of a second. So it's not big gains, but it's constant gains, and that is all you want to do, I think, in an endurance event, especially considering that there's a lot of traffic. So he's still driving very, very carefully around traffic, but smartly, not losing time, and still gaining on his rivals.
Yeah, but that gap's still only at 4.3. Like I said, small increments, but it's certainly possible for Fletcher to bring this one back. Oh, as he goes left to right on the GT4, didn't lose pretty much any time on those two GT4 cars. I'm just looking at the year 1 car behind, might catch the Maggots and Beckett's potentially, which would really cost them badly. To be fair, I think we saw earlier on Fusion Spot losing quite a bit of time catching through a Chapel a couple of cars. As here comes Fletcher then. Can he get one done? Or he can get one done here. And he'll have to slow down a bit for the second part. There's nearly contact. And he does lose about quarter of a second, seemingly, having to negotiate that. Could have been worse for him.
Fletcher is usually pretty calm and collected behind the wheel, but you can see just from that move there, he wants to get on with this. He's not happy at all with how things are going. Yeah, very uncharacteristic of him to be that aggressive, isn't it? We've seen him in various different series, and he's usually pretty content to wait and take his time to get things done. But he's definitely trying to get the hurry up now, isn't he?
Absolutely. This TCR car will be a little bit easier for him. So probably on that lap, I think year 1 probably lost about quarter of a second to the traffic. But actually overall on that lap, they lost actually faster on that lap. Fletcher was actually 1/10 of a second faster, so close the gap. That's the first time that's happened for a while. They've got, well, the earliest they could come into the pits would be lap 142. That'd be the absolute earliest you'd want to do it. Otherwise, you'd have to start saving fuel. Expect them in probably about lap 144, though, into the pits. Fury should have a small advantage when it comes to fuel. They did pit 1 lap later than year 1 for their last pit stop. So might be able to help themselves in that regard, but really not too much of an advantage, I think.
So what have we got? 35, well, 34 laps left, is it?
35 at the end of this one, yeah.
Yeah. So it's yeah, it's kind of getting towards crunch time, isn't it? Although, unfortunately, there's not a lot of particularly close battles per se. Still want to see how this T3. Well, who's that? It's Rotti again.
That was a bit on the downshift, wasn't it? They were so high, it seemed to really unsettle the car. Fortunately, no one was behind him.
I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. I really think this car is it's making them look a lot worse than what they actually are. I do feel for them today. It's been a rough race for them. They are definitely better drivers than what the car is showing them out to be.
So you were saying before, interesting how T3 will stack up for the GT3 lead.
Yes, I was.
mean,
sorry.
They're currently 1 minute 10. This hasn't been a great stint from Broich. They had got the gap to the lead down to about a minute, just over a minute, maybe a minute and 2. It's back up to a minute and 15 now. So I don't think they'll take tyres at the last stint. I think they'll probably double stint to finish, because they don't have to do a full stint to finish the race. They'll only do about 20 laps or 15 laps to finish the race, so no point in taking tyres, I think. And of course, they'll have to take less fuel as well. So they should get the gap back down to about 50 seconds, I think. But it maybe even less than that, maybe might 40 seconds. But I don't think they're going to be anywhere near the top 2, which is a bit of a shame. If they had slightly better pace, if the gap was more like 50 seconds at this point, then they'd be right in the mix. But certainly, in hindsight, the 5 stop was better than the 6 stop, because they have gone down the lane 1 additional time, which usually wouldn't cost you that much. Usually it's not the end of the world, but with such a close race, that 25 seconds they lost by going down the pit lane an extra time has cost them pretty bad.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. While we've been watching these guys, the leaders of the TCRs have come in. TechSense Fitsai Motorsport Leodama are currently in the pits, making their what will be their final stop.
Yep, already second place guys, Adrian Campfield for Abruzzi Esports TCR. Have they pitted already? Yeah,
A
I think
couple of
they
laps
have.
ago.
Yeah, and so here comes McLeod to the end of the pits. They're not miles ahead by any means. We kind of knew that would be the fact that about 25 seconds, I believe, the gap was before the pits, as we see Matthew. Is this Matthew Dorrington? Going wide, perhaps the Cops corner.
Yeah, just running out onto the AstroTurf. You could see from the overhead shot there how slick the racing line has become. There's a definite darker patch now, and over the course of races like this, it just gets slippier and slippier and slippier. So, testament to the drivers for actually keeping it on the racing line as much as they are, but it's surely going to be getting pretty tough for them at the moment.
Yeah, the lap times aren't that much slower, to be fair. Dorrington was about 3/10 off their best lap time, Fury's best lap time on that last tour. What's the weather actually, Marco? I have no idea what the time of day is. 4 in the evening. So sorry, 4 in the afternoon. So I guess it's cooling down. So as the track kind of slickens up and gets slower, the track is also cooling down, which is kind of balancing it out. I guess kind of negating either effect. After 5 seconds now, the gap is. It's been another strong lap from Matthew Dorrington. Anything a 2-minute dead is a very strong lap time at this point in the race. He does a 2-minute 1.05, so very not far off. Mark Fletcher does a 2-minute 1.36, so another 0.3 of a second extended, which does seem to have been the difference on the most part in this stint between the two drivers.
I'm a little bit surprised by the pace of Dorrington at this stage of the race. Like we saw him at the beginning, he didn't appear to quite have the pace as the front guys. We spoke about this before. He was okay coming through the traffic. He could get back onto the front two again, but when they were out of traffic, they just seemed to pull away. Now I don't know whether he's just better at driving on older tracks. You know, when the track is a lot more rubbered in, whether he's just better at driving that particular way, or whether he was just kind of still finding his feet at the start of the race. Either way, the laps he's putting in now are pretty stellar, to say the least.
Yeah, it's tricky to tell what the pace was of the front runners in that opening stint because they were like a trio, weren't they? With T3 at the front, and then Year One, and then Fury. Certainly, Fury were the most content with their position. It seemed like the top two were kind of battling it out. But you're absolutely right. It did seem also, it did seem like Fury were dropping off slightly, were struggling to keep up. But at the same time, maybe they're all saving fuel because they did manage to go further than anyone else in that first stint. So maybe they managed to save a bit of fuel in third place and always had that pace underneath them for that first stint. But certainly have unleashed that since then. Pre Simsport GT4, of course, as you say. Stationary, Edward Rapriger getting back into that car. They are well on course for taking that class victory. Would be their first class victory of the season for that car. Might be a few Simsports winning 2 of the 4 classes today. I think we may have seen that with T3 already this season. I think RevMatch, I think at Daytona got pole in all 3 classes back when we didn't have the GT4s. Unfortunately, they've kind of backed away from this series a little bit. Of course, still got the, well, we did have the G Drive team out there who are Rev Match pretty much, but renamed. Yeah, those guys have made backing away from this league slightly ever since then.
There is a bit of comedy on the YouTube chat at the moment. Apparently, the 214 pit entry was a sight to behold. So I don't know if you could wizardry your way to finding that, Marco. I'm intrigued to see what happened.
I'm working on it. So just a second.
Ah, excellent.
Let's see.
Excellent.
214.
Yeah, Ian saying that the pit entry gets my vote for the best in the history of iRacing.
That's quite a mantle.
Yeah.
You guys keep on commentating. I will get to the bottom of this.
Gap
Oh, no.
between the top two in the TCR class is now 17 seconds. It's come down a bit. It was at 25 seconds at one point, but it is down to 17 now. On that last lap, Aidan Campfield was 1 second faster than George McClay. That's Pitstone Motorsport getting caught at the moment. As here we are, and get ready for this. I got high expectations. Oh dear, does he come into the pits from here? My goodness me! Well, that's a safe pit entry if I've ever seen one.
I mean, it's something. It's something. I mean, that's a late call, isn't it? That's Hamilton-esque at Hockenheim.
In.
Yeah. Wow, that's well done, Marco, for finding that. That is certainly something, isn't it?
Don't you get a penalty by racing for that?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Well,
Actually,
he might have got a slowdown for going on the grass, but because he's coming in the pits, he might have been able to serve it in the pits.
Yeah, but 33 seconds stop. So. And a driver change to boot. So.
I'm seeing 1 minute 20 stop.
You are quite
I'm
correct.
saying 1 minute.
You are quite correct. Sorry.
So I think maybe he did get, although we don't have, that was 16 seconds longer than the, I'll say, where's the other? Where's, Abruzzi? Abruzzi's one was 41 seconds, so yeah, it does seem as though they got a penalty. And rightly so. It is an awful pit entry though here. I'd say it's not quite as bad as South Korea, Yongyam, that pit entry, but it's not too far.
It's one of the safer ones, though, I feel, because it's you're going to the outside ready for the left-hander anyway, so you can just peel off, and you peel off quite early before the braking zone. So I think it's good in as much as it's a safe one, or certainly safer than some that we see. But yeah, I'm with you. It's still not great. Still not ideal. Now, the gap is just above 5 seconds again. That's... again, I keep repeating myself. The pace that Dorrington is showing at the moment is very, very good indeed. I have to admit, I think that despite the difference in strategies that we've seen over the course of the race, I think he's doing more than enough at this moment in time to, providing there's no issues for them, to see this through to the end. Fletcher's just got no answer to it, as we see him in the background getting stuck right into the TCRs there.
Well, on this lap, at the start of the lap, Fury lost quite a bit of time as Fletcher's like, come on mate, just give me a break. There you go, he does get past. I was generous of the Abruzzi car. But I think Dorrington lost about half a second in the first sector. letting some driver, getting past some drivers, did a 22.9 second sector compared to a 22.4 for Fletcher. However, Fletcher's lost quite a bit of time making his way past, so not too much of a net gain in the end for year one. Ooh, too much grass, and that's another quarter of a second gone.
And of course, just the way that iRacing goes when I commentate, I saw that Fletcher was stuck behind a TCR, and the moment we cut to him, he's behind an Audi, but not the same one. Not the TCR Audi that I saw in the background. So, yeah, timing is everything. But yeah, he certainly seems to be struggling now, doesn't he?
If you were year one, would you not change tyres? Because you're losing time to the race lead. It doesn't look like you'll be able to catch up by the end of the race. Would you take tyres and just mix up the strategy?
They're damned if they do, they're damned if they don't. Because they need to pit before Fury do. Remember, Fury pitted a lap or two later on the last one. They can just mirror whatever year one do. So if year one tried to undercut without taking tyres, then Fury would just pit and not take tyres. If it was the other way around, then sure, I would absolutely say don't take tyres. If year one were pitting after Fury, absolutely don't take tyres, because you've got it all to gain and nothing to lose. But the way it is, I don't think it's going to make any difference what they do, because, as I say, Fury can just mirror it and keep this advantage.
Yeah, I think you're right. Not taking tyres, though, would be risky for Fury. It would increase the chances of them making a mistake, because, of course, you've just got that much less grip. Certainly something to watch out for in a bit. I doubt they'll come into the pits on this lap, but probably the next lap would be a good time to opt in. In with our Porsche Cup leaders. Fletcher is in. Okay, so that is really early. 29 laps he's going to have to do on this last stint. 28 laps. Oh, that's not too bad, I guess. 28 laps, not the end of the world. But I think that was only about 27 laps, I think, in that stint. So let's see if they take tyres or not. They lost quite a bit of time as well on that in-lap. I think they lost about a second. In the end, that time was only 1/10 of a second off, but that was because they cut the final few corners with this unique pit entry. As he does come to a halt, does the... Just trying to think what championships Fletcher has won. What championships has Fletcher won? I mean, he's come close to World GT in the past, and he came close to winning ARL GT. But, or did he win ARL GT?
I'm not sure. While you figure that out, I'm going to throw this out there for why they're pitting now. This could be the lap where they can fill the car to the top, because obviously you don't want to overfill your car to the end. So this might be the lap that they can come in knowing that if they fill it to the brim now, they can get home on that tank. So they don't waste any extra time or having to do extra fuel calculations on, if they pit a lap later or whatever.
Well, they haven't taken tyres, so that is a big move from them to not take tyres right there for year one. Are they still ahead, or they must be behind T3 now? Yeah, they're still ahead of T3. Oof, ouch for T3. He's still got to make another pit stop, of course. But I think that's a good strategy from year one. Even though I think their tyres are probably worse off than Fury. At least it does kind of force Fury into a strategy. Unless Fury wants her to take tyres, please do, Fury, because then that'll be a really enthralling chase to the finish.
I know from my personal experiences racing, and I'm sure that you are both the same with this, that when you finish a race, you look back at it and you just hope that you've left nothing out on the track still. You've given it your all, and despite whatever the result is, you come away knowing that you've done your best. I think with that pit stop there, that's just them rolling the dice that one last time we're going to give it a go. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But at least we can say we tried.
Yeah, definitely. By the way, Fletcher did win ARL GT or American GT last season. Beat Cam Dance by about 50 points. So that is possibly his biggest accolade. Only won one race out of the 14 that season. It was quite strange for such a quick driver, but he was very consistent.
Well, that's the exact same number of races that I won in that season.
Oh, exactly. So, are you saying you're as good as Mark Fletcher?
Sure, we'll go with that. Totally different
Yeah,
class of car, but we'll go with that, yes.
To be fair,
Yep.
yours was in a GT3, so you could argue that yours was more impressive or more relevant to this race, at least.
Well, true. Race
Did you
2
win
at
that-
Watkins Glen.
Watkins Glen. I apologise. I can't remember that race.
It was an epic race. One of the best. If you don't believe me, go watch it back on the Apex Racing TV YouTube channel. There's a brilliant race from start to finish with an enthralling crescendo at the end.
I remember you did very well at Laguna Seca as well. I think you got a podium at Laguna Seca.
Well, you say that as we see Dorrington coming into the pits at the moment. You say that the very first pace lap we did, coming out of the corkscrew on the pace lap, I got turned around by a certain Damien Harris, who we have seen in this race as well. That was my first introduction to Damien, and yes, I believe he got a penalty for that. But yes, I think in race 2 I got a podium. I think.
No, it was a good. See, I'm just gonna look back at where you think you finished in. You finished third overall in the GT2. So that was really good. 50 points off the top two, but Holder and Brazil were very competitive that season, so certainly was very impressive. So Fury are stationary, and it seems like Dorrington will stay in the car. The question is, will they take tyres or not? We kind of hope, as spectators, that they do take tyres, because will be fun to watch them chase down year one to the finish. However, we kind of think that they won't. We are getting to the point where if they don't take tyres, they will be put away. They are taking tyres. Oh-ho! So change of the lead coming. And it's going to be up for Fury to chase them down. I wonder what the emotions for year one are. I imagine they are probably quite pleased, but of course this strategy, double stinting, didn't work for them earlier on. Oh, this is what we want. 26 laps to go. And how big is the gap? I think it's about 15 seconds, as pulling out of the pits is Dorrington. You know what? I don't think it's even 15 seconds. It is 11 seconds. That's not a lot.
That's doable. On fresh rubber, that is doable.
No, 20 seconds, apologies. It's 11 seconds to Broich. It is 20 seconds to Fletcher. I was really confused why it'd be so low, but no, 20 seconds makes sense, because 26 seconds to take tyres, they had a 6-second gap already. Alrighty, place your bets, everyone. Personally, I'm going to go for them catching on lap 166. What are you going for, Adam?
168, I think. They need just under a second a lap ish. About 3/4, about 7/10 a lap ish, I think, with my rubbish maths. So yeah, last 2 laps we'll see them racing each other, I think.
Okay, and what about you, Marco?
I think that in the end Fury will win. As I say that, they almost killed themselves in the S's. So I won't say anything else, but just that they will win the race.
Okay. Not willing to put any money on a lap?
Something sitting on the fence. Something.
Yeah.
I don't blame them, though. It is so hard to call. It is so hard to call.
I mean, if you were Fury in this situation, Adam, Would you not have not taken tyres? I wouldn't have taken tyres if I were Fury, is what I'm saying. Because why would you? I feel like it complicates things just in case. Because the track's cooling down as well, so tyres will last longer. And maybe the fact that the track is a bit more slick, maybe will slow down the cars through the corners, which might mean that the wear is less. I'm just saying that why wouldn't you do the same as your rivals? Like you were saying earlier on, why wouldn't you do the same as your rival?
No, I agree with you with that one. No, I would have just matched them. I wouldn't have done anything other than that. Unless they feel confident, they could have said to Dorrington, "Do you want fresh rubber and go for it? Do you think you'll do better with that?" If he was adamant that that's what he wanted to do, then all the power to them, I guess.
As we see the aerial footage of Silverstone. Anyone who's ever been to Silverstone will appreciate how it literally is nowhere. I mean, it's absolutely nowhere. You drive down some country lanes pretty much to get to the circuit. And then completely surrounding it is just fields. It's quite unique compared to most circuits. I can only think of Willow Springs, which is a detestable circuit. It's one of the worst circuits ever designed. If it was designed, I doubt it was. If it was designed by a blind person. But absolutely horrendous. But that's in the middle of a desert, and that kind of is the only thing similar to Silverstone, I think, where it is in the middle of nowhere with very little civilization, particularly nearby. Got some very nice villages, I imagine, very nearby, but not a whole lot more than that.
It's only about half an hour up the road from where I am, and I have visited it a few times. In fact, I got my first taste of Formula One back in 1988, where I was lucky enough to see Ayrton Senna. We wasn't there for the race day. We were there for the practice day, and yeah, lucky enough to see the great Senna thrashing round cops. It was breathtaking. Even as a young boy, it was you appreciated what you were watching. That really shows my age. To be more cautious with what I say, but you know, it was brilliant, and even now it's still a brilliant complex to visit.
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly has improved significantly over the years with the changes that they've made. Still not. I mean, it's a contentious issue. Many fights have been brought up by it, but do you like the black and white curbs, or do you prefer the white and red?
I'm just used to seeing white and red because it's pretty much everywhere else. But yeah, I don't even know why we just stick to white and red. Why they're not color coded for things like they do with the sectors. They'll have different color walls on the outside. I don't know why they just don't do it on the curbs.
That would be a very good idea. I would support that wholeheartedly.
And just paint the entire infield of the name was just, it was right on the tip of my tongue, and now it's gone. I've done this the other day as well. Paul Ricard, just paint the entire infield of Paul Ricard black. Just get rid of all of those blue stripes.
Yes. Oh, what a silly circuit, and to think that that could be a round of the championship this season is horrendous. I mean, if we miss so many rounds that we miss Paul Ricard, then at least that's a silver lining, eh? But if we have to visit that as one of like 10 rounds potentially, dearie me. Fingers crossed we don't have to. I mean, personally, I'm a supporter of a 16-round championship. I think all this 25 races a season is a little bit overhyped. I think bring it down to 16, make it how it used to be. Bit more importance on each round, much higher chance of it going down to the last round of the championship. So I'm quite up for this whole shortened calendar. To think that we could have 16 rounds over the course of 22 weeks is that would be insane. If you had that.
Now, brace yourself. As we've seen from this series, one race a month is perfectly good enough with the battles that we've been seeing today. And
Yes.
in previous races, it's been enthralling from start to finish. And today is no different. We're less, well, I'll say less than an hour, well less than an hour at the moment. We're not too far away from being the last 10 laps or so, 20 laps, I should say. Sorry, my maths is terrible. 22 laps to go. And it's still anyone's guess as what's going to happen out front with Year One and Fury.
Well, good news for, as we see Abruzzi Sports into the pits again. Good news for Matthew Dorrington and Fury on that last lap. They just did a 2-minute .92. Mark Fletcher did a 2-minute 2.64, so that's nearly 2 seconds faster, 1.7 seconds faster. And he needs to gain by about 9/10 of a second in order to catch and then pass as well. T3 into the pits, so they will lose the lead, and a race which points so much in that first stint. Came into the pits, the reason why they're a little bit off kilter, so they came into the pits on lap 26. To do a 5-stop, you need to average 28 laps per stint, with 129 lap stint. So they kind of thought from that, alright, we're not going to be able to make a 5-stop, and I was kind of backing them up on that. But the other two teams kind of made it quite possible. I think because they're being quite close to one another, because they saved a bit of fuel in the first stint, they're kind of showing how actually doing 28 laps, doing 27 laps is actually very possible. You need to do very little fuel saving. And so T3 kind of got a bit caught out. They've done one extra pit stop than they needed to. Now, to put their third place down to that completely, not saying that they would have won, I'm saying that it would have been closer. They basically threw away probably 25 seconds doing that, because that's how long it takes to go down the pit lane in these GT3 cars, a little bit less in the other cars. So basically, imagine take 25 seconds off where they are, and that's where they would have been if it weren't for that extra pit stop, I think we can say. But then they're more than 25 seconds off the lead. In fact, Homan's still stationary. He's taking tyres at this last pit stop, which is quite unnecessary, I think, considering that we've only got 22 laps to go. But that's what they're going to do. They're going to be very quick at the end of this race, and T3 will, who are in the championship hunt against Fury, of course. Fury starting to extend their championship lead with only one round to go. They need to get the bonus point if they possibly can. T3, they got a bonus point for pole position, but they really do need to try to get that for fastest lap as well. Otherwise, they're going to be out of championship contention, I think, going into Sebring.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't see why they took tyres, but again, it's probably the same thing that that we had with Dorrington. You know, how are the tyres feeling? Do you think you can get to the end on it? Ultimately, all they need to do at this point, knowing that their strategy didn't work out, is just keep themselves in contention for any issues with Fletcher and Dorrington. We're pretty sure that they're going to come together and race on the same piece of tarmac soon.
Ooh.
So if there is an issue, can they keep themselves in contention?
Could we get cameras on Homan? Now, I'm skeptical. I'm cynical. However, we have got... Homan just had a very unusually long pit stop. He just had a 1-minute 42.6 pit stop, which has meant that he's conveniently come out of the pits just in front of Matthew Dorrington in Fury Simracersworld. Now, remember, they are in a championship battle with one another. It would be in T3's best interest for Fury not to win this race. Now, once again, I am a cynic, but I wonder, I just wonder, if Homan will try to influence the results of this finish. Now, of course, he can't exactly weave across the circuit and try to keep Fury behind that way. However, he could... I don't know. I don't know what he could do. I don't know what he could do to hold up. But if he could just slow them down by 2 seconds, that might be the difference between Fury winning and Fury not winning. And of course, that would be 5 points in the championship. What do you think, Adam? I mean, am I barking up the wrong tree?
Wow. That is so
tinfoil
Italian
hat is
of you.
needed.
So Italian of you. To look of the conspiracy theory or the underhanded way to get a result. I mean, come on, man. And also,
It's certainly a stretch.
Okay, Marco, why did they have a longer pit stop?
I don't know, man. Stop for some biscuits. I
Why
don't
is
know.
Why
Point
is
of the
the
race.
flag look like it's waving, Marco? Why? It doesn't make sense. What's with the light thing? It's all some bean landings all over again.
You are talking to the wrong person. You know this, right? I have I have a tattoo on my left arm, on my right arm. Sorry, on my right arm, about the moon landing. Landings. So yeah, you are barking on the wrong tree. Yes, I'm a big fan, big enthusiast.
If you believe that the moon landings were faked, let us know on the YouTube chat. I have a little bit of a controversial opinion on it.
Listen, we
And
don't
so
want to derange the broadcast. I could talk about this for hours. And the fact that we are 5
Oh,
hours
dear.
and 38 minutes into the broadcast won't stop me from... I don't know how happy will the people that paid to have a commentary on a race want to listen to me go into the finer details of the Apollo program. So, I mean... And I don't want to get fired. So, you know...
All right, I'll drop that for now. I'll let you off. Maybe another day we will discuss that. But like I said, anyone who has any opinions on that, let's know on the chat.
No, don't. We get demonetized if we start spewing conspiracy theories in the chat, please. I don't want to have,
And of course,
talk 4 hours and a half, almost 6, to get demonetized at the end of the day. As per usual, hashtag blame Sam, as I always say.
yes. Anyway, I forget that of course we do, or I have a tinfoil hat on, and T3 so far they haven't held up Fury at all. Gaps down to 14 seconds between the top two teams, 13 seconds even. Another second gained on that last time round by Dorrington. We have got 19 laps to go. So at this rate, they're going to catch with 6 laps to go. It will be quite comfortable for them. You can see, yeah, on average, a second a lap. It's not looking good right now for year one. They're going to need something. There's not a whole lot of traffic. I'm sure they'd like a bit more traffic. But nothing happening at the moment for them.
Now, as we can see from the track guide, there's not a lot in front of them for a good quarter of the circuit, as we see Hardy come in for another stop. They've got quite a gap in front of them, up to Fury Simsport GT4. Now, I mean, that could be a thing as well, couldn't it? If we want to go down a whole tinfoil hat scenario, would the Fury GT4 try and hold them up a little bit so that their GT3 team can catch up a touch?
That's totally outrageous, Adam. What kind of theory is that?
Some would call it bodacious.
Some.
But yeah, it's the gloriousness of having multiple cars from the same teams in different classes is that, of course, you can manufacture scenarios like that. I remember, way back in the day in the World League Sim Racing, we had, I think it was CQR done a number on one of our Jetta guys. We were running Kias and Jettas in the same league in multi-class, and one of the Kias conveniently held up a Jetta driver behind so that their sister Jetta car could make a pass. So yeah, it's certainly a feasible thing, but as we saw there, I'm talking complete nonsense because they didn't hold up year one at all, and Mark Fletcher is on his way past them.
It is surprising how little we see that actually going on with the cars from different classes. That seems very much something. There's a big taboo about. Of course, it's very much unfair. But surprised that a few teams don't try in desperation to do it. I don't think Fury need that right now, to be honest. I think they're looking pretty strong regardless, because the gap is down to 12 seconds, and that last time round they gained by 0.95 of a second, and a 2-minute 1.24. We know that they can go faster. In fact, on that last, like Jens Homan for T3 went even faster, 2-minute 0.79. So they're doing the opposite of pulling along. They're doing the opposite of holding up Fury. Instead, they're kind of pulling them along at the moment. So not helping that too much, because they could go for the fastest lap. Currently, fastest lap is a 2-minute 0.51, being held by Year 1 Racing. So T3 will be desperate to try to break that barrier. They need to go only 0.3 of a second faster than they did on their last lap in order to achieve that one. Might see them come into the pits right at the end with a couple of laps to go. There you are. That's a very cool graphic. I didn't even realise we had that graphic with all the fastest laps. Interestingly, Abruzzi taking that fastest lap of the race off Texans Silverstone Motorsport. Silverstone Motorsport also didn't get the pole position time, so doesn't look like we get that in either category. And also fiercely forward in the GT4 category, they've got the fastest lap as well, so that is good news for their championship hopes. However, it is in range for Fury to take that one back.
I just noticed we were, say hello to our boss Alex Simpson, who just made me realize we were still on the Australian server with Discord. So we switched to Europe, and yeah, so it was nice. The three of us, all three of us in Europe. You two, of course, in the same country. And our voices needed to go all the way back to Australia and back, but it still worked very nicely. So also Sam, I don't know if you know, but we had also the fastest lap of the race divided by class, as you can see on the top of your screen. You can have an idea of the pace difference of the various categories.
Isn't that glorious? It just shows, we said at the top of the show, didn't we, the pace difference between the GT4 and the TCR. You can see it's not as much as what you'd possibly think it is.
Still, it's a lot more than what we see in officials, especially, of course, in the Pilot Challenge. Of course, we have a more restricted pool of drivers in this championship, so it's a bit different. But you see, usually, especially in the because of course some of the splits at the bottom have only GT4s, but the more you move up, the more of course you find more multi-class, and apart from the very top split, usually you see the balance of power is fast GT4s, fast TCRs, slow GT4, slow TCR in the running order, and it's makes for a bit of a chaotic, if not very very exciting race. I did a race the other morning. Unfortunately, it was a single split race, so I was like by far the worst TCR driver, and I parked the car after a bit, even though especially because I hate Suzuka, but I was basically running alone. But yeah, it's definitely want to do more of this maybe in the evenings, now that there's more people, especially. A very popular series regardless, this TCR, of course the Pilot Challenge, but I want to try my hand in a lower split, more participation, and see if I can survive. Especially when I get my new pedals, hopefully very soon. So, all the people are saying you need, I don't know, how about you, Adam? How do you have like a cockpit or a driving, oh man, what's the word?
A rig?
A rig or something like that?
I play a lot of non-racing games in my spare time. So I have a wheel stand that when I race, I kind of pull it out in front of the desk, and then I wedge my wheelie chair behind it, and I go with that. It's pretty rudimentary stuff, really.
And the pedals, how do you block them?
They are on the wheel stand, so the wheel stand has got
Okay.
like a plate on it. Oh, it's the GTO Mega wheel stand. Other wheel stands are available, but it's a GTO Mega wheel stand where it's got like a base plate on it that you can mount your pedals on.
So my solution, which works with these pedals, I think it will work also with the, the load cell pedals. Us Italian students, especially if we go to the traditional high school, are saddled with having to study ancient Latin and ancient Greek. And
Oh.
I have the two dictionaries, Italian to ancient Latin and Italian to ancient Greek, which are like, I don't know, alpha meter tall. and I use one of them to block my wheelchair and the other to block the pedals. And it works wonders, in my opinion.
The most use those books will ever be to you, I'm sure.
There is a championship update from Ian in the chat. He is saying that if Fury win, they will stand on 189 points. T3 Esports would be on 166. So it would then go down to a straight fight at the last round.
Yeah, 23 points. There would have to be. So if it was 23 points, then that would mean, taking out Verstappen pole position bonus points, that would mean that T3 would have to win and Fury would have to finish in 5th, I believe, which is possible, very, very much possible. However, if Fury could gain 1 place, apologies, no, so that is if they win actually. So certainly every little point will help. It's kind of going back to that Road America round, I think, where T3 did finish down in 5th place, I think, on that occasion, and or even 4th place, and lost quite a few points. That's pretty much the difference between the two teams at the moment in the points, and yeah, certainly would help them out. Would Fury if it ended like this? Last couple of laps, some big lap times being set by Matthew Dorrington. Seems as though Fletcher's stuck in the mid 2 minute twos. That lap much better, 2-minute 1.95. Dorrington will cross the line and he does a 2-minute 1.34, which is slower for Dorrington. So it's kind of been close to 1.5 seconds in the last few laps, 1.5 seconds a lap. But on that last time round, it was only 0.6. Seb Hawkins, once again, this Cop's corner causing him plenty of problems, loses it pretty early on and skidding round.
I think we are approaching the point where Dorrington would have had the best out of those tyres. So I don't think we're going to continue seeing the big gains necessarily that he's been making so far. As we said earlier, the temperatures are starting to cool off, which means that the tyre wear on Fletcher is diminishing a little bit slower than it was before. But yeah, it's going to be close, isn't it? I mean, he's taken another chunk out of him this lap already, has Dorrington. But yeah, once he gets up to him, will he have enough left in the tyres to be able to challenge him? Is Fletcher, knowing that he's going to get caught, just driving that little bit slower just to preserve a little bit of life, a little bit of extra life as he can in the tyres to try and defend when he inevitably gets caught?
Homan was really close to... Apologies, he wasn't really close. He just set the fastest first sector though, did Homan. I think he is going for the fastest lap. However, you can see behind, he's not far ahead of Dorrington now. He's kind of been caught by Dorrington. And he runs the threat of having to let him pass. There they are. They are close to one another. The Audi R8 and the Mercedes AMG. And this is where my tinfoil hat may just become screwed once again to my noggin. Because if he does hold him up for a little bit, then that would help out Year 1 out in the lead. He has slowed down though, T3 letting past Fury Simsport. And that will be of great satisfaction to Matthew Dorrington. He has just set another very quick time back into the 2 minutes. And it's down to just 6 seconds now, the gap. He's well on course for doing it. It would take something quite spectacular for Year 1 to win this race from here. Fury are on target to catch up with about 7 laps remaining. And I'm sure even with the defensive driving of Mark Fletcher, I think Darlington will comfortably be able to overtake once he gets there. No other close battles, by the way, out on circuit. I think the next closest battle is Niederhagen and Freiburghaus. Remember when these two were nose to tail for pretty much an hour and a half, just saving fuel. However, since then, TT have been able to pull away, so managed to break the draft during a pit stop change, and then I've kind of just been slowly extending it ever since then. Racing Centre Vib 3 Sports, I imagine, would quite like to finish on the lead lap. They are under threat of being lapped by Texans Fitstone Motorsport, who are only about 15 seconds behind them on track.
Still getting the Fernando Alonso vibes from that Porsche Cup car.
Yep. Blue and yellow is not a common combination in racing, I'd say. I can't recall any other liveries with that similar colour scheme.
I think
I
that's
do.
why it... Oh, go on.
Benetton 94, Benetton 95.
Of course, yeah.
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 A deeper shade, the darker shade of blue, but of course Williams in the camel years. Sauber a couple of years ago.
Oh, that was a disgusting livery, wasn't it? In my opinion.
According to some people, it was a fantastic livery. I really hated it. It was so boring.
If they had more sponsors on it, a bit like the
Yeah.
McLaren liveries of that time as well, if it had more sponsors on it, it'd be a lot better.
I completely dislike boring liveries with no sponsors. I know that this is a very controversial thing to say, but there is nothing worse, especially, well, you know, there is nothing worse than to see how badly as that car is not looking good.
Looks like some suspension issues.
Was it here when it happened?
Yeah, a bit of inside grass there.
Ah!
Oh. You hate to see it, don't you?
Yeah. McLeay then will jump. Of course, this is not for position. It is for overall positions, which count absolutely 0. But he will get past and install himself 1 position higher in our timing tower. But let's go back to the fight. You can see now, if he looks in his mirrors, Mark Fletcher will see the ominous presence of Matthew Dorrington in behind, as gap now down to 3 seconds. Let's see the time delta. As you can see, is coming down quite quickly, and the lap times, well, pretty consistent gains in the last 3 laps. 1.4, 1.4, 1.4. Good showing of consistency from Dorrington. Fletcher going for the I would say the big home run swing with his year 1 teammate, trying to get the big hit, but seems like, of course, Fury will have to do the overtake, which is easier said than done. And of course, even though you have a much better situation overall with the tires, etc., but still you need to make the pass, and you look at the time and you see only 10 laps left, which means also that I'm 10 laps closer to my pizza, which is also good. Today I could not be any more stereotypically Italian. Pasta for lunch and pizza at dinner. but yeah, and also of course I had to delay my pizza to 8:30 instead of 8 because of reasons. I cannot leave the broadcast. I'm surprised that Sam has not started saying, "Oh, I will have to go away for a bit."
Well, about that, I'm gonna have to go away for a bit after the race, so I'll leave the interviews to you.
As per
And
usual.
as
And you
per
still
usual.
get paid, and you still get paid full money for this. I don't understand. They
Oh,
should
absolutely.
remove
No doubt about
the
that.
final few minutes of. I mean,
Okay, I will point something out though, Marco. You get paid for doing broadcasting. I did do some of the camera direction earlier on for about 15 minutes. I didn't
yeah,
get paid to do that, do I?
you stayed in replay mode apparently for the entire 15 minutes, from what I've
I
heard in
did
the chat.
not. Only 10 out of the 15 minutes were in replay mode, alright?
Getting closer and closer. Here comes Dorrington, getting past the TCR traffic there. Gap now down to 1 second. And sliding then Dorrington absolutely pushing hard as behind them some contact between McClay and that was, I think, Jess Banks. Yes, it was. But let's jump on board with our second place car, Fury Sim Sport GT3 and Matthew Dorrington, and see from his perspective, as you can see on the bottom right side of your screen, that gap coming down more and more with each passing corner.
So 9 laps to go after this one. Look how much more speed he can carry through Maggots and Beckett's. He's consistently been about half a second faster around this section of the track every single lap that I've been looking. I think that's sector 3 of the lap. And yeah, on this occasion, he does take out another half second. He can pretty much pick and choose where he gets it done. He overtook earlier on. Oh, that's close. Gonna have to deal with the TCR. And now, yep, as we're about to start lap 162. I said 66. Adam said 68. Looks as though it's going to be even more comfortable than that as we move on to lap 162 out of 170. And he is very nearly there. Where is Dorrington going to get it done? He can go for it potentially into the hairpin. You can bet everything that Fletcher will defend as much as he can. Fury goes to the outside. Fletcher just playing his car in the middle of the track. It's a decent line for Fletcher. Doesn't have to take it too tight. However, just getting the car out of this hairpin will be tricky enough for him. As we go onto the Wellington straight once again. Dorrington or Fletcher holding off at the moment, but the moment that he gets alongside this part of the track, he's going to be a goner, is Fletcher, because there's so much more grip for Dorrington. He can carry so much more speed through these corners. However, around the part of the segways at its best, Maggots and Beckett's and Chapel, there's not really an overtaking chance. So coming up to the TCR car as well, which way do they go? They can go to the inside, the pair of them. Dorrington could nip down the inside into Cops Corner, although that would be a little bit unnecessarily bold. And then the run down into Maggots and Beckett's isn't long enough. And, well, he had 9 laps to defend, did Fletcher. He's fended it off now for 2/3 of a lap, but this does just feel like it's a matter of time.
What do you do as if you're Dorrington? That's the big question. Obviously, he feels like he can get it done, but do you put the pressure on early and try and get it done and dusted and out the way, or do you just take your time and you know, kind of do it when it happens, when you get a good run, commit to it at that point? The trouble with the second option, of course, is that you could find yourself running out of laps. And Fletcher's good at defense. He's an experienced racer. He can put the car in very awkward positions and ask the questions of Dorrington. You know, just how good are you? Are you really good enough to get past me? Either way, I think we're going to be looking at this battle for a couple of laps at least. I don't think Dorrington is going to particularly rush to get it done, but that's just my 2 cents on it.
Well, Fletcher's hung on longer than his teammate managed to hang on earlier on. Remember when Year 1 tried the double stint Owen with Ashley Beard at the wheel, as maybe this is going to be the change for the lead. Down the inside goes Torrington, but Fletcher comes back with the cutback and manages to outfall his opponents. Oh, that was a nice move there from Fletcher. Torrington knew that there was a gap, but just went in way too deep. And well, he's hanging on at the moment. Bad news for Fletcher that he gets held up by the TCR car, and just as it looked as though he was making a gap, gives it all up again. Both of them are going to have to go offline. You can see how the TCR almost has better mid-corner speed than the race leader, and Dorrington has to just turn out of Luffield slightly. So he had 9 laps to defend for. He's defended for 1.5 laps now as Fletcher, and even if he does go down, at least he's got that little move at the second hairpin to remember. But look at how much speed. It's that second part, isn't it? Every single time, how just leaning on the tyre, that change of direction as well. Is he close enough? He may have been a perfect distance away. Goes off the circuit and has to get well out of the thoughts of Dorrington. And, well, if he was a little bit complacent before, I thought this was going to be easy. I certainly thought it was going to be easy. He'll be quite skeptical now because that was far too close.
What a risk. Let's see it again, especially with the way the grass works basically like ice. Luckily he was keeping the wheel straight, he was very smart. But now, the gap, 1.8 seconds, maybe a slowdown as well for his troubles.
We saw it earlier at that very piece of grass, didn't we, with the number 121, the BMW machine, touched the grass and got speared straight out to the opposite wall, didn't they? So very lucky to not have that happen to them, our Fury Simsport.
Look at T3 now as well. Nice that we're going to have a... Hopefully, these three will be quite close to one another at the finish. I doubt T3 will try to overtake at all. But they've got the best seats in the house. They know what's going on in front of them. I'll certainly be rooting for year 1 to help them out in the championship. But they can't really play any part from here, as it goes all overcast now at Silverstone. Almost half expect there to be a little bit of rain at this point.
Oh, we can keep hoping. We can keep hoping. This is what Silverstone usually looks like, though, isn't it? Like that kind of dull, grey, overcast, threatening to rain.
It was a lovely race last year, though. I'll give it that. It was of course, we had that day last year, didn't we, where it was British Grand Prix, Wimbledon final, which was the most painful sporting moment I've ever witnessed, and also Cricket World Cup. All happened at the same time, and all were very good, all were fantastic events. There is Seb Hawkins. Don't know if he felt as though he was leading the race, and it was the last lap, but it was neither. And he's towed back to the pits. He will score points, though. For the Abruzzi Esports GT3 team. Gap is back down to 0.7 of a second. On that last lap, by the way, Dorrington did a 2:04 with that off he had, and with the slowdown. When he's been doing 2-minute deads on the most part in this stint. Let's see what he does this time. Fletcher does a 2-minute 2.78, which is pretty slow for Fletcher. That is one of his slowest laps I think he's had this stint, and Dorrington does 2-minute 1.4, so another 1.3 seconds gained. GT4 in the way. Who is this going to favour? I wonder if Dorrington's going... Oh, Dorrington looks to the inside, going for the same move that he tried a few laps ago, and he's right on the tail, just goes to the inside, but it's a poor exit for Dorrington, and I think he's going to be too far back going into Brooklands to go for a move again.
Just aside from this battle, the number 1 car in the GT4, the Fury Simsport car, just put in the fastest lap of the GT4 race so far on the last lap by.
Oh, contact. Well, that's quite important in the GT4s because it means that they get that bonus point, which could certainly help out that team quite significantly later on. Fury Simsports, I will earn them an extra point, and of course we'll take a point as well off Fiercely Forward in the championship. But here comes Dorrington again. He's getting pretty rowdy now. He wants to get past now. Just trying to open up each of these corners, try to get a much better exit. Fletcher knows this though, and will just try to put the power down. However, Dorrington, right in the slipstream, gets straight line speed for year one seemingly, who goes right to the right side of the grid, of this straight. We've got 5 laps to go at the conclusion of this one. Here comes Dorrington, round the outside at Stowe, backs out of it. That's the T3 car behind. They are a lap behind, they're not in this battle. Fletcher once again right to the inside of the circuit. Oh, that T3's really deep on the brakes as well. I thought there might be contact. And Fletcher's just doing everything he can possibly do. He's held off for 5 laps now. 5 laps, I think, by now. Or 4 laps, I think he's done actually. Still got 5 more to go though to hang on to this race lead. Here comes Dorrington again into the hairpin. Gap wasn't there. Into this hairpin again, though. No, and he's going to be offline.
Oh, it's around! He's around!
And Dorrington has perhaps just thrown away the race victory for Fury Sim Sport. It looked inevitable that they were on course for another race victory in this series. But he's made a crucial mistake, Matthew Dorrington, just when it mattered. And Fury Sim Sports look as though they're not going to take round 5 of the Abruzzi Simracersworld Endurance Championship.
Fletcher using all of his experience just to ask the questions of Dorrington. As I said earlier, you know, how good are you, Dorrington? Can you get round me if I put my car in the middle of the track? And it looks like he was just pushing that little bit too hard. Started asking too much of the car. He's well into his stint on these tyres, so they're not going to have the grip he had to start with. And he just pushed that little bit too hard. 4 laps to go. Can he catch back up? 6 seconds. I think this one is done and dusted, unfortunately.
This is one of those moments where if it was like real life racing, they would pan to the pit box of both teams, and it would be jubilation in one and utter desperation in the other, because year one looked like they were in a desperate position, again looking for that big knockout punch, the desperation move, and Dorrington and Fury with the inevitable looking overtake, even though, I mean, Fletcher was defending fantastically, but it would have only taken like one small mistake to lose the lead, and then something you don't expect, as per usual happens in this league. Spin from Dorrington, and as you can see, that gap now very big, has ballooned into 5.5 seconds as they go on the start-finish line, and you can see the comparison is absolutely dreadful. 5.5 seconds lost, of course, due to that mistake from Dorrington, and Fletcher now needs to be smart. And I know he's a driver with incredible experience. He needs to be very safe.
That's a lot of time lost.
Big risk
That's
there. He lost half a
1
second. Yeah, half a second lost there. He needs to be smart. Not a lot of time left. If he keeps it clean, there is no way he loses this race.
I mean, you say that, but we had 4 laps to go. The gap was 5 seconds. He's been taken 1.4 seconds a lap out of Mark Fletcher on the most part in this stint. Oh, and now T3 are going to move past as well. This is going to lose year one more tight. It's probably the way to go. T3 a lap down, gets ahead through Cops, and the gap's getting smaller. It's unbelievable. Scenes at Silverstone, and the gap has gone down by 1.5 seconds in half a lap. And we're going into Maggots and Beckers, which is where Fury gained so much time. And all of a sudden, I think they're going to catch Adam.
Oh dear, look at that.
Catch.
I don't know what to think anymore. This is unreal. I've never experienced anything like this. I was just getting ready to say to you, let's not take anything away from Dorrington, the chase that he did, the incredible job he's done in the car today. That one incident, it shouldn't overshadow what he's achieved. But yeah, we're back on it, and we're now saying again, well, perhaps he can do it again. It's just incredible.
Marco Meaton getting pumped in the chat. Come on, Matt, he shouts as he negotiates Vale once again. 168th lap we are starting. 3 to go at Silverstone. The gap is 2.4 seconds. He took 3.1 seconds out of the lead on that last time. He is lapping 1/10. He's lapping 6/100ths of a second slower than his best lap of the race that last time round. That was a brilliant lap right there from Matt Dorrington, who looks as though he will catch by the end of this race, because Fletcher is marooned in the high 2-minute twos. He's not going to get any better than 2-minute twos. So 2.3 seconds, not a brilliant start this lap for Dorrington. He actually lost 4/100ths through sector 2, gained 2/10ths through sector 1. There we are. He should catch at the end of the next lap, so he'll probably have 1 lap to overtake. I see.
Sam, these are long laps. We are talking about, again, 2 minutes, as you were saying. So, yes, 3 laps, 2.5 laps to go now, but 2.5 very long laps for these drivers.
Yeah. Well, remember, he did hold off Dorrington for, was it 5 laps or 4.5 laps earlier on? Let's say he's going to have to hold him off for maybe 2 laps. Dorrington rattles through Chapel. He's mistimed Chapel though a couple of times. Recently has Dorrington. You can just see that gap going back up to 1.4 seconds. But then gains 2. Oh, that's a big slide for Dorrington. He's lost another quarter of a second. He's pushing so hard, and if he doesn't win this race, Matt Dorrington, then I think he will be incredibly frustrated with himself. Here comes the TCR as well. That's the Abruzzi TCR, and Dorrington's lost another bit of time. The gap is 1.6 seconds. Maybe he didn't lose a whole lot of time. I'm not quite sure.
Unfortunate timing catching the TCR there. He'd done everything he could, the Abruzzi TCR, just to keep out of the way, but as soon as you're out there, it just takes one little bit of your eye out and gets stuck behind him, just losing a little bit more time. We saw in the chase, as he was catching him up, he was very, very consistent, very smooth with it. I think in his mind, it would have been a case of, well, I know what I need to do. Let's just go about and doing it. And there was no real time restraint. Now we're on the penultimate lap, and he's got to push. He's got to make the move, and he's got to get it done. And I think that's why we're starting to see him slide around just that little bit more.
Ian Roots saying how year 1 perhaps are fuel saving. It's just the tyres. The tyres are absolutely destroyed right now. Gets down to 8/10. So, with the pace that we've seen Dorrington have around Cox and through Maggots and Beckett's and Chapel, he might have a chance into Stowe on this lap. 1.5 to go at Silverstone. 0.6 of a second the gap. So yeah, definitely Dorrington's going to be in range down the Hanger Straight. He might be the perfect distance back. Just see that gap massively come down through Maggots and Beckett's. 0.4 of a second it's down to. 4.5, just lining up. You can see how Fletcher was really opening up Chapel, and that's another good run for... Oh, what's happening to Dorrington? Has he got to slow down? Oh my goodness me. And it's mistake after mistake right now for Fury Simsport, and the gap is way up. It's way up, and I think that is it. Fury Simsport are painfully slow. What is going on? What is going on? Have they lost fuel or power? That was more than a slowdown. Definitely more than a slowdown. It's up to 3.4. And even though they did lose 3.4 seconds a few laps ago, I don't think it's going to be enough. As T3 Esports set the fastest lap of the race, they're going to get the bonus point, it looks like. Incredible scenes at Silverstone. The gap's up to 3 seconds.
Let me say
3
something.
seconds lost there for Fury.
Let me say something. I mean, this was the perfect answer. There's been a lot of negativity throughout the week for the Pro Series. This is what Simracersworld is all about. Fantastic stuff. I cannot wait to welcome back the Pro Series with open arms and commentate on that. And this was absolutely beautiful. Beautiful to watch. And man, Mark Fletcher must have some sort of a force field behind his car, because every time Dorrington comes close, something happens to him. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Congratulations to everyone. another beautiful, beautiful race. And after 5 hours and 51 minutes of racing, to have it come to these small but so big mistakes in the end, it's absolutely amazing. And well, just a few corners left. We have said this many, many times, but this could be really it for year one. And I can imagine their absolute nervousness. And of course, they also are maybe saving a bit of fuel, as you were saying, as we are getting into the final third. We are already into the final third of the final lap.
Here we go then. Just Stowe Vale Club to complete. What an enthralling race we have witnessed. So close. T3 Esports could have joined this battle. However, I don't think they needed to, because it's been a mighty battle. 10 laps to go. He looked stranded. He looked lost. Mark Fletcher destined to second place. He has defended superbly though. Mark Fletcher, year one racing, win at Silverstone in the Abruzzi Simracersworld Endurance Championship. And how they have done it, I think we will never quite know. Fury Simsport GT3 finish in second place. They should have definitely won. Though mistakes from Dorrington in the last 10 laps have spoiled their opportunity. What an incredible event. We have seen some close finishes at Daytona. We saw a close finish last time out at Spa, but that certainly blows the pair of them out to the water. Fletcher celebrates. Absolute scenes, Adam.
It's incredible, isn't it? As we alluded to at the end of the race, or coming towards the end of it, Fletcher experience, knows what he's doing, could put his car in the right places. Dorrington, still for me personally, the driver of the day. What a chase he put on after 170 laps to be foiled by one little mistake that gave him the slowdown. It's such a shame as we see Meraki Racing coming across the line to take the Cup class win. Yeah, it's such a shame for Fury, but boy, I'm going to need a lie down before we go and do the GT later on today, I'll tell you.
Absolutely. So congrats to Meraki Racing Black. Superb performance from those guys. I don't think they had a spin all race long. They were well clear of Abruzzi Esports Cup. Fury Simsports, well, they're not going to win out of the GTD, so they will comfortably win in the G Sports. They cruise across the line in a little bit of a photo finish there with their teammates. They finish top of the GT4 teams. And Texan Spitfire Motorsport, it wasn't looking strong for them at one point, being beaten by their rivals earlier on by Abruzzi Esports. However, consistency once again from George McClay, and he crosses the line and he wins for Texan Spitfire Motorsport Apollo the TCR class. Incredible 170 laps here. Race of the season. I think we've had some good races of the season. Maybe that does take the biscuit. But hopefully everyone appreciates that. That was an incredible final 10 laps of sports. Edward Rapica making some donuts out on the exit of turn 1. Well done to the Fury for winning in that class. Don't really talk about too much in the championship. I mean, Fury will take a handy advantage over T3 in the GT3 category going into Sebring. It's still well and truly open in the GT4 category. Porsche Cup, I believe that might all be open. TCI, I believe Texan Spitfire Motorsport will win the title for that one. But yeah, certainly do tune in next week or in 3 weeks' time for the final round of the championship at Sebring.
Just a second for the results because I forgot to load the new component. Whoops.
Aha. Okie doke. So we'll just wait for that one for a minute. But like I said, yes, Sebring, I believe, is in 3 weeks' time, and that will be 166 laps for that one. So here we are. Apologies for the names of the teams. You can see year 1 racing 1. I think that's the important thing, isn't it?
Oh dear, I'm so sorry for the the way these results are showing up.
It's all right. It's all right. We've got Mark Fletcher for year 1 racing wins out. Him and his teammate Ashley Beard, we should add. Matthew Dorrington for Fury Simsport finished in 2nd place. Jens Homan was for T3 Motorsports. Tom Metherell finished 4th place for Abruzzi. Then it was Sebastian Hawkins for Abruzzi. Yeah, so who was Metherell driving for?
Meraki?
Okay, hang on, I've got this on my own screen to be fair, so I could probably just go through that. Here we go.
Yeah, big apologies for this.
Metherell was driving for Abruzzi Esports, so they finished in 4th place. Then it was 528, finishing in 5th. There they are. And then Fury Simsport Silver, Nomad Sim Racing Black, and Meraki Racing Blue were the retirees. In the Porsche Cup class, Meraki Racing Black won out, with Sven Laber taking the car to the finish. Edward Rappriger was in 2nd place. Top of the GT4s was Fury Simsport GT4. They drove a very good race, to be fair. Abruzzi Esports Cup, Abruzzi Esports GT4 and Fizzy Ford will both score points. Despite being many laps down and not taking the checkered flag, they will still score points, the pair of them. So good drive from those guys. And in the TCRs, Texas Spitstone Motorsport Apollo, great drive from them. They were upwards of 25 seconds at one point behind Abruzzi Esports TCR. Still not quite sure what happened to Damien Owen Harris with his issues. Lost about a minute with some problems for him, and that pretty much cost them the race victory. In 2nd place, T3 Esports Alpha, a distant 3rd, however, still decent points for them. Racing Centre Vib 3 Sports finished in 4th. Then it was Fury Simsport TCR, 4040 Racing, and Result Clothing A Team rounding out the order. So apologies, Marco. I mean, I'm going to head off. I don't know if Adam will be ditching you as well. But I will leave the interviews to you guys whilst I gobble up some nutrition.
What
And
time is it? I suppose I better should as well, to be honest.
yeah. Oh,
Sorry, Marco.
Sorry, Marco.
You guys go. I will take the interviews and I will go very quickly through them because, of course, pizza is coming. So the sooner we start, the better. Thanks, Adam, and thanks, Sam, for joining me. It was an absolute pleasure.
No problem.
No, pleasure is all mine, Marco. You two are fabulous.
And so, time for the interviews. Let's start, of course, I'd say, with the race winners today. Ashley Beard and Mark Fletcher, welcome to the booth.
Hello, how are you doing?
Hello.
I'm doing fine, but I mean, you guys will be over the moon with this result.
Yeah, it was mega. We tried some at mid-race to see if it'd work, because we could see that the Fury guys were just. I think I'm just too heavy-footed, and the Fury guys were just so much better than us on fuel. So we tried double stinting Ash's tyres when they were on like 60%, and then he came in with like 20% left on them after his second stint. We went, we can do that. And then we had to roll the dice in the last stint, and I came into the pits with 49% on my tyres. So I double stinted the tyres with less than 50% on.
Ashley, what about you? What about you and your race? Of course, you guys had to deal with a lot of ebb and flow during the race. But I want to ask you, how was the race from your perspective? How did you go through those final laps while being in the worst situation possible? That was watching from the sidelines, without not a lot that you could have done. I know that the race was in capable hands of Mark, but I can imagine very stressful being on the sidelines.
Very stressful. I mean, I was trying to keep me cool, but there was sometimes just watching that I was like, it's going to go past in a minute. It's going to go past. And there was one key moment in that I thought he'd done us, and that was into the arena section. he went down the inside, and I thought he's got us here. And then we managed to just get the car straightened up and back out again. So I just don't know how Mark's done it. It's absolutely incredible. But I mean, from the race perspective, I mean, we had a good car. I mean, we were nursing a little bit of damage on the bonnet, but it didn't affect us as much as we thought it would. So when we got into the car, it was basically go quite nicely, try and keep the tyres and the fuel at a marginal rate, and then I came into the pits for my second stop. It was really close to putting new tyres on, but we didn't in the end. I mean, I was coming into the pit lane at the time we'd made the decision. So kudos to Mark on the strategy there. That was spot on.
So, Mark, when you were looking in the mirror in the final stint and you saw your opponent spin, then come back, then make another mistake and take that slowdown. So, the first time he spun, when he spun, did you think that was it, or did you know that he was going to come back at you for a second run, and then of course that mistake ended the battle? But were you looking, thinking, okay, I just have a little breather, but he's going to come back to me?
Yeah, he was taking 2 seconds a lap out of me. When he spun, it would have been a whole different story. I think that the slowdowns cost him. But yeah, that spin put the gap back up to like 4 or 5 seconds, and it was difficult to defend. There was no way I could have done it for 7 or 8 laps, but just putting the car in the right place just made it a bit difficult for him. That was all.
Guys, it has been an absolute pleasure and a fantastic drive. I was on the edge of my seat for the entire final stint. Before we let you go, anyone you guys would like to thank?
Ash, do you want to do this, or do you want me to do it?
You can do it. I tell you, I'm still trying to recover here.
Cheers, Marco. So for everyone at Year One, the custom flip-flop company, Graham, Ash for being a great teammate, the Think in Circles guys, and all the guys at Alpha Live.
Perfect. Congratulations once again, guys, and we'll catch you very, very soon, hopefully.
Cheers, Marco. Speak to you soon.
Thank you very much, Marco. Take care, mate.
So these were Mark Fletcher and Ashley Beard, winners, of course, in GT3. Let's have a chat with Ben Sharp. Hello, Ben. How's it going?
Hello, you alright?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
So, talk us through your race. How did it go? And are happy with the result, I would imagine.
Yeah, happy with the result. Disappointed we didn't really have the battle that it looked like it was going to be with Fiercely Forward. They had issues in the first hour when we were running nose to tail. And it kind of, after that, was a bit of just a drive to the finish, really. So we sort of were just taking it a bit steady and trying to keep out of everyone's way. Which nearly went wrong when Ed got spun nearly into the wall. But apart from that, we were, just pot along. It was a big shout out to the Fury boys, and yeah.
Yeah, how close was that? Yeah, that collision there with the 13 car was absolutely scary, and you got away with a bit of luck, a bit of skill. Thankfully, the car spun on the right side and not on the left.
Yes, I think we skimmed the wall on both sides and just never fully made contact. So it was very, very lucky, and some good driving on Ed to keep it out of the wall as much as possible. But yeah, it was. I think we got pole fastest lap as well, so it's good for the championship.
One more race to go in the season. Of course, it's going to be Sebring. It's a bit of time away, but are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, we'll be there, hopefully. And hopefully Festival will be a bit of a championship showdown, so hopefully it'll be good fun.
Fantastic, Ben. Well, congratulations. It's been a fantastic result. Before we let you go, anyone you'd like to thank?
Well, it's big thanks to Fury. Apparently I've got to mention the word potato in the interview, so I'm going to throw the word potato in here. So I'll thank a potato, which I had for dinner, and that was it.
Awesome, Ben. Congratulations to you and your teammate and your team as well, and we'll catch you very, very soon.
Thank you. Cheers.
And speaking of victories by a landslide, well, we absolutely have to talk to Tom Methrel. Hello, Tom.
Hello, Marco.
Dominant win for you as well in the Porsche Cup class. Class that has seen, of course, I would have loved to see a battle between you guys and the Rev Match guys. That hasn't happened, and you were pretty much able to cruise your way through to victory.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have a bit of competition out there, but like you say, they got caught up in their own incident and couldn't carry on. But it was tough to keep the concentration going because you haven't got anything to focus on really, so it's just doing lap after lap. But no, we made it, and it was good fun in the end.
So how was the Porsche Cup car on this particular racetrack? Of course, a very wide, modern racetrack. How were the tires holding on during the stints in general? How was driving out there?
It's a slippy car on a slippy track, so it was tricky. I had a couple of spins coming out of Maggots and Beckett's. There's like a bump in the middle of the road, and if you catch it wrong, it just spits you out. Lewis didn't have any troubles. He was a lot smoother, but tyres were okay in the cooler temperatures. The middle of the race was a bit dicey, but it is what it is. It's not the easiest car to drive in the best of times. So,
is this, I think, one of maybe the first time I see you driving this car here on Apex Racing TV? Are you expanding your horizons a bit as terms of a sim racer?
It's a car I've driven for about 12 months now. I've kind of concentrated more on the Porsche Cup than I have on the GT3, hence why my pace has kind of dropped off a bit in the Pro Series. But it's a good fun to drive. It's very demanding, but it's very rewarding when you get it right.
Next time up, if you are going to race with us, will be Sebring, and of course a very interesting track for this race car with all the bumps, etc. Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, it should be good fun. I mean, be another challenge again in the Porsche, but we'll look forward to it.
Thanks a lot. Of course, it has been a fantastic race, Tom. Congratulations on the win. Before we let you go, anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd just like to say thanks to Ian. I mean, he's had a pretty tough time of it recently, but he's doing his best and putting on a good show as usual. So, big thanks to him and all his team and Meraki guys, and you, Sam, and Adam for the broadcast.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Tom. We'll catch you very soon.
Thanks, Marco.
Now, I see Ian Roots in the interview room, so I will quickly bring him up and see if he wants to talk with me. Hello, Ian.
Good evening, Marco.
So nice to have you in the commentary box. How was it today in the stewards room, and everything that happened in the in the week? This was a pretty refreshing race to watch.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a tough week. Probably the toughest week in the history of Simracersworld for sure. Yes, it's a sim. Yes, it's a hobby. But you're probably fully aware that at Simracersworld we take it very, very seriously. The organisation, the admin staff, the drivers, the team, everybody. You know, it's a big organisation now, and doing what we did earlier in the week was upsetting for some, especially for the admins. But it was a decision made for the right reasons. I don't want to dwell on it too much. The decision to be made, it's a permanent decision for now. We regroup in the summer, and hopefully we come back stronger with a more community feel. And we go from there. As for today, you're dead right. It's been a refreshing day, been a fantastic day. Me and Seb in the race direction booth have had an absolute ball. You guys on comms today have definitely brought the light back into the lives today, because that's been fantastic. And the racing, what can I say? 3 out of the 4 classes not so close today, but yet again those GT3 boys, they can put on a show.
Oh, they surely can. It was absolutely fantastic. And as I said to the guys earlier, I I was on the edge of my seat for the entirety of that last hour or so. It was absolutely enthralling, and not knowing who was going to win, the different strategy. It was absolutely amazing. So more of the same, I'm hoping, I'm sure, will happen in Sebring in the next few weeks for the final round. I can say no matter what happens there, we can talk about a pretty successful first season. I think you would agree with me that bigger car counts are not always do not always translate into a better show, but we both would like to see a bit more drivers, especially in the smaller classes. But all things considered, it has been a pretty nice way to open the account for the endurance series.
Yeah, definitely. It was always going to be a test season, and it was always going to be a tough season. We've never done it before, not on this scale. I've learned a lot, and I've certainly learned one thing, and I'll put my hand up to say there's a lot more behind the scenes that has to happen to create an endurance event, and there's a lot we've done wrong this season as well. So it's been a learning curve, a very steep one. I'll put my hands up and admit that. That's all on my shoulders, nobody else. It's something that we always wanted to do, and it's been tough to organise. But I think with what we've got in place now behind the scenes to make things easier for admins, if we were to move into season 2, it would be easier for sure, because we now know what to do, and we would be able to make it a lot more professional. It's been hard, but we've really enjoyed it, really enjoyed it, and I'm sure the drivers have as well, and I'm sure the viewers have too, because it's been some fantastic racing. We would like the numbers to be higher. It was high at the start, and for whatever reason it's dwindled down a little bit, but that doesn't, like you say, that doesn't detract from the show. The show has been fantastic, and that's the whole package, not just what happens on track, but what happens in the booth as well, and the support you guys show. It's been a fantastic season. Yeah, on to Sebring, and I just hope that people turn up and we put on another good show at Sebring.
Perfect. Ian, congratulations once again on the great showing that you guys had today. And yeah, if you want to have some, shout outs, whatever, this is your moment.
Yeah, just everybody that that turns up and is involved. Really, it's like I say, it's not easy to put on an endurance show. 6 hours is a long time to commentate on, and you guys, thank you very much. Apex always do a good job, and and the drivers, even though there weren't so many cars on track today, the dedication and the passion and the support they show us. So this one really is the drivers. Without those guys, we couldn't do what we do. So thanks to everybody, all the teams that have taken part this season. We've got one more round to go, and let's put on a good one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Have a good night, and catch you very soon.
Yeah, take care, Marco. Good night.
And that was Ian Roots, and this is my dog. And this is the unmistakable signal that pizza has arrived, and therefore I direct you towards our Apex Racing TV channel, because Apex Racing League GT is just around the corner, and you will have Sam Kumo behind the cameras with sorry Sam Kumo behind the cameras, and Adam Edgecock and of course Sam Fitzpatrick will be your commentators for this one. It has been a fantastic day here at Sebring. Thank you so much for joining us in this event. And as per usual, I wish you a good night and happy racing.